What happens when one man tries to watch all the horror films of the 1980s? Well, we're about to find out because I'm your host, Josh Spiegel, and this is the 80s Project, 1982. Oh, welcome to the 80s Project. If you're just joining us, this is our journey through all the horror films of the 1980s. And this is the very first episode of 1982. Now, if you're new to this series, I should tell you that this will be a very American-based view of the movies. And even though I'll try to cover the international efforts that made an impact on the US, I won't be covering all of those. And after I give you a breakdown of each movie, I'll give it my own personal rating out of 5. And then rate its horror cultural significance, which is essentially how much that I think that film impacted the genre. And again, keep in mind, that's mostly based on America. Some films may be more significant in their native countries. And then I'll just give you a quick recommendation if it's essential to watch in terms of the decade or not. But enough about all of that. Let's kick off 1982. This kicks off in an unusual place in Indonesia on January 1st with the classic Satan's Slave, not to be confused with the 1976 film of the same name that featured Michael Gow. And actually, the translated title is Pengabdi Setan, and we start with a large funeral, and this young lady with very unusual tastes in wall calendars. It's a woman who died and her 2 children are mourning, and that night, little Tommy is visited by her ghost, who apparently saw Salem's Lot, although she maybe is interested in his cat poster. He seems to be enthralled with her, which worries his sister, but then goes to see a fortune teller who apparently saw Phantasm, and then they get a new mysterious housekeeper. Soon, that spirit is showing up to haunt them all, and Tommy is having these weird visions of masked cults and ritual sacrifice. It's soon revealed that after their mother's death, the family has renounced their faith and no longer pray, which this guy says will allow the devil to get in. And after a bit, people in their life start to die off and show back up as horrific ghouls. And again, this was an Indonesian film directed by Sisworo Gautama Putra, the same guy who brought you Srigala, otherwise known as Wolf, otherwise known as Indonesian Friday the 13th, movie I featured on the 1980 version of the project. But this is a very different film. It's still clearly inspired by Western horror, as I pointed out a bit earlier, but overall, it does have a very Phantasm vibe since it has this whole dreamlike atmosphere and the whole thing about their recently dead friends coming back after them. After its release, it went a bit under the radar and it was out of print for a while, and Asian horror fans would have to seek it out on bootleg versions that mostly didn't have subtitles. But in recent years, it's found new success. It's had several remastered releases. In 2017, a remake was released called Satan's Slaves by Joko Anwar, who also directed a remake of Gundala, a movie I featured in the 81 Sci-Fi Project. The new version was a huge hit, further pushing this one into a more mainstream eye, and it even got a sequel with Satan's Slaves 2, Communion. And I really like this one. It's a solid 3.5 tapes from me. Honestly, this is why I do the 80s Project, to find movies that I enjoy that I had never really given a shot to before. I'd have even given it a 4 if it weren't for the kind of sluggish middle portion. Its significance is only a 1.5 though, since it was never a big hit here in the States, and it's considered more of a lost cult classic that has found a new audience. It had more relevance overseas though. Should you watch it? Oh, absolutely! This is a fun treat and a great way to start 1982. This next number was possibly a TV movie, but also may have been a theatrical release, but it debuted on January 22nd. And it's Burned at the Stake, also known as The Coming. It starts with the Salem witch trials and several people being falsely accused, including a child, of being witches. Then, in modern times, little Audrey Rose is on her school field trip to go to the Witch Museum, and they see a woman they declare is one, and she gets a mysterious injury. At the museum, she learns about the evil Reverend Putnam just in time for one of the wax figures to come to life and flee into the city. Soon, Lorene is watching her teacher get killed in an accident and having a full-fledged meltdown, haunted by spirits from the past. And her mom tries to defend her by shooting the wax guy, but nothing happens.
I never saw a woman who is a real woman that can handle a gun.
And it's hilarious because they then spend 2 whole scenes with her mom trying to convince people that she knows how to shoot a gun. But they don't believe her because she's a woman. It seems at various times that she's meant to be possessed by Ann Putnam, the young girl who accused people of being witches, or possibly is the reincarnation of her, or she just is her. I'm not sure, and I'm not sure if the movie is either. And of course, shenanigans happen.
The Necronomicon.
The Necronomicon? I had some guy in some other movie call it the Necromonicon, and now this? And this is directed by the legendary Burt I. Gordon, who had a string of great B movies throughout the 50s, 60s, and 70s, including the Colossal Man movies, Village of the Giants, and even The Food of the Gods. But by the 80s, his output would slow down. This was his first film in 5 years since 77's Empire of the Ants, and it's certainly not one of his more noted entries, and it seems like the actual release date is of some dispute. The MPAA gave it its rating back in 81, and it's sometimes listed as coming out in 1980, although that may just be when it was copyrighted. And there were some advertisements for it in October of 81, but there's not confirmation of any of those dates, so it may have been released earlier, but there's records of the screenings in January of 82, so that's where it goes on here. And this one gets a 2 from me. There's fun stuff going on, but for the most part, it's a slog to get through. Although I appreciate that they presented a modern witch in a positive light instead of the negative stuff from this era. Its significance is just a 1.5 though, since it's nearly completely forgotten, but it gets the extra 0.5 for being a part of Gordon's filmography. Should you watch it? You can likely skip it. No one will burn you at the stake if you do.
Burn the witch! 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 Burn the witch!
Our next entry arrived in February, and we're already into the second month of the year here, but our next release was on February 12th, and it's The Beast Within. The opening of the film is in 1964, and a young married couple are on the back roads, and it's Dick Jones, and a creature is in the woods and assaults Carolyn. And then it jumps ahead 17 years, and they have a son, a product of that rape. And he's very ill and having fever dreams about spooky old houses. The McClearys decide that they need to find out more about his mystery father in order to help them figure out what's ailing young Michael. Well, he starts to exhibit strange behavior, heads to the town he was conceived in, and kills the local newspaper man. Uncle Lewis shows up just in case there's any cursed antiques, and then there's this guy that you might recognize from, I don't know, only every TV show ever, pretty much. And this one was adapted from a novel that came out in 1981 that had the same name, although they appear to be extremely different. They really only share the most basic plot premise, and nearly every other detail has been changed, most likely because the rights to the novel were purchased based on the name only, and the book itself wasn't done as they were doing pre-production on the film. The man hired to adapt the incomplete book was none other than Tom Holland, but not the Spider-Man one, the cool one. And this would actually be his first work in Hollywood. Of course, he'd later go on to write and direct a number of huge hits and gave us the first Child's Play, as well as Fright Night. But this is where he started, making up a story to be based on a book that didn't exist yet. He didn't direct though, since that job went to Philip Mora, an Australian director that hadn't really dipped into the world of horror yet, but would soon give us the amazing Howling 2 and the alien flick Communion. One of the more notable moments in the movie is the big special effects transformation scene, because those were pretty trendy, at this time, and this one's pretty wild. It became the film's calling card, and was one of the few things that got good mentions in the reviews. Most of the criticisms were on the acting and flat script, but it did okay with audiences, making almost $8 million on a budget of $5. Although Holland himself wasn't quite happy with the way it turned out, and in recent years was talking about trying to remake it since he thought his original script was better than the finished product. Although there's been no activity on that, so it seems unlikely at this point. And I'm giving this one a 3. It's a nice watch, has some great effects near the ending, but it's pretty tiresome to get there. The finale rocks though. Its significance is a 2.5 since I feel like this is a little more known, but not that much. It's still pretty under the radar. But it's Tom Holland's first gig, had Maura in the chair, and had recognizable faces. Should you watch it? Yes, but just know that it's not fun right out of the gate. This next one debuted in Italy on March 4th, but wouldn't get a US release until October of '84, and it's the Fulci classic, The New York Ripper. It starts with an investigation into a discovered body, a murdered model, and we then see the next victim, a young woman on a ferry. And we hear what this film may be the most known for. The killer quacks like a duck, or like Donald Duck in particular. He then continues on killing in over-the-top fashions and then calling Detective Williams to taunt him, all the while quacking up. So he hires a psychologist to help him track the killer. And like I said, this is another Fulci film, Lucio Fulci, and if you're not familiar, the man is an Italian horror legend. He's perhaps most well known for Zombie, but already on the project we've covered 4 of his films: City of the Living Dead, The Black Cat, The Beyond, and The House by the Cemetery. This whole little couple-year era was like ground zero for Fulci goodness. And this is a bit of a sleazier affair than normal for him. There's a number of scenes with over-the-top sexuality and nudity featured here, and that appears to be all Fulci's additions, since Dardano Sacchetti, one of the film's writers, stated that very little of that was in the actual script, and that the director added those scenes, as he seemed to have a particular sadism towards women. Lucio himself had high hopes for this one, claiming that it was more down-to-earth and grounded than most of his supernatural-themed flicks, and that it was his tribute to Hitchcock in a way. Of course, it was met with some split opinions by the critics, who would comment on the general griminess of the proceedings and the weird fractured plotline. Although for a Fulci film, it's downright linear. One place that definitely wasn't split on it was the UK, and even though they didn't put it on the nasty list, they outright banned it, and it wasn't available there until 2002. And even then, it was only released with cuts made. It did quite well at the box office, at first a success in its home country of Italy, but also made a nice profit in others as well, including the US. And you all know that I love me some Fulci, and this is pretty fun, although I admit a touch more reserved than his usual stuff, but I give this one a 3.5. It's enough of what I want from one of his films, although I admit it's not as strong as some of the others. Its significance is the same since it's pretty well remembered, a part of Fulci's catalog, and I think everyone knows this as the movie with the guy with the duck voice. Should you watch it? This next little number arrived in Canada first and came out on the 12th of March. It wouldn't hit the US until January of '85, and it's Superstition. And it begins with a couple making out in front of a house that they say is haunted. You know, the best place to make out, I guess. And they're scared off by some pranksters, who are then both attacked by some sort of evil microwave that explodes heads and cut in half. We then meet young Reverend David Thompson, and he's told that the old house is on church property, and the murders cause them to go investigate. And this guy right here is James Houghton. And sure, he did some acting, mostly in soap operas, but he apparently had a bigger impact behind the scenes of them. He wrote 854 episodes of The Young and the Restless from 1991 until 2006. so being in front of the camera here wasn't his primary gig. There's a caretaker here, and for all you Surf 2 fans, this is Big Head. Bow bow! More accidents happen with the pond and with power saws and elevators, and then baby Beastmaster is here, and damn, this kid was everywhere. This is Billy Jane's third appearance on the project so far, having shown up in both Bloody Birthday and X-Ray. There's the tale of a family that previously lived in the house that were all murdered, and a mysterious little girl that keeps on showing up. And this was from James W. Robertson, and his directing gigs are pretty limited. He did 3 films, including this one, and 2 episodes of a TV show, but has a much, much larger roster of work in the cinematography world and camera field, and seems to be very active in the industry still. The making of this one is fairly interesting in that it had a bit of a fractured filming. The original script and film were just about the family moving into the house that's haunted by the witch. After they finished principal photography, they realized that the film was a bit underwhelming, so they did a large number of reshoots. All of the flashback footage, everything with the old woman and Arlen, and everything at the lake were all added after the fact, making for a bit of a scattered narrative. Also, this was a bit of an oddity because it was filmed in '81 and did get screenings in '82, but only in Canada, the Philippines, and Italy. It played in a few other select countries, sometimes called The Witch, but as far as the US goes, it was thrown onto a shelf for a good couple of years, and then given a small theatrical run before being sent to home video in '85. It drew a bit of fire in the UK, although it managed to stay off of the Video Nasty list, and was put on their Section 3 roster, which was a list of movies that couldn't be prosecuted for obscenity, but were still liable for seizing and confiscation, and were sometimes destroyed after the sellers forfeited them. And this one gets a 3 from me. It has that vaguely Fulci vibe that I like, and it sort of feels like an Italian film in the US, but never hits that level of atmosphere. It still has some solid moments though, even if nothing seems to really connect. Its significance is just a 2 though, since it's a bit more obscure and not really talked about, and doesn't feature much in the way of horror names. Should you watch it? Sure, but not if you're superstitious. But maybe if you're a little stitious. On that same day, March 12th, back in the US, there was a fairly notorious entry with the release of Parasite. This starts in a lab with an experiment going on, but something clearly goes wrong. But that's just a dream, and it's some sort of a post-apocalyptic future, complete with laser guns. Paul here encounters some scavengers out there, and fights them with a large number of things oddly being pointed directly at the camera. He encounters Scott Thompson from Ghoulies and Police Academy, and ends up staying in a small inn, but it appears as if he's hiding a secret in his belly. There's a group of troublemakers that includes Tom Villard, but also Luca Bercovici, who appeared on the project already in Frightmare. And as I mentioned there, he would go on to direct as well, and directed Ghoulies, but also directed Rockula. Plus, there's this girl here, Cherie Curie, and rock fans will know her as the singer of The Runaways. Then, little baby G.I. Jane shows up, one of her very first film roles, and Demi Moore has stated in interviews that this was the worst movie that she's ever done, and the only thing that tells me is that she hasn't seen that many of her own movies. The gang decide to rip off the Doc, but accidentally unleash the thing that he has kept in a container, which immediately attacks. There's also a mysterious man in a cool car hunting for him, killing those that get in his way. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a whole lot of poking stuff at the camera, and that's because this was originally released in 3D and was widely hyped as such. And the director was none other than Charles Band, the man behind Full Moon, and director of about 100 things that you've heard of, including Trancers. And this was one of his first works as well, and his first horror work. It was made on a pretty low budget of $800K, and actually did pretty well in box office sales, earning a nice $5.5 million, possibly due to the boom of 3D films at this particular time. Reviews weren't kind though, with lots of critics blasting the cheap nature of it, and a lot of discussion of the bad acting, even though several of the players would go on to bigger things. And it's not just in front of the camera, since the Parasite's effects were partially done by Stan Winston. His career was up and running by this point, and he had already been nominated for a makeup effects Oscar, even though it's for the movie Heart Beeps. But I'd be willing to bet that if you asked him about the two, he'd probably be more embarrassed by this one as opposed to Heart Beeps. And this one is just a 2 for me. Sure, there's some fun effects and low budget charm, but that's it. It's dull and poorly acted and doesn't even do anything with the decent ideas that it has. Its horror cultural significance is a 3 though, since it is pretty well known, although still on a cult level, but also had the start for more and featured Winston effects and was a part of the 3D revolution of the 80s as well. Should you watch it? I suppose for a curiosity standpoint, yes, but just know that it's not that great.
Let's go.
So this next one I was hesitant to include because calling it horror is a bit of a stretch, but I figured it deserved inclusion, and on March 19th there was the release of Deathtrap. It has Hoagie as an esteemed playwright whose latest work is a major flop, and his wife is Diane Cannon. He tells her that he's lost his inspiration and has received a script from a former student that he thinks is perfect, and comes up with a pretty devious plan to kill him and steal it. He invites him over, and he's not just a writer, he's a star reporter for the Daily Planet. And at the house, Myra desperately tries to talk Sidney out of his scheme and simply collaborate with Clifford. Things get pretty tense right away, and there's some back and forth, but he eventually strangles him to death. But then things get complicated as Myra wants to leave him, and they get a visit from a neighboring psychic who seems to know something weird has happened. But things really take a turn when it turns out that Clifford is not as dead as he seems, and there's a different sort of game afoot. And this was based on a Tony-nominated play of the same name by Ira Levin, and if that name is familiar, it's because he's the man who wrote The Rosemary's Baby, The Stepford Wives, A Kiss Before Dying, and tons more. And the film adaptation was directed by the great Sidney Lumet, director of so many great films including Dog Day Afternoon, Serpico, Network, and oh yeah, The Wiz. And man, don't get me started on The Wiz because I'll make a whole video about it. In Deathtrap, the casting of Christopher Reeve was pretty unique because this was at the height of his success as Superman, and it was made in the gap between parts 2 and 3, and the actor had already experienced the struggle of being typecast, but he was ecstatic to be able to stretch as an actor and show a different side of himself. And let me tell you, if you're only familiar with seeing him in tights and a cape, this is essential viewing because he's fantastic in it. One major change that they made to the play version is the kiss, which wasn't featured there but proved to be pretty controversial. This was an era where seeing two men kiss on screen was a taboo thing, and when preview audience booed the moment and a Time magazine article revealed its presence before the release, it's estimated that a large audience portion then avoided the film, hurting it at the box office. Not that it did poorly. In fact, it pulled in $19 million on a budget of 10 and got a number of very positive reviews. But not everything was favorable because first of all, it was compared strongly to the 1972 film Sleuth, which also featured Michael Caine, and the plots are extremely close to each other. Secondly, Diane Cannon's performance was lambasted and even earned her a Razzie nomination, saying she played it too camp, although in later years, it was seen for the fun portrayal that it was meant to be. And I really enjoy this. I know it's light on horror, but there's death and intrigue, so why not? And I rate it a 4. It's just so well written and acted and staged. Its significance is just a 3 though, since it's not really horror, so it didn't impact the genre, but it's a laundry list of big names, and it did quite well, and is pretty remembered, just not by horror fans. Should you watch it? Yes, it's a trap worth getting caught in.
Why make it anywhere? Why make it?
Because it's there, Sidney.
That's mountains, not plays. Plays are not there until some asshole writes them.
We're all the way into April now, and April 2nd got us another pretty noted film with the release of Silent Rage, which starts off with a man going ballistic and taking an axe to some people, so Walker, Texas Ranger, shows up to investigate, and there will be no Chuck Norris is so tough that blah 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 jokes here, since I only make highbrow dad puns on this channel, so I'm beneath it? Above it? I don't know. I'll just leave it for you guys to do that in the comments. His partner is Flounder, and they duke it out with the mad Libby and arrest him. His doctor, Ron Silver, appears just in time to see him get gunned down.
This guy's body is fantastic.
Gee, Doc, let us know how you really feel. And they decide to try out an experimental procedure on him, and the doc's assistant is the Phantom of Paradise. But of course they decide to try the old, let's make someone invincible potion on the psychopathic killer. And of course, he gets loose and starts back up to his murdering ways, leading up to a Norris versus Psycho slasher face-off. And this was handled by Michael Miller. It was an early work for him. He had only made a couple of features and a TV movie before this, but nothing of real note. This same year, he'd also go on to do Class Reunion, which we'll talk about in a few episodes, and would later primarily just handle TV movies. And this script was written specifically for Chuck Norris, with the intentions of making a hybrid karate versus monster movie. Miller also claimed that it wasn't meant to be inspired by slasher movies, even though at times it really feels like one. But he didn't care for those and instead saw it as sort of a tribute to Frankenstein. One thing of note is that this was one of the first times that Norris did a love scene and was reportedly very uncomfortable filming one. He also said that he received enough negative feedback from this one that he swore them off in future projects. Although it didn't do well with critics, the reviews weren't that bad, but most called it a by-the-numbers kind of movie with a corny vibe. That aside though, it did pretty well, although nothing to really shout about. With a budget of around $4.5 million, it would gross around $10.5 million, making it successful enough for Miller to want to make a sequel. Unfortunately, Norris himself didn't like the movie and felt like a horror film wasn't the kind of thing that he wanted to go forward with, and didn't return any phone calls, meaning that Silent Rage 2 would forever remain quiet. And I'm giving this one a 2. This one's pretty boring. It takes way too long to get to the face-off, and when it does, it's okay. Its significance is a 2.5 since it did get some attention and is fairly remembered and features enough known faces to achieve notoriety. Should you watch it? I mean, if you're in that whole Chuck Norris cult, then yeah, go for it.
You talking to me?
On that very same day, April 2nd, a very different kind of film was released with Pandemonium, a horror comedy. It starts off back in 1963 with a college football game, and Bambi here is lusting after the football star, played by teen heartthrob and polyester star Tab Hunter. Elvira's nemesis pops up, and then an unseen attacker javelins the entire cheerleading squad. There's a quick cameo by the most underrated reason to watch SNL in the 90s, but then we jump ahead to 1982, and Bambi is back at the school to reopen the cheerleader camp, and Squiggy is on hand, as is Granny Adams, and her mom, Mrs. Peacock. And yeah, Candy here is meant to be a sort of a Carrie parody, complete with an appearance by Mr. Fromm. That jerky Gerald is here, probably still picking on Billy, as is Mrs. Fackler, and Jimmy Olsen, as everyone arrives to camp. And here's the type of humor that you can expect.
Mandy, Candy, Candy,
Randy, Andy, Glenn Dandy.
Next up on the roster is a Smothers brother, and it's weird to just have one, right? But then you have the late, great Paul Reubens appearing, and then to keep that going, this guy here is actually Zombie the Genie. Of course, pretty soon the cheerleaders are getting bumped off one by one in a series of ridiculous manners, and this was directed by Alfred Soule, and his story's a little sad. He directed a handful of films in the late 70s and early 80s, and this was one of them, but most of them did pretty poorly, although he had a minor hit with Alice, Sweet Alice, which benefited from having Brooke Shields in her film debut. It bombed when it first came out, but when she hit it big shortly after, it was re-released to cash in on her new fame, and did quite well. This film, though, would go on to be Soul's final film, although he directed some TV here and there, and then shifted solely to production design, where he worked here and there until his suicide in 2022. Oddly enough, before he decided to make Pandemonium, he was slated to handle a straightforward horror film called Ghouls that was cancelled when Terror Train didn't do that well, and then ended up with this script, then called Thursday the 12th. It was scheduled to release back in the fall of '81, but then got pushed back, possibly because that's when Saturday the 14th came out and it wanted to avoid confusion, and the title was switched to Pandemonium. Any of those factors could have hurt the film, but probably more than those were the reviews, which were overwhelmingly negative and pointed out that for a comedy, well, it just wasn't that funny. The budget was fairly small at $5 million, but when a lot of the horror of this era was made for $1 million or $2 million, this was a bit higher stakes, and it ended up flopping. Meanwhile, here's another weird bit. Eileen Brennan, who of course plays Candy's mom here, isn't credited in the film itself. Instead, her credit reads, "A friend." And this is another 2 for me. Sure, I have some nostalgia for this, but boy does it not hold up. Almost every joke falls flat on its face. Its significance is a 3 though, because it does have some status, but again, it's mostly cult. But I gave it extra cred for the sheer amount of recognizable faces featured here. Should you watch it? If you're a Groundling fan, then you'll be pretty pleased to see them all featured, but be aware, there's some dud comedy going on.
Everyone will see your dirty pillows.
Those aren't dirty pillows, Mama. They're breasts.
Not those. Those are titties. Those are dirty pillows.
April 2nd was a very busy day in the horror world because on that very same date, a very different sort of package was delivered to the box offices. One with a little bit more wicker, and it was Basket Case. It kicks off big with a man being killed by a monstrous creature, and then gives us young Dwayne here, strolling down the New York streets with this big old basket in his arms. And this is classic New York with all the porn theaters and sleazy glory. Dwayne checks into a Fleabag hotel, and there's an assortment of oddball residents there, but it seems like he's one of them since he both talks to and feeds something that's in that basket. Whatever it is, it seems to use telepathy to communicate, and when the D goes to visit a doctor, he makes a date with the receptionist. It seems that the boys are tracking down a group of specific docs, and our boy Belial is finally revealed as this misshapen lump of a thing with massive teeth and claws, and it seems to be that the two were Siamese twins, but were separated against their will and now seek revenge on the surgeons who handled the operation. Meanwhile, though, Dwayne finds romance with Sharon, which the B-Man takes some issue with, him being a legless stump and all that, leading to fun, low-rent stop-motion animation. And Basket Case was the debut feature film of Frank Henenlotter, and he was a fan of the Grindhouse films that would screen down on 42nd Street, and decided that it was time to make his own. He managed to scrape together all of his money, $8,000, and a friend later matched that money, and over the course of a few years, scrounged up extra cash, and thus started getting it going. They raised a total of $35,000, and shot the film on 16mm. They began filming in 1978, and didn't complete photography until late '81, and Henenlotter frantically edited the footage in his own apartment. The crew was tiny, so tiny that when it came time to make the credits for the film, in an effort to avoid simply having their names repeated over and over, they made up names to fill those slots. It was originally a much more serious film, but as they were shooting, the director decided to add more comedy into the mix, thinking that it would counterbalance the oddness and darkness of the story. That ended up causing their distributor to want to play up the comedy thing, and ordered the gory moments to be cut out. Henenlotter hated that idea and argued against it, but they went ahead with it anyway, and the film debuted in the edited, sanitized version, where it was not a success at all. When they planned to open the film in Dallas, a popular B-movie critic named John Bloom was asked to host the premiere, but he had seen it already at Cannes, and said he wouldn't do it unless it was the original gory version, and they relented, and it was that version that started selling out theaters. It went on to huge success, playing at midnight theaters for years and years, becoming hugely profitable, although there's no box office numbers available, but it's become known as one of the all-time classic super low-budget horror flicks. Later on, Henenlotter would return to the brothers, making 2 sequels with Basket Case 2 and Basket Case 3, The Progeny. There's also a cameo by Dwayne and the Basket in the director's other film, Basket Case, and the character of Casey, played by Beverly Bonner, would appear in his Frankenhooker, linking all of his works together into one crazy universe. And I really enjoy this movie, and my rating on it is a 4. Sure, the seams show and it's very rough around the edges, especially with the acting, but it's so charming and so well done that it's all forgiven. Its HCS is a 3.5 since it's one of the more well-known cult flicks, but it's never hit the mainstream in the way that it could have, or that something like that The Evil Dead did. Should you watch it? Yes, you should, or else they'll send Belial after you.
This isn't a hotel, it's a house!
This block ends on that same day, April 2nd, with a much bigger release, and it's a doozy since we're talking about cat people. It starts off in a surreal way with a woman being sacrificed and a Black Panther that I think is telling her a secret or something. And then another woman meeting a cat in a cave. You know, the usual opening for a film. Then, in present day, we meet daughter of Klaus, and she's approached by some droog. And what is that haircut? What is that outfit? He's Irina's brother, and they meet mother-sister, but their relationship is strange. Lynn Lowry is here too as a prostitute attacked by a leopard, so they call in Kevin McAllister's dad, Lana Lang, and Stan Sitwell to investigate as they work for the zoo and they trank the big kitty. Meanwhile, Irina goes to check out the city and passes by this interesting piece of art and encounters that leopard. Like damn, they just caught the thing that morning. They've got a home for it at the zoo already. That's pretty damn quick. Dan Fielding shows up, and Irina and Oliver meet up and hit it off, and he gets her a job there. The leopard kills and then vanishes, and suddenly Paul, who had gone missing, reappears. Then Coconut Sid pops in, so this is a bit of a do the right thing prequel. Turns out that Paul has a secret basement full of dead bodies and a big cat cage, so he's blamed for the leopard being loose. But then things take a turn when it's revealed that Paul actually is the Panther and that he's a werecat, as is Irina, and he's trying to become her mate. And this was actually sort of a remake, although it's been drastically altered in terms of the themes and such. Like, the core basis of the story is similar, but this version is just a whole hell of a lot hornier. Paul Schrader was brought on to direct, fresh off the success of American Gigolo, and he had also previously directed the gritty hardcore with George C. Scott, but this would be his first entry into the horror world, a genre that he wouldn't really return to until his attempt at the Exorcist prequel, although he did have the TV movie Witch Hunt in there as well. It ended up being a wild shoot for him as he claimed to be really high for a large portion of it. One day, not even being able to leave his trailer, leaving everyone waiting around and losing an entire day of shooting. There's also an unsubstantiated story that he was having an affair with Natasha Kinski during the filming, and was quite taken with her, only to get ghosted at the end of it, and later explained that she has sex with all of her directors. Kinski denies that story, though. The reviews were pretty solid, although not overwhelmingly so, and it did some decent business, earning $21 million on a budget of $12, making it a nice hit, but not a huge smash or anything. And most of the attention went to the soundtrack by the great Giorgio Moroder, featuring David Bowie on vocals for the theme song, who also makes a cameo in the movie. And the score would go on to be nominated for a couple of Golden Globe Awards. And this one gets a 3.5 from me. I like it. I like the mood. I wish it got to the point a bit quicker, though, and we didn't have to wait so damn long for them to give us the transformation stuff that we were looking for. Its HCS is the same since it was a higher profile project, a remake, had big names attached in front of and behind the camera, and some memorable effects. Should you watch it? Yeah, even if you're a dog person.
Leopards eat pizza? Well, the scavengers. He probably raided a garbage can before he went to the massage parlor.
Doesn't look like he went there out of hunger.
Maybe he was horny.
This block starts on the same day that the last one ended, April 2nd, because that was a stacked day for horror, as we also saw the release of The Dorm That Dripped Blood, also known as Pranks or Death Dorm. It begins with a dude being killed off by a slasher, and then there's a big party on a college campus, and we meet Joanne here, and she's friends with Princess Vespa. And this was Daphne Zuniga's very first acting role, and they're talking about taking on a job of cleaning out the dormitory in order to prepare it to be demolished. And none of these people look like college students. Like, I know that there are older college students, but this is like an exclusive college for 30-year-olds only, and Daphne Zuniga, who was 20. She doesn't last long though, since that night the unseen killer murders her parents and then runs her over with a car. The slasher then continues his efforts of killing, including a power drill death, all the while the local homeless man acts as a red herring. And this had a pair of directors in Stephen Carpenter and Jeffrey Obrow, and the two worked together pretty frequently. They did this together, and then The Power in 1984 and The Kindred in 1987. After that, it seems that Obrow started directing on his own, while Carpenter tended to shift more into writing, although he did write and direct the Scream knockoff Soul Survivors by himself in 2001. This was a first film for both of them. Carpenter wrote the script along with Stacy Giacchino when they were still in film school at the University of California, the same school where the movie was shot. It was done on a very low budget, shooting at the school over the Christmas holiday, and on weekends afterwards off and on. It got into trouble right away as the violence in the film earned it an X rating, and they had to chop it down significantly in order to reach an R. In England, they made them remove some of the murder scenes in total, and even after doing so, it still landed on the video nasty list, mainly solely due to the image of a spiked baseball bat on the box art. Although it was placed on the list, it wasn't actually prosecuted and was shortly after removed from it. It was first released as Pranks in the US, but after it failed to generate business, they re-released it in 1983 as The Dorm That Dripped Blood, although it didn't really seem to increase ticket sales all that much. Critics didn't really boost it either, since it was universally panned and sits at a dismal 0% on Rotten Tomatoes. And I don't think it's 0% bad, but I'm still only giving it a 2. Sure, it has a nice vibe, but it's nothing you haven't seen before, is insanely predictable, and just feels a bit pointless in the end. Its horror cultural significance is a 1.5 since it's only barely really known, and mostly for having a ripped-off title. Should you watch it? You can skip it. You've seen this all before.
Greg, this isn't funny anymore!
One day later, on April 3rd, a very different kind of horror was released with Yin Ji, although that's the date it was released here. It actually came out a tad earlier in Hong Kong, where it debuted on February 19th. But it came out here on 4/3, and was instead called Kung Fu from Beyond the Grave. You have Chun Sing here, who has a supernatural encounter it's difficult to explain, so I'll just let Chun describe it.
Tell me what's happened.
I just talked to Dad's ghost.
Then there's a tense battle. And this guy, who may or may not be The Rock, murders another martial arts master through treachery, an act that Chun witnesses. He finds a book of magic and heads to a nearby town that has some interesting issues, since they have to scalp the recently killed so that they don't return to life, and encounters the man who his father sent him to get revenge on. Of course, some quality chopsaki ensues, since that guy's right-hand man is the man in yellow from The Woods. But that's not all. It's not just swingy arm tactics, since there's also some Jiangshi, otherwise known as Chinese hopping vampires, and they're causing trouble as well. Like, you see, in the wake of the success of Close Encounters of the Spooky Kind, which I previously covered on the project, a bunch of different martial arts films cropped up in which the hero would face off against some supernatural opponents. And Billy Chong, noted kung fu star at the time, wanted to get in on it. He had previously appeared in a lesser-known entry called Kung Fu Zombie in 1981, and this was his follow-up, which got a touch more success and a small American theatrical run. This was near the end of Chong's Hong Kong career, and he was reputed to be a touch difficult to work with, and perhaps a lot arrogant, which burned some bridges, and a year after this would return to his home in Indonesia to continue his career there. And honestly, it's not hard to imagine this one in particular had a big influence on Big Trouble in Little China, what with the opposing magical priests, the yellow headbands, and finger moves, and throw everything at you one after another tone. And when I say throw everything at you, I mean there's even a bit with Count Dracula appearing to stir up some problems.
Count Dracula, come to my aid! I'm coming!
And oh yeah, did I mention that a plot point of this film is that the evil wizard activates his magic by covering himself in the blood of human hearts? Well, that doesn't sound too weird, but they have to specifically be the hearts of a man and woman who are having an orgasm at the same time during sex. And what a silly fun movie that this is. I'm giving it a 3.5 because I have a soft spot for old kung fu movies. And this is just classic. Its significance is just a 1.5 though, since it was pretty popular in its home country, but it didn't really make a dent here. Should you watch it? I mean, if you grew up on kung fu theater and horror movies, this is the best of both worlds, so yes. This next one arrived on my birthday, April 15th, although only in Italy. And when I say that, I mean the movie arrived because my birthday is April 15th in every country. And it's Don't Look in the Attic, which kicks off in a really wild fashion as two men fight, with one killing the other, only to be killed by a woman, who then encounters moving chairs and zombie hands. And afterwards we find out that the old mansion is being fixed up, with the workers encountering some unusual circumstances. There's then Elisa here who goes out to a seance, and her mother reaches out to her to try to warn her away from going to Turin, and has a meltdown.
Don't go to Turin. Don't go to the villa. Be warned, don't go to Turin. Don't go. I wonder what my mother was trying to say.
She was literally saying, don't go to Turin. It's not like it was in code.
So, knowing as little about you as I do, I can't work out what your mother's message may have meant.
There's a place. It's called Turin. Don't go there. Not that hard to piece together. So Elisa goes to Turin, of course, and she inherits that villa, you know, the one her mother was explicitly telling her to not go to, along with a couple of cousins that she's never met. They all go to the villa together, and sure enough, after a while, strange stuff starts to happen, and though this one is credited to a Charles Austin, that's a pseudonym for Carlo Alcino, who was super active in the industry and mostly did sci-fi and action films, but this was his first dip into the horror world. He had landed a deal with a French company to make the film, provided that he used French actors in it, leading him to cast Jean-Pierre Aumont as one of the leads, but managed to still work in some of his Italian regulars in there as well. And here's the thing, by the time that this one is half over, you'll be struggling to figure out what the point of it all is, since there doesn't really seem to be a central storyline. And I'm not sure what the general plot is outside of people go to a cursed villa. And whoo doggy, is this one a mess, and I'm just giving it a 1.5. It's boring and muddled and the definition of drudgery. Not exactly what I would call a birthday treat. Its significance is the same, since it's not really talked about and doesn't really feature any famous names, but it's at least a little known. Should you watch it? This is a very easy skip.
It's almost finished now. You won't have long to wait for me to join you. Our accursed family is now extinct.
A few days later, in France, not too far from Italy, on April 21st, we got the curious release of Oasis of the Zombies. Although this wasn't the last time it will be released, which I'll talk about in a little bit. It's got two ladies on a trip to the desert, and they find this oasis in the middle of it that seems to have swastikas laying around and war weaponry, and they find themselves attacked. And then there's these two guys who are on the hunt for lost gold, Nazi gold. And this guy was the head of the platoon of Nazi soldiers guarding it, and kills the man who tells him where to find it. Meanwhile, Robert, a student, finds out that his father was one of the allies that fought those soldiers and barely survived, and he wrangles up a group of his peers to go and look for the money. But the evil Kurt is there first, and his men are attacked by the zombies of the Nazi soldiers, and they eat them all, including Kurt's wife. He gets bitten and starts to turn, and the students start to make their way to the oasis, but of course they do so very slowly, making sure to pause and have some sex, because this is yet another entry from Jess Franco, his fifth that I've covered so far on the project. We've previously talked about his films Devil Hunter, White Cannibal Queen, Bloody Moon, and Sex is Crazy, and they all had this same kind of lethargic pace to them. And the weird thing about Spain that I mentioned earlier is that this film came out a year later over there, in the March of 1983, and Spain is Franco's home territory, and he shot another version of the film for that market. You'd think that it would be as simple as doing a Spanish dub, considering all the audio was done in post anyway, but no, Franco actually shot another version, using different actors. Instead of Henri Lambert and Miriam Lanson playing Kurt and his wife, he had his friends and regular stars Eduardo Fajardo and Lina Romay play those roles. Currently though, it seems as if the French version is the only way to see this one, and the Spanish one is considered to be lost. What's strange is that 1 year prior, Franco was supposed to write and direct Zombie Lake, which I covered in the 81 project, which also features Nazi zombies, but left that project when he wasn't satisfied with the budget. But I suppose he liked the concept and subject matter and did his own take here. And this is just a 1.5 from me. I'm really not a fan of Franco's lackadaisical style, and this one is the definition of plotting. I liked some of the shots of the zombies near the finale though. Its significance is the same since it's not that well known, although it has a very slight amount of recognition and is a part of Franco's lineup. Should you watch it? Not really. This Oasis is just a mirage.
They're everywhere.
Our next entry takes us further across the world, over to Australia, because on April 30th, there was the release of Next of Kin. Not to be confused with the 1989 film with Patrick Swayze. No, this is the tale of Linda, who inherits her mother's estate in Mongrel, a large retirement community. And after arriving, she finds her old diary. That night, they get a new resident, and Linda begins having bad dreams. And the next day, one of them is found dead in the tub. She reunites with an old flame, and it's Mick Taylor of all people, so I guess watch your back. And later she finds records that seem to show that her Aunt Rita, long thought dead, lived quite a bit longer than she had previously been told. More spooky stuff seems to be happening all around her, and what the hell is this thing?
Anyone sing along? Excuse me, have you seen that?
That's genuinely terrifying. Combined with payments made to Rita after her death and one of the residents saying that she didn't die, Linda starts to suspect that she's still there, haunting the place, and she begins uncovering all the secrets that the center holds within. And this one's by Tony Williams, and he was a New Zealand-born director and didn't do too much. He worked in television through the 70s and did one feature called Solo in 1978, and then this film. After this though, he pretty much dropped out of the film world completely, working in commercials until 2013, more than 30 years later, and has since made several documentary films. And it's a damn shame that he went so long out of the film world, because even though the overall story of this one isn't really anything new. It's a marvelous bit of atmosphere. It's been described online as Dario Argento's Shining, and that's a pretty accurate assessment. It has this whole giallo kind of thing going on, but also the moodiness and unclear descent into insanity that you're getting from Kubrick's film, and is just squished full of atmosphere. A good chunk of that comes from the music by the late Klaus Schulze, who was once in Tangerine Dream, and according to the director, Schulze wrote an original score for the flick, but they turned it down because they had used temp tracks from his existing discography, which fit better. It didn't really make an impact at the time, and has sort of been forgotten, but has seen a bit of a revival recently due to being featured in a documentary of Ozploitation flicks in which Quentin Tarantino praised it and compared it to The Shining. And I wouldn't go that far, but it is damn good, and this was actually a first-time watch for me, and I'm giving it a 4. This is a great surprise full of mood and tension. Its significance is only a 2 though, since this is very infrequently talked about and hardly known, and frequently confused for the later film with the same name. Should you watch it? Yeah, absolutely. Don't leave it down under.
Like a coffee? Hamburger? Olive Crumble? Did you and Barney have an argument?
We're now headed into May for a May 7th release with the unveiling of The Forbidden World. It kicks us off with a robot and some spaceship footage that appears to be from Battle Beyond the Stars, and Captain Mike Colby here is diverted to a mission on Zarbia. And he arrives at the genetic research facility there, and the doctor's there, and oh no! Janine is here! Don't tell Nigel. It seems that they created this mutation here, referred to as Subject 20, that's rapidly changing and maturing, and is currently cocooned. It hatches and goes on the attack, killing Buck, and then getting loose, making its way through the crew. And hey, speaking of making his way through the crew, Colby makes time with both of the women on board. And Subject 20 keeps getting bigger and bigger. Kind of like a certain alien from a movie. What is that movie called? The one with the one about the alien. And this is clearly a bit inspired by that Ridley Scott classic, but honestly, not too much. It was from Alan Holzman, and was kinda sorta his first film, since he apparently also co-directed the 1981 action flick called Firecracker, although wasn't credited. So this was his first credited solo feature. He was hired by Roger Corman to make it, and if it seems like the intro scene to the film with the space battle doesn't really fit in with the rest, it's because Corman told Holzman that he could have 4 days to impress him by making a complete opening to a space action movie, and was provided with an astronaut and a robot and not much else. The director threw together the little dogfight sequence and Roger liked it, so he hired him on to make the whole thing. It was shot on a fairly low budget, under $1 million, and repurposed a lot of other Corman stuff. Like I said earlier, they just splice in the Battle Beyond the Stars bits, but they also reuse several of the sets from the previous year's Galaxy of Terror. Holzman states that nearly every asset that they use in the film was left over from some sort of previous Corman production, with the exception of the women's outfits. As the creature grows, it changes into this vaguely xenomorph-looking thing, and when they got to the editing phase of the post-production, they realized that they needed more of it. So they brought in John Carl Buechler to redo some bits and add some more monster action. Speaking of editing, Holzman's original cut contained quite a bit of humor to it, and more comedy, but Corman hated it and asked for it to be recut with the jokes edited out. A DVD release in 2010 contained a version with more comedy in it, and when it was released, it took a lot of heat for being an Alien knockoff, but it was pretty successful, bringing in $4 million in ticket sales, and then performed very strongly on the home market. It was remade in 1991 under the title of Deep Space, bringing in the Beastmaster himself, Mark Singer, to play the Colby part, and that version starred a young Bryan Cranston. And this is a 3 from me. This is fun. It lags a bit, but then it's just throwing a bunch of kooky weirdness at you and some genuinely enjoyable creature stuff. But its plot is pretty standard. Its significance is a 2.5 since it's a bit more well known, but not really. It's a cult hit at best, with only base level name recognition. Should you watch it? Yeah, I mean, this is worth the time. On that same day, May 7th, there was a very different and way more grounded entry with Death Valley. This one opens with the head vampire and little Ralphie walking around and their father and son. And Paul just went through a divorce, and the little guy is heading off to Arizona to stay with his mom for a while. His mom had better not buy him a toy doll, and his new boyfriend is a puppet master. And they pass through Death Valley. He spots this spooky old car passing through, and shortly after, a young couple are murdered in an RV. And then the little ranger wanders off and stumbles onto the crime scene. There, he finds a little pendant in the shape of a frog and takes it with him, and notices that a number of people around town all have animal pendants, and their waiter, Hollis Mason, has one that matches. He sees that Billy has it, and a little later they see the RV being hauled in by police, and by police, I mean Blair, who seems to recognize the little pendant, setting off a game of cat and mouse with a few twists in its roster. And this one is directed by Dick Richards, a man who I'm sure was never made fun of for his name, and he had helmed a couple of movies before this and one or two afterwards, but was mainly known for his work in TV commercials. Oddly enough, this was the same year that he would end up being nominated for an Oscar, but not for this movie. No, he served as a producer on Tootsie, which was up for Best Picture, but didn't win. What's weird is that it's said that this is the feature film debut of Peter Billingsley, and AFI even listed as such, but he had actually been in several movies before this, and just 1 year later would be in Christmas Story. It spends a pretty solid portion of the runtime dealing with the relationship with Billy and Mike's effort to win him over, and it takes quite a bit of time to get to the thick of the story, instead taking diversions such as the babysitter really wants Billy's chips, and Mike and Sally go on a date, which is likely why it received a healthy portion of negative reviews at the time and was a bit of a box office disappointment. And this is another one that I'm giving a 3 to. It's good, but it's not great. There's some solid stuff in the beginning, and the end is pretty awesome, but holy crap does it take its time to get there. Plus, the twist is really obvious. Its significance is only a 2 because it's all but forgotten and didn't really leave a dent in the horror world, but gets some boost for having a handful of really recognizable faces. Should you watch it? Yeah, probably. It's not great, but it's a decent watch.
Real cowboy. Right, Mom? Very funny. Get in the car.
1 week later, on May 14th, we got a little more traditional take on the old slasher flick with Death Screams, which also went by the title of Night Screams, as well as House of Death. It starts off by letting us know exactly what kind of movie it is by having two people making out by the river killed by an unseen murderer. We're then introduced to an assortment of townsfolk, including the man-child Casey, and there's a carnival coming to town. Bob and Kathy here, who are on summer break from college, are preparing to go back to school, and they're working that carnival. And the whole town is attending, including the unruly teens who are planning to go to a bonfire later that night. They invite Neil, the ball coach, who I guess is signified as being a dignified dude by wearing a sweater wrapped around his neck, and his jealous ex-girlfriend, who shaving creams his car, is soon arrowed and then bagged. That night, while people are at the bonfire, the killer goes into action, slashing through the inhabitants. And this may seem like pretty standard stuff, but the more interesting thing is the guy behind the camera. You see, this is the work of David Nelson, and depending upon how old you are, that last name of Nelson might hit differently, because he's the son of Ozzie and Harriet Nelson, stars of the long-running TV show The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. He acted on the show as well, playing himself in over 400 episodes. As he got older, he even directed a handful of those episodes and then moved on to doing a couple of other TV shows, but not much. And then there was this, just out of the blue. wholesome, squeaky clean image Dave Nelson makes a slasher flick, which is pretty weird. It was the only one that he would do as well, with his only other couple of films being either action or drama. And yeah, if you're not that old for the whole Ozzie and Harriet thing, this guy is the uncle of Gunnar and Matthew, the Nelson twins. And yes, I saw them live with Cinderella back in, like, I don't know, 1991 or something. It wasn't very well regarded when it came out and didn't really make much money, which is probably why Nelson didn't really stick with the genre or get a ton more gigs. And it's probably not really helped by having one of the most easily guessed killer reveals in film history. Like, you'll say, it can't be this person because that would be insanely obvious and it has to be a red herring. But nope, that's it. And I'm just giving this one a 1.5. It has a nice vibe, but it's pretty dull and nothing you haven't seen 100 times before and done better. Its HCS is the same, since it's not really spoken about and is mostly forgotten, but I'll give it the extra 0.5 for a notable director that's outside of his regular field. Should you watch it? Nah, leave this scream on mute. On that same day, May 14th, we get a very different brand of horror with the release of The House Where Evil Dwells, which takes us back to 1840 in Japan, and we see a samurai discover his wife's infidelity and kills her lover, and then her before committing seppuku. Flash forward to modern times, and TV's Doug McClure is here, returning to the project after being in both Firebird 2015 and Humanoids from the Deep, and he meets up with the family that's moving to Japan. And hey, speaking of people that are sons of people from classic TV shows, Edward Albert here is the son of Eddie Albert from Green Acres, but he was also just in Galaxy of Terror. And his wife is Susan George, who we just saw in 81's Venom. Even their kid has been on the project before, since she was also in Humanoids from the Deep, so we have a bunch of recurring faces here. They're moving into a traditional Japanese house because even in the land of the rising sun, moving is the greatest terror. And almost immediately after arriving, weird things start to happen, like full-on ghosts appearing. But then they break into the new house with a really, really long sex scene that apparently wasn't in the script, but the producers demanded more sex and nudity in the film. Albert and George, and hey, kind of weird that both of their names are also guys' first names, but they agreed to do it as long as they could be wearing underwear, and so that aspect had to be filmed around. Soon though, the spirits seem to be having an effect on the couple, and they both start to stray, influenced by the phantoms, who were shot with a particularly effective method. There's an interview with the director, Kevin Connor, who had previously done the great Motel Hell, but also The Land That Time Forgot, and he claimed that they used a German technique called Schufthausen, in which you shot with a right-angled mirror and put the actors against a black background in order to fade them in and out with your main shot. Since this was done well before compositing on a computer, made it easy peasy. But the odd thing is that I tried to further research this technique in order to get a more in-depth description of how they did it, but every single article simply pointed back to this movie. There was some contention after shooting since Connor handed in his cut and was then refused by the studio, and they recut the film, taking out a good portion of the character interactions and leaving it as what the director called an empty film. I mean, I'm not sure how you'd call a movie featuring giant crabs that speak Japanese attacking a little girl empty though, but that's just me. And this is yet another 3 from me, and it's decent and a bit frustrating because it has moments of greatness lost in some general drudgery. Its significance is just a 2 though, since it's mostly not remembered and didn't really impact the genre, but it does have a nice assortment of known actors in it. Should you watch it? Yeah, of course, even if just for the crab monsters.
Best way to take it into a...
There's an awful face in my soup!
Here's another one out of Hong Kong, and this one came out on May 15th there, and it's Ghost Nursing, otherwise known by its Chinese title, Yang Gui. And it starts with this woman at the airport running away from a mob debt, and this music that I swear is sort of a disco version of the Amityville theme song. So Jackie here travels to Thailand and reunites with an old friend, and they go to a bar where a lounge singer is giving us a version of the greatest love of all that would put Mr. Randy Watson to shame. She gets into trouble immediately and is assaulted by a guy from the bar, and then witnesses a shooting. So she consults with the local Taoist priest, known as the God of Gold, and they conduct a ceremony in which she is told to nurse a ghost, which means that she has to adopt the ghost of a child. She's then given this thing and is told that she must conduct a very important ritual every night at midnight. And afterwards, anyone that crosses her path in a bad way meets a rough end, including a dude who just vomits up a bunch of maggots for no reason, and even zombies. And then there's more of that music. Only now it's even more blatantly just the Amityville tune. So does this count as an unofficial sequel? And this is directed by Wilson Tong, a martial artist who appeared in a large number of films from this era and also appears in this one. And in fact, that Amityville bit isn't the only ripped off tune, since this sound that is played over and over and over and over again every time that something supernatural happens is lifted straight from a Tangerine Dream track called Movements of a Visionary. And this is one that starts off weird and then just keeps getting stranger and stranger until the over-the-top finale. And this is one that was lost for a little while. I mean, not like lost, but it's not one that was very well remembered. But recently, Vinegar Syndrome dug it up and put a new polish on it with a restored release that looks great and brought a little more needed attention to it. And it should have more attention because this was a blast and features what is probably one of the most abrupt and out of the blue endings in all of cinema. And I really had fun here, and I'm giving it a 3.5. So some of my top scores in this block are going to Hong Kong. This is just some oddball goodness. Its significance is just a 1 though, since it's not known at all over here and has no real relevance to the genre, although possibly has more in its home country. Should you watch it? Oh, absolutely. Give this baby a home. This block ends on May 28th as we head back across the pond, although still not back to the US, but close enough, Canada, as we head into visiting hours. Lee Grant is here as the host of a talk show, and her boss is Michael Myers' face, and she returns home to her pet parrot that I guess is just allowed to hang out around her place, like not in a cage. Is that a thing? But then she's attacked by a crazed, mostly naked man who for some reason then removes all the piercings from his face and gets dressed, and hey, it's Lieutenant Rackzack, and he tries to kill her by dropping her in a dumbwaiter, but she manages to survive. She gets admitted to the hospital where her nurse is Pam's mom, but Colt heads there in order to finish what he started. Once there, he gets distracted by killing some rando and a nurse, but then also deciding to go after Sheila and her family. Colt's a racist and also hates women and also attacks this young lady, and she may not look familiar, but if you listen to her voice only and pretend that she's talking in a silly southern drawl, you'll realize that this is the voice of the animated Rogue. There's a mini appearance by Marty, or Morty, and boy oh boy does Colt take his time doing what he needs. Like, you get some backstory for him, but he just waits a while before eventually coming back after Deborah. And this was the English language debut film for director Jean-Claude Lord, Canadian guy whose previous movies were in French, and it was shot on a pretty decent budget of $6 million. It seems that originally Shatner was angling to play Colt and really wanted it, but the producers really liked Ironside since they worked with him in Scanners, and told the Shat that he could have the part, but there was one more guy they wanted to see, and that was Ironside, who got the part. And whereas there was this sort of underlying subtext in a lot of horror at this time about violence against women and misogynistic killers who targeted them, this one put that whole aspect in the forefront by making the main character an outspoken proponent of women's rights and also a pacifist, and having the villain be a guy who puts hate mail on his walls complaining about minorities and women. It also got quite a bit of scorn from critics for this, since it seemed to want to make a statement about all that, while at the same time appearing to revel in it. But it did quite well anyway at the box office, pulling in a little over $13 million. One place it didn't do well was the UK, who of course put it on their video nasty list and cut out a minute of its runtime. And I'm going with a 3 here. It's fine and all, and it's a decent watch, but it seems to set everything up in a short amount of time, but then has to stall a whole lot to delay the fact that things should have wrapped up like an hour ago. Its significance is a 3 as well, since it's a bit more well known, but again, mostly on a cult level, and it does have a few very familiar faces. Should you watch it? Sure, give this one a visit.
Who is this?
This block starts us off on May 28th in my hometown of Pittsburgh, PA, with the release of Midnight, which starts off with a young girl in a bear trap, and this crew kills her, saying it's a demon that can take on the form of human beings and do a sort of ritual. Later, we have Nancy here, who has a contentious relationship with her stepdad, who is a cop and also a reservoir dog, and when he tries to force himself on her, she takes off. She meets a couple of guys in a van who pick her up, and they encounter a preacher and his daughter who say that there's a string of murders in the area, and the Rev quickly falls prey. The killer is this dude in overalls who giggles a lot, and the boys reveal that they've been stealing food for their whole trip, leading to them being chased by the cops into an off-road, where they encounter the killer, and then some corrupt cops, leading up to her being held captive by the cult from the beginning and being prepared as a sacrifice. And this one was both written and directed by John Russo, famed co-writer of the original Night of the Living Dead. By this point, Russo was no longer working with Romero and was branching out on his own as a writer and filmmaker. He had previously made one film, a sex comedy called Booby Trap, so this would end up being his first solo horror foray, although pretty much all of the works after this would fall under the genre umbrella. It was shot in the Pittsburgh surrounding area with a meager budget of around $200,000 with a tiny 3-person crew. The cash was so low that they had to use cheap quality film stock, and after being processed, some of the footage was unusable, forcing them to use whatever scenes came out properly, oftentimes being takes that they didn't like. It's somewhat notorious that this is the film that Tom Savini chose to do over Friday the 13th Part 2. He felt like that one wasn't really possible due to the killer being beheaded, and couldn't quite get his head around the idea that Jason would be brought in as the slasher. And of course, Russo was a friend, so he joined this one. Since the shoot ran a little long, he ended up having to leave before they were finished, heading out to work on Romero's Night Riders, and Russo himself had to handle the remaining FX shots. Midnight had a limited theatrical run, which it did alright and sold well on VHS, making it nice and profitable, but it hit a snag in the UK where it was seized and confiscated under Section 3, although it wasn't prosecuted. Russo would end up returning to this 11 years later with a sequel called Midnight II, Sex, Death, and Videotape, and also wrote and acted in a remake in 2020 that was directed by Gary Lee Vincent. Sharp-eyed Romero fans will also recognize Martin himself, John Amplis, in a small role as one of the wacky family members. And this one gets a 3 from me. It's a pretty solid film, but really nothing remarkable. I like the look and the tone, but the story is pretty basic level. Its horror cultural significance is just a 2.5 since it did feature some horror names with Russo and Savini and had Tierney and Amplis in it, but it's really never gone any further than a cult following. Should you watch it? Yeah, give the Berg some love.
You're in luck. She's in the house. Nice and comfy.
On that very same day, May 28th, a similar kind of film was released in that is some backwoods horror, and we got Baker County, USA, which was also known as Trapped, or apparently also Killer Instinct. And the opening gives us the big game hunter from Alligator, Henry Silva, of course, getting down with a young woman, and then a group of college kids, including a student who should watch his mouth around a pair of scissors, and they all decide to take a trip up into the countryside. But meanwhile, in that mountain community, Henry catches his wife sleeping with a neighbor and locks him away, and they decide to enact their own justice by tarring and feathering the poor guy, but he gets away. Eventually they catch up and kill him, but uh-oh, the kids see it go down. When they try to get some help, neither the townsfolk nor the authorities are willing to help, and things get further compounded when they discover the body and are captured, with Henry trying to convince his fellows that they need to kill them. And this one was directed by William Fruitt, who already made an appearance on the project with 1980's Funeral Home, a movie that I enjoyed, and he'll appear later on with Spasms and Killer Party, and also Blue Monkey, so he definitely minds the horror territory. The script is from John Baird, who also wrote a couple of things, but they all had some impact since he provided the screenplays for My Bloody Valentine, Happy Birthday to Me, and then this, and then not much else. It was a Canadian feature and definitely draws a fair bit of inspiration from Deliverance, but a more exploitation-oriented version of it, even though it frequently gets tagged as a Texas Chainsaw ripoff. And I can see that, but I think it's more the former than the latter. It didn't get much of a release, so there was no real box office to speak of, and it's pretty entertaining for what it is, although the center portion of the film seems to have no clue what to do with itself and starts to feel a bit dull. But it all leads to one hell of a finale. And this is another 3. It's another one that I mostly enjoyed, but was really nothing too groundbreaking. It all felt a bit familiar, but it was certainly entertaining enough. Its significance is a 2.5 since it did have some genre vets behind the scenes, although not many in front of the camera, and made very little impact on the genre. Should you watch it? Probably. This is a town worth visiting.
It's supposed to be the way I say it is. Now, you can take it. And clear out! I said clear out!
That same day saw a premiere in Minneapolis for a movie that wouldn't formally come out until January 7th of 1983, but it debuted here first, and it's Wacko, another stab at horror comedy. And how does this silly, wacky humor fest begin? With Ed Hawken climbing a ladder to peep in on his daughter undressing. Oh, the laughs are going to be fast and furious, I can tell. So, 13 years ago, Mary saw her big sister killed by a madman in a pumpkin head on a riding mower. And then 13 years later, she's grown into Newhart's maid. And her dad is also perving on her, a hilarious running joke. And my Mitchell is here as well, and as a cop obsessed with the killer. When a lunatic escapes the asylum, it looks like our killer is back, and one of Mary's friends is dating Tony here, played by the Dice Man in his very first role. And she has a boyfriend named Norman Bates. And oh yeah, one of her good friends is Dottie. But she doesn't really talk here, so it's not easy to recognize her. I'm coming to get you, Murdoch is the chief of police, and the escapee is a patient who mysteriously appeared 13 years ago, and Full Moon's rabbit pops in for like a second, and Mary's mom is Stella Stevens, and Anthony James is here too as Zeke the Geek, and this was an era of horror spoofs. It started with Student Bodies, and then turned out Full Moon High, and Pandemonium, and now this one, but this was actually handled by Graydon Clark, who we've already encountered twice on the project. He did the sci-fi horror flick Without Warning back in '80, and also the Jan Michael Vincent sci-fi thriller The Return in the same year. It looks like it was originally meant to be distributed by Universal, but after the film was finished and screened for them, they decided to go ahead and pass on it. And I guess I should point out that the Pumpkinhead doesn't even show back up until the movie until just past the 1 hour mark. Everything before that is just sort of attempts at comedy. And I say attempts because almost every single joke in this one falls flat. Plus, I have to say, very often you watch old 80s comedies and you're like, oh man, that joke didn't age well. But I can safely say that even in 1982, it wasn't cool to have multiple jokes about a dad sneaking peeks at his nude daughters. There's no real box office info, but it was pretty lost for a while and out of print, so you don't imagine that it performed all that well. But the critics also weren't kind to it, although it apparently does have its fan. I'm not one of them though, because I found almost nothing in this that did anything for me. It wasn't funny or interesting, and I'm giving it a 1.5, with the 0.5 for the 3 times I breathed out my nose like this. Its significance is a 2.5 though, a little lower since it's not well remembered, but I gave it extra points for the sheer amount of recognizable faces in this. Should you watch it? It depends on your sense of humor, I suppose, but I would say skip it. The next one is one of the more well-known entries of the year, particularly in terms of box office, because on June 4th, Poltergeist was released. It begins with a TV sign-off, and you know, this is sort of something that doesn't really translate anymore. Like, does a modern audience watch this and even get the whole static on the TV after the sign-off thing? In case you don't, there was a time that TV stations didn't air 24/7, and they would sign off and not broadcast during those wee hours of the morning, and would often just have static. Anyway, little Carol Ann here wakes up in the middle of the night and goes down to watch the fuzz, and seems to be talking to someone in it, which wakes up the whole family, including Coach and Jo Beth Williams, and I don't have a cute nickname for her because she's just Mrs. Freeling to me. They also have a son and an older daughter, and live in quiet Simi Valley, a place that nowadays is referred to as Copland. Robbie's got this scary clown and a scary tree, and that night, during a storm, something comes through the TV and into the house, and she says it.
They're here.
There's some construction workers building them a pool and hit on Dana, a character that is meant to be 16 years old, so real classy, fellas. Soon, weird stuff is happening, like stacking chairs, and things seem somewhat harmless until the tree tries to eat Robbie and pulls Carol Ann into the closet, trapping her in an alternate dimension where the only way she can communicate is through the TV. They call in a group of paranormal investigators and begin their journey to bring her back through. And of course, this was directed by Tobe Hooper of Texas Chainsaw fame, although that's been the source of much debate over the years. You see, Hooper and Steven Spielberg had been trying to work together, and Hooper was offered the chance to direct Night Skies, the movie that would become E.T., and Spielberg would eventually handle that one on his own. In the meantime, Tobe pitched this concept to him, and Steven co-wrote the script, mostly through a handful of short meetings. Now, on set, even though Spielberg was contractually unable to direct the film, he would frequently be present and offer guidance and assistance. However, a number of people claimed his involvement was more than that, and he deserved the actual director credit. The DGA actually opened an investigation into it to see if Spielberg had tried claiming the credit through his statements, and their ruling ended up getting Hooper a bit of a payout since the studio seemed to hype up Steven's name more than his. To clarify it all, Spielberg wrote an open letter to Hooper thanking him for his role on the film and giving him the sole credit for directing. Although in later years, some cast members undermined that, saying that while they were there, Spielberg was running the show. Although those claims were then refuted by other actors, so it's a bit of a tangled web. One thing's for sure though, and that's that Steven was there on set, handling some of the directing duties and calling some of the shots. Of course, there's a couple of other things that this one is very notable for, and one is Zelda Rubinstein as the standout character Tangina, and she absolutely steals the show here. There's also the freaking clown, which is possibly the trademark scary bit from this one, even though it's a tiny fraction of the storyline and hardly a focus. And you can't forget about the whole Poltergeist curse thing, since a number of the cast members ended up having tragic deaths, or in the case of part 2, completely expected deaths. But we'll cover that more in the later entries of the series, since this one did have several sequels and also a TV show spin-off that was mostly unconnected to the films. Poltergeist initially got an R rating due to the spookiness, and hey, a guy peels his own face off at one point, but they managed to appeal the rating, and it was actually reduced down to a PG, because keep in mind, this is a pre-PG-13 era. It was a huge success, pulling in over $120 million worldwide on an $11 million budget, and became the highest grossing horror film of the year, and the 8th highest grossing overall, and was even nominated for 3 Academy Awards, although it didn't win any. Oh yeah, it had a remake, I think. It was so unmemorable that I can't remember if I dreamt it or not. But if there really was one, then Sam Rockwell should have known better. And this is a 4 from me. This is a really fun film, if a little disjointed. It's just paced so well and is always giving you something cool. The HCS is the same, since it was a hit and spawned a franchise and is really well known, but never really became that sort of cultural zeitgeist you'd expect from a mega hit. Should you watch it? Tangina says to go into the light.
This house is clean.
Our next entry is from 2 days later on June 6th, and for as well known as Poltergeist is, this is one that's more obscure since it's The Fan. To clarify, it's not The Fan from 1981 that I already covered, nor is it the Wesley Snipes films from the 90s. No, this is from Germany and is called Der Fan there, and follows Simone here, played by Desiree Nussbusch, a major star over there, and she's also appeared in a number of American projects under the name Desiree Becker. She's obsessed with a pop star called R, and seems to be, well, not all there. She makes her entire life about worshipping him and only listens to his songs and writes him fan letters. His music is exactly what you would expect if I told you the description German musician from the early 80s.
Augenblick, das Leben ist ein Augenblick.
As her obsession grows, she starts to ignore her classes, and her life becomes completely empty except for listening to R's music. Then, finally, one day, he's doing an autograph session outside of a television studio, and she has a chance to meet him, and she's so overwhelmed that she passes out. He takes a shine to her and invites her to his performance, much to the disgust of his girlfriend, and things seem to escalate between the two of them, and her behavior becomes more unhinged as the two become closer. And right now, you're saying to yourself, this doesn't sound very horror-oriented, but after they have sex and he spurns her right after, let's just say things take a turn. The director is Elkhart Schmidt, who is mostly known for German films, and he adapted his own novel of the same name for the script. He's also known for producing a large number of documentary features and shorts, and this is his most known work. It became a bit controversial when Nussbusch became upset over the use of the film's nude scenes. It seems that the photographs from the scene were being used in the film's marketing campaign, a move that she took issue with and tried to sue to block the fan's release. There was a trial that Schmidt eventually won, allowing the release, but the director and star refused to speak to each other for many years. In recent times, though, the two reconnected and again became friends. It received mostly great reviews, with some comparing it to Possession in terms of tone and metaphoric content, and others have referred to it as a precursor to Takashi Miike's Audition. And it's also an earlier example of a solid slow burn horror, with a fairly disturbing finale. And I dig this. I'm giving it a 3.5. It's not for everyone, and yeah, it takes a while to get to where it's going, but it's a straight up mood. Its significance is lower though, at just a 1, since it's pretty unheard of outside of Germany and doesn't really have any recognizable faces attached, at least in the USA. Should you watch it? Yeah, definitely. This was a nice surprise. Let's head back to the US now for our next entry, which came out on June 11th, and it's Humongous, which is one of those words that when you look at it written down, it doesn't look like the word that it's actually spelling. It starts in 1946 on Labor Day as Ida is attacked by a guy who looks like some sort of hitchhiker, and he rapes her at a party, with her dogs then killing him. And then jumps ahead 36 years, and this group of young folk take their father's boat out and find a shipwrecked guy by the nearby Dog Island, where Ida still lives with her dogs. They get into a fight and wreck, landing on the island where Nick is then chased by the dogs, and also a man who appears to be quite humongous. Yeah, no, it still looks weird. The rest of the team just kind of wanders around for a while, eventually finding Ida's house along with what appears to be her corpse, an indication that there was once a baby living there. But that baby looks to be all grown up now and is on the attack. And this one was by Paul Lynch, who had just come off of Prom Night, and that was a decent success, so he was looking for another horror-based hit. And it said that he wanted to make this movie after hearing some kids saying the word humongous. But I guess not spelling it, because then he'd be like, that looks weird. And like Prom Night, this was a Canadian-based production and was entirely filmed there. The screenplay was by William Gray, and he also wrote Prom Night, but did the awesome The Changeling as well. This got a release in the US first in an R-rated form, and later had a Canadian run which showcased an unrated version of the film, although neither made much of an impact. The reviews were pretty rough, with Roger Ebert even citing it as his Dog of the Week on sneak previews, but in recent time it received a bit more love, with new viewers discovering it as an obscure and unsung backwoods horror. And I'm not really one of those though, since I'm giving this a 2.5. It's just a little too much of the same old, and doesn't do much of anything new. I mean, it's basically the same movie as Anthropophagus. It does have a nice atmosphere though. Its horror cultural significance is a 2, since it's pretty forgotten and not really talked about much anymore, and wasn't a hit, but had some horror staples behind the scenes. Should you watch it? It's not really essential, but it's not terrible either. And now just go look at the word, and just tell me I'm wrong.
You know you're not supposed to be here. Get back downstairs. Go on.
On that very same day, June 11th, another weird little number dropped, and it's The Forest, not to be confused with the 7 other movies with that title. This one has a couple hiking, and they're killed, of course, by an unseen slasher. And you know, going by the films of the early 80s, if you went hiking, it was a surefire thing that you'd be murdered. And I've been hiking a whole lot, and no one's even tried to maim me. Then, in Los Angeles, 2 couples decide that they want to go on a camping trip to get away from the hustle and bustle of it all, with the girls leaving a little earlier than the boys, and thanks to some car trouble, they take longer than expected. The ladies are forced to spend their first night out there alone and encounter a ghostly woman searching for her children, and they report back to this cave-dwelling dude in a trucker hat. The kids try to warn them, but before long, John here is attacking and kills Teddy, claiming that he's really hungry. A little later, the guys stumble upon John's campsite, and in a scene that's kind of disturbing, they comment on how odd the meal that he's cooking up smells, not realizing that it's Charlie's freaking wife, and he even has a bite, commenting that it's tasty. The guy's backstory involves the days before he discovered the joy of the trucker hat, and he discovered that his wife is cheating on him, and locks the kids in the closet while she does, which causes him to go on a killing spree, set to the most ill-fitting music of all time. When the fellows discover the girls' campsite, they realize something is up and keep on referring to John as an old man, and like he's older than them, but not by that much. I'd guess he's in his 40s, like not an old man, especially because Charlie and Steve are probably in their 30s. So the difference just isn't that great. And this was both written and directed by Don Jones, who had a sporadic filmography with directing and only really did a film every couple of years. But he did some other work in the sound department as a cameraman and some lighting work. There seems to be some dispute over the release date, since IMDb has it bowing on June 11th of 82, but Wikipedia claims that it debuted in New York on December 9th of 1983. But both sites have it listed as a 1982 movie, so that seems more likely. It got mostly negative reviews, with some calling it a Friday the 13th ripoff, although outside of the woods environment, I think that's a bit of a stretch, really. And I give this a 2.5. I like some of the stuff it's doing with the ghost kids and all, but it's too much of the standard formula outside of that, and comes off as a bit wasted. Its significance is just a 1.5, since it's rarely spoken of, and when it is, it's just as a Friday the 13th inspired flick, and doesn't have much in the way of genre names involved. Should you watch it? Maybe. I mean, it's not a bad watch, but you're not missing anything innovative.
What's the matter with you, man? Are you crazy? Crazy? Of course I am!
We go now to one that I remember seeing the box cover for 1,000,000 times and never rented, but on June 15th, we get the release of Honeymoon Horror, and right off the bat, we get Frank here, who discovers that his wife Elaine is having an affair and gets killed for it, doing a pretty wild flip right here, and then their house burns down with him in it. So a lady named Mrs. Marlowe is fixing up the lodge out on Lover's Island, and a couple of sorority sisters are all getting married, and they're going to the cabin to celebrate. Mrs. Marlowe is actually Elaine, and she's trying to sell off the property by fixing it up and running away. But right away, there's someone there murdering the guests. The co-eds all arrive, and Elaine tells them about the fire, but claims she wasn't home when it went down, and her new lover are already at odds, and it seems like someone else is watching her. And then, when bodies start showing up and they're trapped on the island, it looks like the old caretaker Joe is responsible. But is he? Or is there something else going on? Something completely well, honestly, I think everyone kind of expects what is going on, really, particularly considering the box art. That cover eventually reveals who the killer is, and this is directed by a guy named Harry Preston. And this was his only foray into the film world. But there's a bit of mystery involved with this film, and there's not much documentation to back it up. You see, there's a sheriff character in the film, and he seems to be there for comic relief, and he doesn't really even matter to the plot, since he never interacts with any of the main characters. On IMDb, it states that a director's cut of the film exists without those scenes, since they were added later by someone named Malcolm Whitman. Now, Whitman is listed in the credits as the editor of the film and also did assistant director work, presumably for those extra sequences, but he's not a producer on the film, so there's really no answer as to why they were added or why Preston was unhappy about them. I assume that the producers thought the film was too short and needed extra footage and hired Whitman to add them in, but there's really no info to back that up. Another interesting aspect of this one is that it was one of the very first films to be direct-to-video. The home market was brand new at this point, and video stores needed content. This is one of the first films to skip the theatrical market entirely and be sold off specifically to be sold and rented in stores. And because of that, it sold a ton of copies, bringing in around $22 million. And considering that Sony bought the rights from the filmmakers for around $50,000, it seems that they made a healthy profit, one that Preston and team likely saw none of. And this is a 2 from me. It's really standard stuff and very predictable. And yeah, the sheriff stuff keeps stopping the film in its tracks. Its significance is a 3 though, since although it's relatively forgotten, and in fact was pretty unavailable, it was one of the very first direct-to-video films. Should you watch it? I'd say no, there's really nothing new or different happening here that you haven't seen.
I knew these kids running around here all night, some was able to get killed.
This next entry came a little later on in the month and hit the screens on June 23rd, but I guess it also had some limited screenings in April of that year as well. But the 23rd of June is when it went wide, and it's Demon Rage, which was also called Satan's Mistress. And it's funny, because if you look it up on Wikipedia, it's listed as Satan's Mistress, but IMDb, it's Demon Rage. We're introduced to Lisa, a mom who's played by Plenty O'Toole, and she's having these sexual encounters with a ghost form because her marriage is a dud. And weird stuff happens around the house, like a black cat attacking. And soon, her daughter Michelle starts seeing things as well. Soon enough, her ghost lover materializes, and with Lisa being a former Bond girl, it's only fitting that he's a future Bond villain, and things begin to escalate between them. And he talks to her friend Anne-Marie, another Bond girl, this time Holly Goodnight. And geez, who's next? Is Roger Moore just gonna kind of like stroll into this film? And this one was directed by James Polikoff, who didn't direct that many films. He was only involved in around 9 total, 7 of which he wrote and directed, and then produced 2 others. And if this one looks more dated than the other films in this block, it's because it was shot way back in 1978, but had issues finding distribution and release. And when it did get released, it was a bit confusing, since it was first screened as Fury of the Succubus, and kept that title in its early advanced screenings. But then, later on, it played in Southern California as Demon Rage. But then, when it went wider in June, it was called Satan's Mistress, and that was its most commonly used name. But it was also called Dark Eyes in certain countries, and also Demon Seed. So I guess you can call it whatever you want. It doesn't seem to really matter that much. They come to realize that evil forces are at work, and John Carradine shows up in a cameo. And you know, this is his 7th appearance on the project so far, with the majority of those being very small parts and single scenes. But he may be the most prolific actor that we've seen on here. The ending features a sort of exorcism and a guy who looks ready to do some like interpretive dance. And this is another 2.5, a popular score this round. And it's okay, and has a nice mood and all, but man, does it kind of lollygag around through a good portion of the runtime. Its significance is a 1.5 since it's pretty unknown and doesn't really feature many names, but it did have a touch of cult success. Should you watch it? Yeah, if you're like a Bond fanatic, it's kind of funny to see a bunch of co-stars all together like this, but for the most part, it's fairly skippable.
Hold on, ma'am. Let me just say that if you have any problems at all, please let me know. You know, my last case was a case very similar to this, you know. A lonely woman on the beach, harassed by ghosts and goblins. And, well, I took care of them all. I flashed them with my raincoat. Oh, well, gotta go. You know how it is. Lonely beach, beautiful girl. Well, bye.
And here's the one that you've all been waiting for, since 2 days later, on June 25th, John Carpenter's The Thing landed on our planet and blew minds. Eventually. If you've never seen it, and whoa man, do I envy you if you haven't, because you get to watch this movie for the first time, but it's the story of the remote research facility in Antarctica, and Snake Plissken works there. And one pleasant day, a helicopter shows up chasing a dog, and it ends with explosions and gunshots. The group of guys includes the diabetes guy, and when they head out to the Norwegian camp to find out what the deal is, they find a hollowed out ice block, some dead folk, and a burned up corpse that they bring back with them and determine to have once been human, even though their face looks like it was put through like a taffy pull. And that night, they put the pupper in the kennel with the others. It then proceeds to open up like a flower and mutate, while trying to pull the other doggos into it, but they're able to stop it. Blair then realizes that it's an alien form that digests and absorbs things and then imitates them, and it soon becomes apparent that it's still there and still active, and that one or more of their own party has already been assimilated and duplicated, setting off paranoia and claustrophobia as they realize that not only do they have to survive, but if they don't stop it from reaching the mainland, it'll take over the planet very quickly. Now, this was, of course, a remake, and is usually Exhibit A whenever someone is trying to prove that not all remakes suck, as Universal had been trying to make this film since the mid-70s. It was suggested that someone should remake The Thing from Another World from 1951, but keep it closer to the source material, a novella called Who Goes There? In the 1950s version, the creature was just a giant plant monster, but was basically a large guy with some makeup appliances and was nothing like the shape-changing entity in the written version. Several writers and directors were involved, including at one point Tobe Hooper and John Landis, but it wasn't until 1978, when Halloween put John Carpenter on the map, that his name was thrown into the mix. Considering that he was a fan of the original flick, enough to have characters watching it in Halloween, he came on board, excited about the concept behind the imitations. He claimed that Bill Lancaster's script is what really decided it for him, and he was fascinated with the blood test sequence he had created. It was partially shot up in Alaska, but a good portion of it was done on sound stages in Los Angeles, where it was about 100 degrees out. And that's Fahrenheit because I know that this is viewed outside of the US. So they actually had to have this big climate-controlled zones to make it seem cold and not have the actors dying in those massive parkas. After that though, when Carpenter felt like there was too many scenes of people standing around in rooms chatting, they reshot some of the scenes outside in British Columbia. The budget was pretty big for the time, set at $10 million, and a good $200K of that was for the creature stuff, which was more than any company had spent on rubber monsters at that point. Then, after shooting began, they ran into a bunch of other issues that ended up ballooning the costs, and the overall budget ended up being closer to $15 million. And even at that, they had to cut out some sequences to save money, including the death of Knowles near the end. Most of those expensive creature effects were by Rob Bottin, and he'd previously worked with Carpenter on The Fog, but had also just done The Howling. And this was a massive undertaking that actually led to the artist being hospitalized for exhaustion and pneumonia. Because of this, Stan Winston was brought in to help out, creating some memorable bits like the dog thing, and the creature work on this movie cannot be talked about enough. Those effects hold up to this day. And here's the deal with this one. When it came out, it did not do well. Not only did it come out right after E.T., an alien film with a very different and much happier tone, but the competition was very strong that summer for sci-fi oriented stuff, and the US was in the middle of a recession, and the studio became very wary after a couple of disastrous test screenings, causing them to completely switch up the focus of the marketing. It wasn't helped by a boatload of negative reviews, and right here is where we normally point out all the guys who generally don't like horror like Siskel and Ebert giving it bad notes, but these were coming from genre mags like Starlog. But yeah, of course Ebert didn't like it, even though he usually digs sci-fi, but he called it extremely unoriginal. If you check out nearly any review from the time of release, they're overwhelmingly negative, but everyone seemed to like the actors and the creatures and not much else. It was even nominated for a Razzie for Worst Musical Score, and I already didn't have a lot of faith in their judgment, but that alone makes me think that they don't understand that there's a difference between the words worst and best. But all of that didn't bode well. And then it came out and only pulled in $3 million in its opening weekend, putting it in 8th place. To be fair, it was up against E.T., which was number 1 for 6 years, and in the same weekend, Blade Runner debuted. But Also, to be fair, it barely beat out Megaforce, and then it fell out of the top 10 in a mere 3 weeks. In its run, it only made a little less than 20 million, and whereas no one called it an outright failure, no one was calling it a hit. The fallout was instantaneous. Carpenter was supposed to direct Firestarter next, but lost the job, and Universal was soured enough by it all that they simply bought out his contract instead of letting him make more movies for them. But then, something funny happened over the course of about 30 years. The film slowly, and I do mean slowly, gained in popularity and regard, with each new home video or DVD release garnering more and more attention, with a ton of critics re-evaluating it and its impact, and properly referred to it as the sci-fi classic that it is. And of course, you can't talk about The Thing without talking about the ending. But I've already done that quite a bit. In fact, I've made 2 full videos discussing it, and there's a third on the way. But everyone wants to know, are either of them a thing? And the answer is no, neither of them is a thing. But of course, the newfound love brought some additions to the franchise, as there were then comic books and video games detailing what happens next, and attempts to make a follow-up happen. There was almost a 4-hour miniseries from Sci-Fi that would continue the story that, yeah, sorry, sounded awful, so we dodged a bullet there. And of course, there was the 2011 prequel film that got mixed reactions from audiences and critics and didn't really do that well theatrically either. There was some buzz a while back that Blumhouse was developing a remake that would sort of incorporate elements of the 51 version, this one, and the novella, and there hasn't been any word on that for a little while, so with a little luck, we will never see that, which I can only predict would be steaming hot garbage. And oh man, I've been talking about this for a while, huh? But yeah, it's a 5 from me. Did you expect anything else? This is one of the greatest horror films of all time. One of the greatest sci-fi films of all time. One of the greatest films of all time. Easy 5. Its horror cultural significance, now this is a tough one, because I want to give it a 5, but it's a 4, since there's no denying that for a solid 25 to 30 years, it was only held in highest regard by a very small cult of people. It had no impact on the genre at the time, and in fact, hurt careers more than it helped them. Granted, it's gained so much more influence over time, which is why it deserves the 4, but I just can't help but acknowledge that it was so disregarded for so long. Should you watch it? McCready says yes, but just don't argue about the ending with me. I will get too worked up.
Why don't we just wait here for a little while? See what happens.
Let's start this ball rolling by going to July 9th with a pretty crazy one entitled Raw Force, but I like its other title better, Kung Fu Cannibals. This one starts with a Hitler-mustached guy taking a pack of women to a remote island where they're caged up and attacked by robed priests. Meanwhile, the Burbank Karate Club here, and I wonder if they're like some sort of offshoot of Cobra Kai, or at least rivals, and they're headed off to an island that's meant to hold an exhibition, and they say that it's haunted by the ghosts of disgraced martial artists. The ship's captain is Cameron Mitchell, and of course the villainous Spear is nearby, working his illegal jade exporting business. Along the way, there's bar fights and some celebrations, including cake and a cameo from Jewel Shepard in one of her very first ever film roles, as well as Camille Keaton from I Spit on Your Grave. And of course, there's this guy with the most wonderful hair/facial hair combo going on, and lots of random nudity. Their ship is attacked by this guy who makes the faux pas of wearing a swastika, but then there's also this guy in this outfit, and I really feel like these two would not be in the same gang. They kidnap some of the women on board and the ship wrecks, so our crew has to get to the island and save everyone, because it turns out that the priests are taking them for food because they think that eating the flesh of women will allow them to raise the dead. They're right, and there's a whole bunch of zombies on that island, and it's time to fight. And yeah, the original title of this one while it was in the script phase, was Kung Fu Zombies, and was both written and directed by Edward D. Murphy. And he only made one more movie after this, a more straightforward action flick called Heated Vengeance, and then I guess he hung up his hat. Although he did continue to do some random acting as characters with names like Gang Member Number 2 and Guy Number 1, and was even in Goodfellas as Liquor Cop Number 1. One of the editors on this film was a young Jim Wynorski, who would go on to direct a number of classics from the 80s, including Chopping Mall and, of course, Return to the Swamp Thing. It did have a theatrical run and ended up playing in a lot of late-night drive-ins, and it did alright for itself, even if it never really made it big. But over the years, it's developed a pretty big cult following. It's also known for ending with a big old "to be continued" up on the screen, and there was apparently a script for one, and Mitchell had agreed to return, but it never happened. And I like this one, so it gets a 3.5 from me. It's silly enough and weird, even if it takes way too damn long to get to the island. Its significance is just a 2 though, since it's not that well known, although its cult is growing and does feature a couple of recognizable faces. Should you watch it? Absolutely. It's goofy fun.
For the publicity?
Well, sure. I guess you could say that
You're not doing it for the publicity. I know why you're doing it.
Why am I doing it?
For the devil.
We now go to July 9th for the premiere of a movie that wouldn't get a run in the US until February of 1983, and it's One Dark Night. It had its debut showing in Missouri on July 9th and then had a limited run in December of '82, but didn't go wide until the following year. The coroners arrive at the scene of a mass murder and find 6 girls dead in an apartment, and some weird stuff happens when they try to move the body of the occult leader that lived there. We then meet a bunch of high school girls in a club called the Sisters, and Dottie's a part of it, and they're looking to recruit Agnes of God. There's then the funeral of Raymar, the occult guy, and his estranged daughter is there with her husband, the Cape Crusader, and they meet up with Doc Stater, who claims that Raymar was a type of psychic vampire, and he would gain telekinesis by draining the energy of young women. Meanwhile, Julie's boyfriend Steve used to date one of the sisters, Carol, so she has some ulterior motives, and they set her up for the initiation. In it, she has to spend the night in the mausoleum, and it's the one at the Hollywood Forever Cemetery, and what's crazy is that I've seen several movies projected onto the side of this place, including Jaws, The Thing, and The Shining. Julie then enters alone and navigates the Morningside-looking hallways while spooky stuff starts to happen, while the rest of the sisters plan to sneak in and scare her, causing drama amongst them. Look for a really quick flash of this guy right here, and it's a somewhat rare moment where you're seeing him out of one of his more famous outfits. And it's Kevin freaking Peter Hall, legend, and this guy is the Predator, Harry from Harry and the Hendersons, the mutant bear in Prophecy, and even that alien from Without Warning. Speaking of that mutant prophecy bear, Hall wasn't the only one in that suit, since at times it was also played by a guy named Tom McLaughlin, who wasn't having much luck as a writer, so he switched to trying to direct and ended up getting an investment of $1 million from a Mormon group who only had one condition. The film had to start shooting in 3 weeks. They got all their players into line, and when the casting director came to McLaughlin with Adam West for the role of Alan, he said no, but was persuaded to do so when that casting guy told him that West was having trouble landing roles since he was so typecast as Batman. So Tom relented and put him in. Once everything was shot, there was some drama regarding the editing since it was taken out of the director's hands and completely redone without his input. The producers did this without his knowledge, and when it came time for a screening, McLaughlin and co-writer Michael Hawes were shocked to see a different cut, complete with a different ending. The pair were so unhappy with the new finale that they begged the producers to let them shoot one final jump scare to end things on, and they shot one last shot in McLaughlin's garage with the crew working for free. One Dark Night would be pretty successful, bringing in close to $4 million, which earned enough cred that a few years later, when looking for the next Friday the 13th director, McLaughlin was recommended and he was brought in to helm Part 6, Jason Lives. And I give this one a 3. And I wish it were a touch higher, because this is a cool film. It looks great, it does a lot of great things, but just takes too long to get going. It feels very repetitious in the entire second act. Its significance is a 2.5 because it's never reached that level of success that it could have had, but it did have enough names attached to it and was well regarded. Should you watch it? Absolutely. Put it on, maybe during one bright day, just to throw things off. We're headed back across the ocean since on July 14th, in Hong Kong, there was the release of the movie that I had to include just based on the title alone, Human Lanterns. This has Master Tan here, played by the fantastic Quan Tai Chen, who has paid dearly for this new lantern. And his rival, Lung, is Tony Liu, who has never really gotten the American fame like Jackie Chan or Sammo Hung did, but he was just as badass and in just as many great films. Lung and Tan just can't get along, and in order to compete, Lung has to go buy his own lantern from Master Choi. But it turns out that he doesn't make the lanterns, but a former rival of his does, Chow Fang. He says he'll do it, and very shortly afterwards dons this awesome skull mask and then kidnaps Lung's girlfriend and skins her alive, and then also kidnaps Tan's sister. And of course the pair blame each other for their disappearances. Crazy fight scenes ensue as our villain continues to kidnap women in their lives and sets them against each other. And what's crazy is that most of the Hong Kong horror that has been featured on the project so far has leaned towards the silly side, since this was the era of that over-the-top, wacky vampire stuff over there. But this is decidedly more horror. It was another effort from the Shaw brothers, the notorious Chinese producers who made like 1,000 movies, but one of their main skills was adapting their martial arts films to the changing marketplace and cashing in on the current trends. And this seems to be a take on the Texas Chainsaw Ed Gein stuff. This has been described online as Hammer meets Hong Kong, and that's pretty accurate. It has a European sensibility to the look and feel of the film, and was directed by Chung Sun, who had been working with the Shaws all throughout the 70s. The whole movie is stolen by Lo Le as the villainous Chow Chung Fang, who goes over the top playing the devious lantern maker, and holy crap is this one nihilistic. It never really got an American release at the time, but circulated the bootleg catalogs regularly, and finally got a DVD run much, much later. And this is a 3.5. This is just such a gorgeous film and so strange, and it's not very often I get to see some expertly choreographed fight scenes mixed with some gruesome gore stuff. Its HCS is just a 1.5 though, so it's not known in the US at all. It may have more significance back in HK, but since it never got a release here, it's hard to give it any points. Should you watch it? Oh yeah, light this lantern. Here's another international entry, this one from Italy, because on July 29th, they got the unveiling of Satan's Baby Doll, which also went by the title Orgasmo de Satana, and begins with a funeral where the dead may not be exactly that, but they say it's just a spasm. The woman is Maria, and her daughter is put in the care of a nun named Saul, and appears as if her husband Antonio is responsible for her death by accidentally giving her too much medication. But he's rich, so the doctor covers it up. Maria also has a brother who's wheelchair bound, who likes to peek in on Saul, who, by the way, is played by Mariangela Giordano, who we've already seen get killed by having a sword ran through her private parts up through her mouth in Patrick Still Lives, and then has her breast chopped off by her zombie son in Burial Ground. So let's see if she fares better here. So when Miria, the daughter, is called by the corpse of her mother, Maria thinks she's going crazy, but Maria is indeed up and at 'em, and this was directed by Mario Bianchi, who mostly did porn, and was written by Gabriella Cressanti, who at the time was with Giordano, and she had previously starred in a film called Malabimba the Malicious Whore, and this was a remake of that film. But the twist was that Although Crisanti was known for making softcore films, he wanted to make this for the X-rated market. They hired Marina Hedman, a porn star of the era, and wrote in full-on sex scenes. Several of the actors weren't in this world, and Giordano was pushed to a rather explicit, self-pleasuring sequence, as well as scenes of her touching a Ron Johnson, and she says that she was unhappy doing so, and felt used and exploited, and as a result, never worked for or spoke to Crisanti again. Later, there's a sex scene between Maria and Antonio, and the scene was meant to be a standard love scene until Aldo Sombrell, the actor playing Antonio, realized that Hedman was just really gonna go the distance, and he stopped the scene. So instead, they used Alfonso Guetta, the actor who played Ignacio's private parts, for the close-ups. It was released in 2 versions, the softcore one entitled Satan's Baby Doll, but also Orgasmo de Satana, which contained the hardcore bits, and that version ran 15 minutes longer. The weird thing is that both Bianchi and Crisanti have claimed that there actually is no hardcore version, and only the softcore one existed, but that turned out to not be true, as a print was found and restored, and is now available, and is in fact the version I used for this review. And I'm gonna give it a 2. It has this great spooky vibe and location and does some good atmospheric stuff, but then just doesn't do anything for most of the runtime and gets super dull. Its significance is just a 1 since it's never spoken of, hard to find, and doesn't feature any horror mainstays. Should you watch it? You can probably pass on this one unless you're hankering for some porn.
Uccidi Isidro. Uccidi Miria. Si devi uccidere. Uccidi.
We're headed back to the good old US of A for this next one, but it doesn't have a set release date, although it's known to have come out sometime in 1982, and it's Island of Blood, but it also went by the title of Who Done It? It's got a crew headed off to an island for a low-budget film shoot, put together by a sleazy mayor, because in horror movies there's never any other kind, and this guy's in it, and you'll either know him as the guy who got shocked a lot in Ghostbusters, or as the guy getting run down by Christine. One of those two. They get to the island and are staying in this resort, and of course, there's no phones there, and only one way off the island, and everyone seems to be on edge. But then things kick off when Phil is taken out as he discovers that the water in the pool is boiling, and he's pushed in and killed while someone plays a song on a Walkman saying, "Boil me." And can we just talk about how they were able to get a whole swimming pool full of water to boil? Do you know how long that would take? I guess they immediately just move on and they're like, well, that was a crappy accident. Well, let's get back to making the movie. Like it was rust or something. But then more murders start to occur, all in line with some of the lyrics to that same song. And wait, hold up, wait a second. Bunch of people on an island that are being killed off by an unseen stalker with their deaths matching up to the lyrics of a weird song. Is the song Pina Colada Berg? But yeah, one of my favorite moments is when a woman is in the shower and is killed when the water coming out of the spout becomes battery acid, and she just stays in there and tries to put her hands up to block it, but it's just a regular shower with a curtain, and we know this because she holds the curtain as she dies. But I don't know, maybe just get out of the way of the water, just leave the shower. And this little mystery is brought to you by William T. Nod, and this was one of only a couple of films that he directed, and is his second to last one. His final film was a 1986 Rocky parody called Ricky, and his couple previous ones were action-oriented, leaving this as his only horror-related piece. What's funny with this movie is that one of the actresses is just on crutches throughout the film, and the only mention of it is a guy saying,
"You like the idea of the dancer on crutches, huh?"
But in reality, the part was meant for a girl not with crutches. You see, Janine Marie was cast as Lynn, managed to break her foot just a few days before they started filming. But instead of just getting another actress, Nod just went ahead and had her on crutches all throughout and tossed in one throwaway line to explain it. And yeah, how hilarious is it that this song has lyrics that are like, stab me, boil me, burn me, chop me, spear me, etc. And let me tell you, this movie is aggravatingly set up to not give you any of what it's promised you. It's about a bunch of people on an island to make a movie, but then the movie is never brought into play. They're never filming it, and it's just an excuse to get them to the island. The song Everyone Is Killed To seems like it's going to play into things, but then it's just this pointless plot element. It's just in there to be in there. And then it's called Who Done It? It's meant to be a mystery, but then honestly, it's barely a mystery, and the reveal feels like a cheat. And yeah, I'm giving this a 2 since it's pretty damn dull overall, and the whole middle is a lot of nothing. Its significance is a 1.5 since no one's heard of this one, and there's hardly anyone in it you'll recognize. Should you watch it? Likely not. You probably want to leave this island uncharted.
He's right when he said the world sucks.
Here's another entry with an unknown release date, but this is one more that's just known to have been released sometime in 1982, and this is set somewhere out in Death Valley, with two dudes out in the middle of nowhere who accidentally spot people burying something out in the sand. When they dig up the area, they find a box with a live naked woman inside, so they take her back to their cabin. A couple of women follow them though, and they arrive with guns and take them captive. They're run by a woman named Hesperia and are kept on their commune, and they have some weird stuff go on, like a duel challenge that involves a trick gun that blows a woman's head off, even though we don't get to see it, and they just tell us what happened.
Oh, wow, man. Her head's all gone.
They decide to bring the boys into their ranks, but have to put them through a series of tests first, and it turns out that the cult has been dealing with a cartel of gun runners, and are trying to sell off a bunch of platinum. And the boys start to make themselves at home with the ladies, mostly due to the sexual escapades that ensue. Now, none of this sounds very horror by this point, and it's mostly a silly comedy with elements of a thriller, but it's clear that something else is going on when Hesperia appears to be more than she seems. And this one was the work of Mike Cartel, who also wrote and edited the film. And he also plays the role of Ralph in the movie, while his wife, Mari, handled a number of the other behind-the-scenes jobs. This would be Mike's only gig as a director, and he only worked as an actor and second unit director on one other movie after this. The story is that this was rushed into production after a different film that they were working on fell through, and they only had 48 hours to pull everything together. Most of the cast was just brought over from that other film, and it was filmed in 3 weeks. Mike also stepped in and did his own stunt work, including actually being shot with a shotgun while wearing a protective vest. It was shot back at the ending of 1978, but post-production took 2 more years to nail down, and Cartel continued to shoot additional footage along the way. It's a weird, goofy ride, and at one point you can see the very, very obvious string meant to be moving an object on its own. But yeah, even though this shows up in the horror genre section, it's barely so. Were it not for the final couple of shots of the movie, there's a good bet that I wouldn't have included this one at all. But yeah, it's fun though, so I'm gonna give it 3 tapes, but it's definitely a little sluggish in the middle and weird and disjointed. Its horror significance is a 1 though, since it hardly qualifies and there's no recognizable faces here. Should you watch it? I'd say yes, but not if you're on the horror hunt. Here's another one with an undetermined release date, with it just being known to have had a run in 1982, and it's The Curse of the Screaming Dead. And oh man, I'm not prepared for this one. And oh yeah, it's also known as The Curse of the Cannibal Confederates. And we have this guy, and I know I'm in trouble when I see this guy, and I'll explain why in a little bit. This group of friends are on a trip together in this RV, and they go off on a hunting excursion together, and one of them is blind. And they wander around in the woods for a while and find an old cemetery. And then there's more walking around. But after a while, They all hear this sound of mysterious bells ringing, and it leads them back to that graveyard, which is the remnants of an old church, and there's leftover relics from soldiers that died there. They have an argument about taking everything, but ultimately decide to leave it all alone. But that night, there's a bunch of lights in the trees, and it turns out to be a bunch of Confederate zombies rising from their graves, because it turns out that they've risen since Mel took a diary from the site. And they attack. And I guess I should point out that this is a full 50 minutes into the movie. And I should have expected that, because this is a sort of roundabout remake of one of the worst movies of all time, a film that I've already featured on the project, 1981's Night of Horror. That one was directed by Tony Malinowski, and so is this. And the lead character is once again played by Steve Sandler, and they even have the same camper. Kind of weird that they remade their movie just 1 year after the original, but at least things happen in this one, and the Confederate soldiers are villainous zombies instead of just waiting to be buried. And back in the day, it was released by Troma, who were the ones that retitled it to Curse of the Cannibal Confederates, most likely because they realized that the dead are cannibals and Confederates, and are not, in fact, at any point in the film, screaming. In the book, All That I Need to Know About Filmmaking, I Learned from the Toxic Avenger by Troma creator Lloyd Kaufman, he stated that this was one of the 5 worst films that they ever distributed. But keep in mind, that book is from the 90s and they've had way more movies since then. And yeah, sorry Lloyd, I've seen way worse. And I'm giving this a 2. Given how awful the Night of Horror is, you're expecting this to be a drag, and the first hour or so is, but the last half hour, when the zombies are attacking, that actually had some fun involved, so it gets the 2. Its significance is just a 1.5 though, since it's barely remembered, mostly just for the title, and didn't launch any careers. Should you watch it? You can probably pass here, but it's not a total loss. We're traveling back overseas now and headed to Italy as we break into August, now in the back half of the year. And on August 12th, we had the release of another Fulci banger, Manhattan Baby. This one didn't get a US release until 2 years later in 1984, where it was titled Eye of the Evil Dead for some reason. In the UK, it got an 83 release, and there it was called The Possessed. It begins in Egypt with a young girl encountering a blind woman who gives her this amulet, and shortly after, her father is entering an ancient tomb that's been unearthed. But the floor gives way, kills his guide, and he's then blinded. They go back to New York and find out that his vision will eventually return, and they have another kid named Tommy, and oh man, it's Bob! Yeah, the kid from House by the Cemetery is back. And weird things start to plague the family, and little Tommy goes into a magic portal in his closet, like his name was Carol Ann or something. When George gets his sight back, he tries to unlock the secrets of that tomb, and the building's security guard is dropped down an elevator, while this guy Luke is sucked into the portal. More random stuff happens, like scorpions and burning hands, but not much makes sense, because this is another dreamlike surreal entry from Lucio Fulci, who we've already covered several times on the project with Zombie, City of the Living Dead, The Black Cat, The Beyond, The House by the Cemetery, and New York Ripper, which was released just a little while before this one. It was a contentious one for the director, since he did it for his friend, producer Fabrizio De Angelis, who had handled all the films I had previously listed, with Fulci. For this film, Lucio had in mind a change-up, and instead of doing gore and practical effects, he would switch to more optical effects and try for a more technological approach. He was promised a budget of around $800 million, but around halfway through the production, that was chopped in half to $400 million, lira by the way, forcing Fulci to alter a lot of his plans. He absolutely hated the end result, calling it a terrible movie, and ended his partnership with De Angelis over the debacle. He was also quite unhappy with the title of the film, which he wanted to call The Evil Eye, but it was decided to call it Manhattan Baby in an effort to cash in on Rosemary's Baby. Even the title Eye of the Evil Dead was a problem because when Evil Dead director Sam Raimi found out about it, he wanted to sue over it. However, after finding out about all the issues that Fulci had previously faced with films being taken out of his hands, he felt bad and didn't pursue it. And I'm giving this one a 2.5, which I hate to do because I love Lucio and I love his movies. He's one of my favorite directors, but this one just does not work. It just does not hold up, and it just doesn't feel like many of his other features. And its significance is the same because even though it's part of Fulci's roster, it's one of the lesser known ones and it doesn't really have as much staying power as other ones in his catalog did. Should you watch it? Yeah, I mean, it's worth checking out still. It's still actually worth watching. It's just, not one of his best. This next one premiered overseas first, playing in Germany on August 12th and in the UK on August 30th, and then a number of festivals, and eventually was released in the States on VHS in May of 1984. And it's the last horror film, and that title's not accurate. That's like calling your movie the last Amityville movie or something. We meet the maniac himself, and he's a film-obsessed cab driver. And he's really into Carolyn Monroe because, let's face it, who isn't? He plans to make a movie with her and books a trip to Cannes, much to the dismay of his mother. And there's news reports about the assassination attempt on Reagan, and they talk about Hinckley's obsession with Jodie Foster. So Jana is there to promote her new movie called Scream, and there's plenty of footage of the Real Life Festival, and someone seems to be doing some stalking and sending messages with the title of the movie on it. Shortly after, Jana's director is murdered while someone is filming, while Vinny desperately tries to get his movie made. Since the body went missing, the police think it's all just a publicity stunt, and this is pretty hilarious. This guy is at the police saying they need protection and that a killer's on the loose and is turned away, but then gets a threatening letter that he thinks is from a producer and goes to meet him alone at a theater and doesn't think anything is fishy when the lights get turned out. And this guy may rival that girl from Bloody Moon for lack of survival instinct. Meanwhile, Vinny further descends into madness, but is he the killer, or is something more going on? And this one is by David Winters, who has done everything from horror films, to dance films, to Alice Cooper concert films. And the actual festival footage was done with no permit. They just went to cons and started getting shots of whatever they could, guerrilla style. So after its minor theatrical run, a number of gorier bits were edited out of the original negative, so the only way it could be seen were inferior VHS transfers. But in early 2023, someone found a full cut with all the scenes intact, and they were able to use it to restore a 4K Blu-ray version. It actually was well regarded when it came out and played at a number of festivals and won several awards, but didn't really get a wide run in theaters, although it did have a nice life on video. And I'm giving this one a 3.5. I really like this one. It actually had a fun giallo kind of feel to it, but also this strange surrealness about it that I kind of dug. An interesting mystery with a cool twist ending. I guess it's cool. It's very bizarre. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but I like this quite a bit. Check it out. And its horror cultural significance is just a 2 though, because I feel like this is one that not a lot of people know about and probably haven't seen, but it does have some genre cred with a couple of known stars. Should you watch it? Absolutely. Make it the first horror film that you watch after this video.
Anyway, I can think of... What is it, Ma?
You got a joint?
This block ends on a big note because on August 13th, one of the biggest icons of horror was sort of born with Friday the 13th Part 3. This one picks up right where Part 2 left off, although it retcons things a bit. We get this shot of Jason pulling the machete out of his shoulder while still at the cabin, although the bit at the ending of Part 2 where he smashes through the window has it still in there, showing that to have most likely simply have been Ginny's dream. This one does switch things up though, since it has the now infamous disco theme song intro. And right away we get this pole jammed right at the camera. The news tells us it's the very next morning after the last film, so this is picking up right away, and Jason's back, and he steals himself some new non-coverall duds. And then more stuff is poking at the camera because, yep, of course, this is the entry that was shot in 3D. And our boy starts killing right away. We then meet our assortment of doomed teens, including main character Chris, lovable loser Shelly, and I guess Tommy Chong, and then Hunky Rick, who really knows how to charm a lady.
I think you've gained some weight since last summer.
And they're all going up to spend the weekend at Chris's family cabin, where she had a bad experience a few years back. Our big fella starts the murder, taking out a motorcycle gang, and this one has the weird idea that Chris had previously encountered Jason in the woods, and he attacked her. The movie sort of insinuates that he sexually assaulted her, but it doesn't come right out and say so, although that whole concept seems to go against what we know about this character anyway. Meanwhile, the original concept for part 3 would have featured the return of Ginny, and would involve her being followed to the hospital where she's recovering from her wounds, and Voorhees attacking the staff and patients, sort of a version of Halloween 2. But when the actress Amy Steele turned the role down, they went in this direction instead. Steve Miner returned to direct, and several screenwriters went through drafts, but the biggest decision was to do this entry in 3D. The entire thing was shot with special 3D cameras that were very difficult to work with, and the motions had to be extremely precise, leading to multiple takes of those sequences, bringing a good deal of frustration to the actors, who found that their performances were considered secondary to their placement. It was also the first of the series to not be filmed on the East Coast, instead moving to California, although it's still set in the same area. Of course, the most famous aspect of this one is the introduction of the now iconic hockey mask, and that detail was not in the script. It was never specified what kind of mask the killer wore. The 3D effect supervisor, Martin J. Sadoff, is the one who is credited with its inclusion. As they were doing camera tests for the movie with the 3D cams, he busted out a goalie mask that he had nearby as a sort of like testing out, and Miner loved it. He asked for a specially made version for the film, and they went forward with it, cementing a place in horror history. It became the first ever 3D film to get a wide domestic release, although some of the screens couldn't quite handle the formatting and had to show a 2D version. It was a big success, earning over $9 million in the opening weekend, a number that broke the previous record for a horror film, which was the original Friday the 13th, incidentally. It would go on to bring in another $37 million, less than the first film, but significantly more than the second one, basically ensuring another sequel. Of course, critics hated it, calling it more of the same, and just a repeat of the previous two films, although they seemed to enjoy the silly camera poking. And of course I dig this one, so I give it a 4. But yeah, I do have to say that it's really not doing anything that the first two didn't. And I think it's a touch dull at times, but it's still a great time. Its HCS is a 4.5, and it's almost a 5, because of defining the look of one of horror's biggest villains. But beyond that, the movie itself doesn't really impact horror as much as the first film, or even the second with the introduction of Jason. Should you watch it? Yep, and wear the glasses to get the full effect.
I'm not an asshole. I'm an actor. Same thing.
This block begins on August 23rd with a little more obscure release, and we're talking about Mongrel. We have a young man moving into a boarding house in a new town, and there's also a guy named Woody that runs the place, and I know it's a little hard to tell because he has hair, but this is Horace freaking Pinker. And this was actually Mitch Pileggi's very first role, and man, right off the bat, he's having fun.
Now, if you'll pardon me, I'd better get back to my office and check my ticker tape machine.
The tenants are pretty peculiar, and there's a dog on the premises that barks at everyone. And Ike likes to recreate famous war battles, and very timid Jerry. One day, one of the guys decides to taunt the dog by dangling meat in front of him, so the pupper attacks him, causing Woody to shoot him. There's a resident named Sharon that's the object of several of their affections, but she only has eyes for Ken. But then, a prank gone wrong sees Ken getting electrocuted. And shortly after, Jerry starts to see a ghost dog on the premises. Soon, though, the tenants are all being attacked and killed by what seems to be a large angry dog that tears them to shreds while it growls. When the police come to investigate, the building's owner shows up and it's classic actor Aldo Ray. But is there a killer dog on the loose? Or something more? Something unexpected? Well, I don't know about unexpected because as a mystery, it's pretty damn easy to figure out precisely what the deal with this one is. And this was both written and directed by Robert Burns, and this was the only feature film that he would handle. But this guy is a bona fide horror legend. He's most known as an art director and production designer, and yeah, you know the whole bone decor thing going on with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre? That was him. He would then go on to do art design for such heavy-hitting films as The Hills Have Eyes, Tourist Trap, The Howling, and Reanimator. Sadly, he was diagnosed with terminal kidney cancer in 2004, and rather go through the pain of the disease, he took his own life. Mongrel was likely his only feature film since it didn't really garner much attention, only playing in small theaters before eventually being released to VHS. And this one earns itself 2.5 tapes from me. It sets up some interesting stuff and fun characters, but never really pays off and just gets way too predictable. Its horror cultural significance is just a 1.5 though, since it's never really talked about and only has the contributions of Pileggi and Burns. Should you watch it? Maybe? It's not terrible, but it's also not very memorable.
But you know how much I love to squeeze tomatoes, Turkey County, huh?
You want to squeeze my tomatoes, Woodrow Burkowski? You better remember the name is Turquoise.
We're now headed all the way over to France because 2 days later there was the release of The Living Dead Girl, which begins the way most 80s films with the phrase living dead in the title did, with a couple of guys and a barrel of toxic waste. They're trying to find a place to dump it and wheel it into an underground crypt. There they discover the coffin of a dead woman who is said to have died a while ago but is still perfectly preserved, and they engage in a little grave robbing. A sudden earthquake spills the barrels and some gets on the girl, restoring her to life as she kills the two of the dudes while the other gets a little toxic shock. Up above, a woman named Barbara is with her boyfriend and they spot the zombified Catherine walking around, who returns to her old house, a massive castle that's currently for sale. She has memories of a young friend, Helene, and then later kills a couple and drinks their blood. Helene arrives at the house, shocked that her friend is still alive, not realizing that she's undead, although she soon realizes her true nature and becomes intent on restoring her friend and love, mostly by providing her with fresh victims to eat. And this is another entry from Jean Rollin, his third film so far on the project. We first encountered him here back in 1980 with The Night of the Hunted, a cool Cronenberg-esque number that I liked quite a bit. In 1981, he did Zombie Lake, although under the pseudonym of J.A. Laser, and that was kind of a dud, and one that he wouldn't even admit to having anything to do with. So, this is his third film here, and one of his most well-known, and possibly one of the more controversial ones for him as well. Roland had to cast Francoise Blanchard as Catherine after his first pick, Teresa Ann Savoy, turned him down. It seems that they had a meeting, and whatever happened there, the actress claimed that she would never work with the director under any circumstances. It's also said that while they were filming, much like the classic Spanish Dracula, there was an entirely English version shot as well. That version was apparently directed by Gregory K. Heller, one of the film's writers, and featured the same cast and crew. Basically, after they shot the French version with Rollin, Heller would step in and they would shoot the same scene in English. Unfortunately, that version of the feature was never released, and it's not known if a print still exists anywhere, so it's considered a lost film. It faced a good deal of censorship, with Germany outright banning it, and the UK drastically chopping out all the more gory moments, but is now mostly available in uncut form. And this gets a 3.5 from me. It's a mesmerizing film, and it has a sort of Hammer vibe to it. The pacing could be a bit stronger, though. Its HCS is a 2, though, since it's slightly more well-known, but is still very underground and a cult feature, but has some recognition and rolling behind it. Should you watch it? Yeah, but just don't expect non-stop action. Our next entry came on August 27th, although it did get a small release in Canada in '81, so this could easily have gone into the '81 episodes instead of here, but it's The Incubus. It begins with a young couple camping by a lake, and at night, something attacks them. Meanwhile, there's a young man named Tim that is having recurring nightmares about some sort of occult ritual. His girlfriend is named Jenny, and her dad is John freaking Cassavetes. And you know, he's a legendary Oscar-nominated director and writer and did a fair share of acting, but this is his only low-brow horror flick. Turns out that Mandy from the beginning survived the encounter, but was assaulted by the attacker, and Roy is killed. A little later, a local librarian is attacked in the same manner, and Doc Mickey Morty is on hand, and man, Harvey Atkin is like the subtle superstar of the 80s project. He's been in the 80s Funeral Home, 81's Last Chase from the Sci-Fi List, as well as Heavy Metal, and also Visiting Hours, and now this. A reporter is on hand looking into things, and Sam questions her, but is shocked at how much she resembles his dead ex-wife. And what's weird here is that, remember how when I said that this is a sort of low-brow, trashy horror flick that doesn't seem like something Cassavetes would have been associated with? It might be because this was directed by John Howe, who had made some highbrow affairs in the genre before. He did the amazing Legend of Hell House and had just done the Disney horror film The Watcher in the Woods. So it's likely that it was thought that this would be a more distinguished feature, like Rosemary's Baby, which Cassavetes had also appeared in. Hoff was capable of more B-movie level stuff though, since he would also later do American Gothic, and then The Howling 4. I guess there's also some issues with the title of the film, since it was intended to just be Incubus, but the marketing added "the" in front of it, so it became unclear which to actually use. Most sites like IMDb and Wikipedia both refer to it as The Incubus, but the film itself simply says Incubus. One thing of note is that at one point, characters at the theater watching a movie that is for some reason a music video, and it's for the metal band Samson, notable for being the band that Bruce Dickinson was in before Iron Maiden. It got a bit of attention and did pull around 6 million in the theaters, but it got some mixed reviews, with most criticizing its meandering plot and random story threads that seem to be from a different movie than the one it is by the finish, with one hell of a downer ending. And I'm going to go ahead with a 3 on this one. It's an enjoyable watch and flirts with respectability, but it's just too unfocused to really feel like a complete film. Its significance is a 2.5 since it's got a bigger name in the driver's seat and Cassavetes is involved, and did get some attention, but it's mostly forgotten and never really reached more than a nominal status. Should you watch it? Yeah, give this one a go, but don't confuse it with Incubus the band, or else you'll soft rock yourself to death. A little bit ago, we had a living dead girl, but now we have more zombies, and even though the release date is a little sketchy, it looks like this was out at some point in Germany in September, and it's Mansion of the Living Dead. This one has 4 women headed out on a vacation together for a fun resort, but when they get there, it turns out that no one is around. There's just a creepy guy at the counter, and even though no one's there, he says all the rooms are booked. The girls are each romantically involved, and one of them is Lena Romay, Spanish actress who we last saw in Oasis of the Zombies and Sex is Crazy, but has also showed up before in White Cannibal Queen, and there's a distinct link between those movies, and we'll discuss that in a second here. And I should point out that there's very little of this movie that I can outright show, because the women are entirely naked through most of the scenes here, and there's some fairly explicit moments. Soon, as you would expect, one of the girls decides to go off exploring on her own, and she discovers a nearby monastery that appears to be abandoned and goes inside, where a voice asks what she's doing there. The hotel manager is also pretty familiar, considering he was also in Oasis of the Zombies, and Sex is Crazy, and White Cannibal Queen, but also in Devil Hunter, and Cannibal Terror, and yep, all of those movies are from Jess Franco, and this is the 6th film that we've seen him direct in the 80s, and the 2nd film for 1982, with Oasis of the Zombies being the first. When Carlo takes another of the women to the monastery, it turns out that there's these robed monks there wearing skull masks, and they rape her and then kill her. And damn, this month in particular, is just full of sexual assault. What the hell, 1982? The zombie monks probably look a bit on the familiar side, since they strongly resemble the Templar Knights from the Blind Dead series, although this isn't connected whatsoever, and Franco claims it was not a source of inspiration. And in fact, the film was intended as a free-form meditation on themes derived from the works of Gustavo Adolfo Bécquer, a poet and novelist, although with no real knowledge of him, I'm going to say his poems are about women walking around a lot with no clothing on. And I'm giving this one a 2.5. It's probably one of the better Franco films I've covered, but it's still just got way too much aimless walking around. Its significance is a 1.5 since it's not really remembered at all and is just a blip on Franco's roster. Should you watch it? I mean, there's worse films with the phrase living dead in the title, but there are also far, far better.
Espérame aquí, junto al lugar donde Irina nos maldijo en la hoguera, convirtiéndonos en almas en pena, al servicio de Satanás. Cierra los ojos, amor mío.
Let's go back to America now, and we're on our first film of September with a set release date, because on the 3rd, we've got Double Exposure, which starts with a police sting operation gone wrong. We then find out through a series of news articles that the police have been unable to solve a series of killings in the LA area, and Adrian here is seeing a therapist who is also Max Fisher's dad. And he also meets Mindy, who basically just badgers her aggressively until she agrees to a date with him, something I can assure you will not work in real life. And his brother is a race car driver, but his name's not Jerry, so chill out, Primus. Sheriff Bart is here, but he's the chief of police, pretty ticked off that his team is bungling the search for the killer, and Adrian is a fashion photographer, but whoops, he's also the killer and drowns a model. But wait, that's just a dream. Or is it? Sally Kirkland shows up in a small role as a doomed hooker, and there's another cameo by Victoria Jackson before she went absolutely out of her mind, and Kathy Shower, who's a little hard to notice here since she's covered in mud. It was actually the first role for both Shower and Jackson, as small as the parts are. And it's then a sort of descent into madness for Adrian, but it's also sort of a mystery since it's portrayed in a way that you're never really sure if he's the one doing the killings. And this was directed by William Byron Hillman, who also wrote the script. And he used to be an actor who switched into directing, but only did a handful of pictures. But one of them was a 1974 film called The Photographer. That film was also about a shutterbug who killed his models, and this movie is considered to be a sort of loose remake. That one also has a main character named Adrian Wilde, and that character is also played by Michael Callan, although at times Hillman has stated that this movie could possibly be considered a prequel to The Photographer. The original concept was to use the footage from the original film as sort of flashbacks in this one, but rights issues prevented that, and new scenarios were instead created. Callan has stated that the budget was around $1 million and that the studio basically dumped the film after a handful of bad reviews, although it's eventually worked up a small following through cable runs and video. And I'm going with a 3 on this one. It's a nice psychological themed slasher with some pretty cool stuff going on, but it's a bit of a mess with an ending that is both incredibly predictable as well as making absolutely no sense at all. Its significance is just a 2 since it's pretty unknown, but it does feature quite a few decently known names, with some of them being their first works. Should you watch it? Yeah, I mean, give this at least a single exposure. This next one is a bit confusing once I say the title, but it also doesn't even have a confirmed release date, but is known to have had been released in '82, and it's Invitation to Hell. Now, that confusing part is based on the fact that there's also a TV movie directed by Wes Craven himself that came out in 1984. But this isn't that. This is actually a British film that begins in a rather weird way as a woman is driving on the road and finds her path blocked by a tree. But luckily, the Hulk is there to move it out of the way. I mean, I don't know if the colors on my version are off or if this guy is painted green. Just some random green painted shirtless Hulk mask wearing guy out there doing good deeds. Turns out that Jackie is invited to a fancy dress party, a costume party for us septics, but she's then drugged and isn't allowed to leave the premises. Her friend Laura reveals that they're under the sway of a druid who can be anyone at any time, and tries to go off to find help, but is killed. When Jackie discovers that she's meant to be a virgin sacrifice, she tries to remedy her situation only for her chosen lover to be killed as well. And this is actually a pretty short film. It's only 45 minutes since it was meant to go straight to video as a double feature with another film called The Last Night, which I'll cover a little later on in the project. Both films were directed by Michael J. Murphy, who did a number of low-budget films as well as serving as cinematographer, even if none of them were real attention getters. It's done very cheaply, although does manage a modicum of style, and has a nice moody, low-key synth score to complement it. This one really feels like a movie that people made in their backyard, but does have a charm about it, but never really went that far outside of the meager cult following. But at less than an hour, it's nicely paced, and has a nice little gory over-the-top finale. And this was fun. I give it a 3. It's not good or anything, and it's really rough around the edges, but it was nice and entertaining. Its significance is just a 1 though, since no one has heard of this, and even I thought it was the Craven film when I first listed it down in my notes. Should you watch it? Yeah, I mean, it's a quick watch and kind of worth it. Here's another one with no known release date, and it just has a general release of sometime in 1982, and it's the Spanish film Los Ritos Sexual Ex del Diablo, but it's also known over here as Black Candles, but apparently also Hot Fantasies. It starts with a man being killed by a voodoo doll, and then his sister Carol travels to England. She stays with her sister-in-law, who has a bunch of witchcraft paraphernalia in her house, and the sex begins right away. But it also seems like Fiona is responsible for her brother's death. Things get tense between the two women as Carol reveals a letter that seemed to indicate that Drew was concerned for his life, and it seemed like everyone in the manor is part of a coven, getting ready to perform some sort of ritual. And that ritual involves sex, of course, but with a goat. All the things that I've had on the 80s project so far, I guess eventually I had to get the goat sex. There's quite a bit of sex, actually, to the point that this feels more like a softcore Cinemax movie than it does a horror film, and that's because it's by the Spanish exploitation director José Ramón Larraz, and his entire filmography is rich with sauciness, with his most known entry being the classic lesbian vampire tale, Vampires with a Y. We've already covered one of his films with the 1980 film Estigma, and we'll encounter him again later on, as he did a couple of American-made horror films under the pseudonym of Joseph Bronstein. This film also featured the Bronstein name, and he doesn't seem all that proud of this particular piece of work. He's quoted as saying that none of the players had any acting ability, so he did the only thing that he could do: get them into bed and have them have sex. It's not just known for the nudity and goat stuff though, since there's also a moment in which a gentleman threatens to turn the cult into the police and ends up with a sword being placed where the sun don't shine, which is an odd way to refer to someone's butt. I mean, sure, the sun doesn't shine in your butt, but it also doesn't shine like inside your ears or up in your nasal cavities. I mean, it doesn't shine on your heart, but no one is like, he had a heart attack where the sun don't shine. And this is a 1.5 from me, and the half is for the atmosphere, which is pretty nice. It's just really dull, and when the director himself doesn't want to talk about it, you know it's not a winner. Its significance is just a 1.5 as well, since it's got a minor cult following, but it's still pretty obscure and not talked about. Should you watch it? I'd keep these candles unlit. Okay, this next one is kind of weird to include, but I thought it was kind of noteworthy, so I had to include it. And it's the video release on September 12th of Sweeney Todd, the Demon Barber of Fleet Street. It's actually a televised version of the stage musical which played on Broadway. It opens with a song telling us that Sweeney is a bad dude, and we meet him and a young sailor returning to London in the mid-1800s. And Todd is played by George Hearn, and he's recognized by an old beggar woman. And he says that at one time he was ostracized by a corrupted judge that wanted his wife. He runs across Jessica Fletcher, who is running a meat pie shop, but is hurting for customers. She tells the story of the barber who used to live there who was sent away, and of course, it's Todd himself. And she reveals that his wife was lured away by the judge and raped, and she killed herself. The judge has taken on his daughter as his own, so Sweeney swears vengeance. And here's where things take a turn and make this one belong on this list. When a con man who remembers his old identity tries to blackmail him, Todd kills him, and he and Mrs. Lovett decide to go into business together to kill those who deserve to die and use their bodies to make her meat pies.
At last, my arm is complete again!
They then sell them to the general public and make a killing. And yeah, I'm sure you've heard of this one, and it has a pretty storied history. The tale of the Demon Barber began back in the 1800s in a penny dreadful called The String of Pearls, and became a stage play back in 1970. Stephen Sondheim himself, the king of musicals, stepped in to adapt it into this Broadway musical, which opened in New York in 1979, and won the Best Musical Tony for that year, and ran in several revivals over the year both on and off Broadway. And then, of course, there was the film adaptation in 2007 by Tim Burton, which won an Oscar, and was nominated for a couple more. But this version, the original version, this is the original filmed musical version. Keep in mind, at this point, the musical was only a couple of years old, and this production was handled by Terry Hughes, and he was deep into filming live versions of stage shows at this point, and in the same year directed part of the very popular Monty Python at the Hollywood Bowl special. This special was from the national tour and filmed in Los Angeles, so it doesn't really feature the original cast. Only a handful of the Broadway players are present here, including Lansbury, and she won a Tony for the stage role, but the actor Tony went to Len Cariou for his role in the show, but isn't featured here since he did not go on the tour. This was mostly recorded in front of a live audience, but some of the cutaways and close-ups were shot separately with an empty theater. It was aired on the Entertainment Channel, a cable network out of New York that shut down a year later in '83, but was sort of like PBS-ish, and then released on home video not long after. And I'm gonna give this a 3.5, and look, I'm not a big musical guy, but this is damn good stuff, and surprisingly violent for a Broadway show, and certainly fits with horror content. Its significance is a 3, and I'm torn here because clearly Sweeney Todd is important to horror, and the show is very significant, but this particular filmed version, it's hard to quantify that this specific film is what's significant and not the live show itself. Should you watch it? Yeah, I mean, even if you're not a musical fan, this has some good gruesome bits worth checking out. This next one could technically be in '83 because it was released in the US of February of 1983, but it came out first in the UK, arriving there on September 30th. And it's The Entity. And yeah, we're really gonna rock with this whole sexual assault by the supernatural theme we have going on in this vlog, aren't we? We have one of Hannah's sisters here, and she's a single mom, and one night a seemingly invisible force attacks her in her home. Right after, the house starts to shake and things are flying around, so they leave. Soon after, something causes her car to lose control, and she goes to a psychiatrist, and it's freaking Ron Silver. And you know, Ron Silver has never played a character that I've just strongly identified him with. I never see him and I'm like, oh look, it's blank from whatever movie. I just see him and say, oh, it's freaking Ron Silver. When she returns home, she's attacked again, and she tells Doc Phil that her first husband died, and that she was abused as a child, and then is attacked again, this time in front of her family, and watches her son get some sort of electroshock. She's then introduced to a group of doctors who want to discuss her case, and they think that her situation is in her head. And she's also dating Mo Green. And then there's the moment that has become one of the film's most notable, although it's one that I can't really show. They built a fake body and prosthetic breasts that look like someone is groping them, an effect that was overseen by Stan Winston. And the crazy thing is that this is very loosely based on a, quote, real case of a woman named Doris Bither, who claimed to have been repeatedly assaulted by a ghostly force. Contrary to the film, her home life was more unstable, with a history of substance abuse, and her family was living in a condemned home. So it wasn't much like the pleasant suburban lifestyle we see the character of Carla lead. Paranormal investigators looked into her case and didn't witness any attacks on Bither's person, but claimed to have experienced ghostly activity and provided photographic evidence, although the pictures appear to simply show simple camera errors. But a writer named Frank De Felitta became interested in her story and wrote a novel about it, which he then adapted into this screenplay. Director Sidney J. Fury came on board to direct, and he's all over the place when it comes to the jobs that he takes. I mean, he'd been directing since the 50s and is still going, having a dramatic film in post-production right now, which is pretty impressive for a guy who's 90. But this is the guy who made 3 out of the 4 Iron Eagle movies, as well as Superman 4, The Quest for Peace, which IMDb says is his most notable movie, which I'm sure he just loves. Barbara Hershey signed on, even though she was very hesitant due to all the sexuality and nudity required in the film, but was assured that they could accomplish it all using body doubles and special effects, and ended up referring to it as one of the best creative experiences of her career, and had an excellent time working with Fury. The budget was pretty heavy at $9 million, and when it was released, it faced some challenges as it was protested by women's groups who felt that depictions of the assaults were exploitative and offensive, which upset Hershey, as she felt they went out of their way to not make it lurid. The reviews were so-so, and it didn't do too well, but it did make a little profit, bringing in around $13 million. Over time, though, appreciation for it has only grown, and Martin Scorsese has placed the film on his list of the scariest films of all time, ranking it higher than both The Shining and Psycho. For a while, there were talks of a remake with James Wan producing, although that was back in 2015, and there hasn't been any word in quite a while, so it seems dead. But the weirdest, and I mean weirdest thing about this one, is the existence of a video game tie-in from Atari. It was produced but never released, although a prototype exists, and was released online much later. It's obvious why they didn't put it out, although the game doesn't really match the movie, as you play as the ghost, and the object is to simply reach a higher plane of existence and not to, you know, rape Barbara Hershey. And I'm not as on board as Scorsese, but I'll give it a 3.5. It's doing some interesting stuff, and it's nice that Fury doesn't make this excessive and treats it instead as a psychological horror tale. And Hershey is excellent, but I really feel like it spends too much time with some repetitive scenarios when it could have been diving deeper into the character stuff. Its significance is a 3 since it's more well known and has grown in appreciation over time, but it wasn't a mainstream success and didn't have a huge impact on the genre. Should you watch it? Yeah, it's a really solid film that had potential to be more, but it still delivers. Be wary that it's sensitive subject matter, so if that sort of thing is difficult, then you'll want to stay away. We end this block in one of my most scarring of places, Amityville, because on September 24th, Amityville II, The Possession arrives. And if I'm going to have to deal with Amityville, I'm super glad it's this one. It starts with that house, that familiar house, with those familiar windows, and it's for sale again. It's bought by a new family, the Montellis, and the dad is Polly, while his daughter is a French foreign exchange student, and he also has a son named Sonny. And here's the thing right off the bat, this is meant to be a prequel. The posters promoted it as such, saying that this is the story of the family before the Lutzes bought the house. However, it's clear that the details have been changed from the true story, since the name is changed from DeFeo to Montelli. But right away, the cars are modern and not makes from the early 70s, when this would have to have had take place if it were pre-Lutz. The family spots weird stuff right away with bloody sinks, and Bro and Sis have a certain, we'll call it Folgers ad chemistry. Things start to get tense really quickly as Dad's abusive streak increases, and then there's this scene which is just confusing. First off, Sonny has a Walkman on, and those were released in 1979. Well after the Lutzes fled the house, making it pretty tough for this to be a prequel. But then, the demonic entity possesses the entire house, but needs to spy on the kid using a mirror? Why does it need to do this? Can it only see through the mirror? What the hell? Weirdness intensifies like really quickly, and eventually the evil in the house targets Sonny, and we get treated to some solid transformation style effects, and then that leads into one of the movie's more notorious bits, the incestuous love affair between Sonny and Patricia. This was based on the rumored, but never really confirmed relationship between Ronnie DeFeo and his sister Dawn, and originally the scene went far further. There were shots of a more graphic sex scene that were ultimately edited out, along with the scene in which Papa Montelli rapes Dolores, although footage of either of those scenes appears to be lost. Look for an appearance by the scary German guy, and the director of this film is Damiano Damiani, who had a long-running career in Italy with writing and directing, and eventually moved over to American films, and most of his work was in crime films, and he didn't have much horror experience. The graphic sex stuff was his suggestion, since he really wanted to push the buttons of the audience here, although test audiences thought it all went a little too far, leading to the removal. There was a lot of contention before the cameras even rolled though, since George Lutz wanted the movie to be based on the book The Amityville Horror Part 2, which continued the story of the family. Dino De Laurentiis, however, wanted to go a different direction and make a prequel based on a different book called Murder in Amityville by Hans Holzer. Lutz sued the company over this, but eventually lost, and the only thing that came out of it was a small disclaimer on the film's poster saying that the film had no affiliation with George and Kathy Lutz. The other jarring bit is the rather abrupt and jarring shift in the final act when it stops telling the mostly true story of the DeFeo murders and shifts into a bald-faced exorcist clone. Budgeted at around $5 million, it did pretty well, bringing in around $12 million in ticket sales, making it a moderate success, although nowhere near the level of the first film. The reviews were good though, with a number of critics stating that it was superior to the original and enjoyed the increase in effects and spooky shenanigans. Of course, a third film would then follow, and then no less than 45 more movies, all bearing the Amityville name. Very, very few of these would have anything to do with this storyline, and interestingly, when the initial murders were referred to in later entries, the family name would be reverted to the DeFeos, which again brings into question whether this is a sequel or prequel. And this is the Amityville that I really dig. This gets a 4 from me because it's way more what I want to see from the whole story than the first one was, and you get some solid effects to go with it. Its significance is also a 4 since it's widely known, although not quite as much as the first one, but it's generally thought to be the better film. Should you watch it? I have a feeling you were on board as soon as I said the word Amityville.
You're dead. You're dead. You scared me. You're dead. Oh, it's like a movie. Don't worry.
We'll start this block in the US, and on September 14th, there was a premiere. Although IMDb says New York, while Wikipedia says Los Angeles. But either way, the film that screened was Blood Tide. It starts with a virgin sacrifice, and then we have Crease and Mandy Pepperidge, and they're on vacation in Greece, looking for Neil's missing sister. They meet up with Miguel Ferrer's dad, the mayor of the island, and manage to find Madeline. She's in the care of Mufasa. But there's also someone here who's a little too close for comfort. Fry is a treasure hunter, and he finds a mysterious underwater cave, same as the one from the opening, and he uses dynamite to try to break through. The next day, everyone is on the beach, and Madeline is acting strange. And after Barbara is attacked and killed by something in the water, it seems like there's something suspicious going on. Eventually. And this was the directorial debut of Richard Jeffries, who also co-wrote the film. After this, though, he'd only direct one other picture, a TV movie in 2008, although he'd write several other films, such as 1988's Scarecrows. The other co-writer was Nico Mastarakis, and his was a more notable name since he was a pretty noted Greek producer and a director, and would also later direct The Zero Boys and Ninja Academy. Apparently at one point Jeff Bridges was in discussion to play the lead, but it looks like that fell through, and Martin Kove ended up with the part. According to Mary Louise Weller, the original script didn't include any monsters at all, and insinuated the film was more of a write-off, or a money laundering affair, and was pretty unhappy with the finished product. It was released as both Blood Tide, one word, and Blood Tide, two words, but also played on TV as Demon Island and the Red Tide. It's likely because of the spacing issues with the title. For a bit, it was thought to be in the public domain, and some quickie DVD companies put out some versions, although it was actually still under copyright. But because of that, you can find it on a whole bunch of those packs that had like 10 movies on one DVD. When the film was restored and released in a new version, Mastarakis was asked how he would handle people believing it to still be public domain and bootlegging it, and he responded with threats. It didn't get any sort of wide release in the States, and the reviews were mediocre at best, with TV Guide actually saying that it was embarrassing for everyone involved. And I don't know if I'd call it embarrassing, but I'm not really a fan. I'll give it 2.5 out of 5 tapes. There's some fun, but nowhere near enough of it. Its significance is only a 1.5 since it's really obscure, even with some big players involved, and no real names behind the scenes. Should you watch it? If you do, it's just to watch James Earl Jones having a blast.
Tried to save her from...
From what?
Why, from what?
This next one is a film that I suppose could have been back in the 1980 Project episodes because it did screen at Cannes in May 1980, but it didn't get a home release until September of 1982 in the UK, and it's Blood Bride. We meet Marie here, and she's having some love troubles. She's also very religious, and everyone is giving her a hard time about not being married. Like, even her boss is bringing it up. One day, a client asks her to lunch. She goes, and they hit it off and begin dating. After a short while, he begins to tell her about his tragic upbringing, as he was raised by a nun after his parents were killed, and then asks Maria to marry him. But it appears as if he may also have some extracurricular activities that involve prostitutes dressing up like nuns and killing them. They move in together in his big old gothic home, and from then on, it's a slow descent into madness. I guess emphasis on the slow part of all of that. And this one was directed by Robert J. Avreck, and he also wrote it. And I guess people liked his writing more than his directing because this would be the only thing that he would handle. But a number of his scripts would then be used. He was the writer for Body Double and quite a few thriller-style TV movies, and even won a Daytime Emmy for writing The Devil's Arithmetic that would star Kirsten Dunst and Brittany Murphy. Oddly, much like Blood Tide, Blood Bride was also released both with and without a space in between its two words, but I guess was also put out there as Death of a Nun in the UK. This is probably one of the harder to track down films, and there's really not much information out there floating around since it seems like it's one that's infrequently talked about. One minor tidbit is that the role of Mary, who doesn't really appear in the film all that much outside of a few random flashback shots, is played by Jocelyn Javits. At around this time, she was a popular model and had just been featured in the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue. However, this would be her only film credit, and she doesn't even have any lines in this. And holy cow, is this one a drag. It's just so slow and dull that I can only give it a 1.5, and the 0.5 is for the cinematography, which is nice. Its HCS is just a 1, since it's really obscure and never made any sort of dent on the genre. Should you watch it? I would leave this bride at the altar.
I love you!
Let's continue our journey into Blood on October 1st, going into the Halloween month. And we had Blood Tide and Blood Bride, so now let's check out Blood Song. This one starts in a pretty hilarious way. A guy in 1955 comes home from work to find his wife in bed with some other guy, and then kills them both, and then himself, all of which is witnessed by his young son, Paul. And Paul's reaction? It then jumps to 1982, 27 years later, and Paul is locked up in an institution and still playing that damn flute. And he kills one of the orderlies and escapes. Meanwhile, Marion here is recovering from a car crash and has to wear a leg brace, and she's just an angel. An avenging angel, even. Her dad is kind of a dick, and her boyfriend works for Luca Brasi, and she keeps having these visions of people being killed. She also has a vision that after the accident, she was given a blood transfusion, and she's told that it came from a prisoner in the institution, and it looks like she shares a psychic connection with Paul through a blood transfusion, because as everyone knows, your memories are stored in your blood, which is a basic science fact. Meanwhile, grown-up Paul, who is still playing that flute, is played by Frankie Avalon. Yes, teen heartthrob of the 50s and 60s and king of the beach. Here he is chucking axes into people's heads. And soon, things are bleeding into each other when Marion encounters Paul in real life, and leading to a classic game of cat and mouse. And the director here is Alan J. Levi, and he's got a huge filmography when it comes to TV and had been handling various shows since 1969. And this guy handled episodes of The Bionic Woman, the old Battlestar Galactica, the old Hulk show, Magnum P.I., Knight Rider, Lois and Clark, Hercules, and even Buffy. In fact, this appears to be the only theatrically released project that he did, out of 75 credits. He did other movies, but every single one of them were TV movies. This didn't get that wide of a release though, and the UK decided it was a little much, and although they didn't put it on the banned video nasty list, they did decide to seize and confiscate it. One funny thing is that a company called Coast to Coast Video got the distribution rights for it in the 1990s and put it out under the title Dream Slayer, and made sure that the word Slayer looked a little familiar. And I'm going 2.5 here. The entire front half of this movie is dull. Same old stuff that you've seen before, but better. But it almost makes up for it by having a great final 15 minutes with Frankie Avalon having a blast in a forklift. And one hell of a downer ending. Its significance is a 1.5 since it's fairly obscure and doesn't stand out against the other slashers of the era, but at least has a couple of recognizable faces. Should you watch it? Probably. I mean, it's okay, but most of what's worth watching is at the very end.
I like you, Marianne. I really like you.
Before we dive into the rest of October, I want to cover a couple with no set release dates. And the first one is said to be from 1982, and it's the Toxic Slime Creature. It's shot on glorious video and gives us a factory, and Jimmy here doing a card trick, and it's hard to tell if it's a good one since there's a freaking edit right in the middle of it. And then there's this old storage closet that hasn't been opened up in what this guy says is like 15 years. Suddenly, there's a huge train wreck outside that is conveyed through sound effects because clearly there's no budget here to show it, and it unleashes some sort of toxic chemical that kills one of their crew and releases fumes into the air, making it so that they can't go outside. They're a bit frantic to keep inside and prevent the toxic air from getting them, and meanwhile, there's lots of shots of the goo, and it bubbles and bubbles some more. After a short while, the body of another one of the workers shows up in the lower levels, clearly attacked by something. And then something comes after them, and it's some sort of creature. They say that it's around the size of a horse, and also that it doesn't have legs.
How can it not have legs? What doesn't have legs?
And they then have to try to survive the creature's attacks without being able to leave due to the toxic chemicals outside. Meanwhile, is it just me, or is Jimmy just basically like Melvin from the Toxic Avenger? And this little slice of home video is from Kenneth Zolo. He also wrote the movie and produced it and did the cinematography and was basically the only crew on the film. Now, at this particular point in time, the SOV market didn't really exist. It doesn't appear as if this got any sort of release or distribution, but it likely played in the local theaters in Morristown, New Jersey, where this was filmed. It was released on home video at some point by a company called Vidamax Carlson International, and it said that their offices had a fire that destroyed a number of the master copies that they had on hand, and some of them were only partial copies. Because of that, any versions of this film are essentially copies of copies, which accounts for some of the quality. Also, I have to say that there's a possibility that this might have been a partial copy, because it doesn't have an ending. The movie just sort of stops in mid-action, and it sort of feels like there's a chunk omitted. Now, I have to admit that even though the quality of this screams home video, there are big chunks of it that appear to possibly be 8mm, although it's hard to tell if that's a byproduct of the multiple duplications. Zolo never really made any other films, and there's really not much information on him or interviews or the like, but I'm guessing that since this never really went anywhere, that he just sort of left the filmmaking behind. You do sort of get some creature action, although not much, and it's hardly ever on screen with the actors, but it kind of looks like a big slug. Definitely does not have legs. And I give this a 2. I want to like this more because I tend to favor backyard movies like it, but honestly, just not enough happens. Its significance is a 1, since this is one of the more obscure films on the entire project, and it's really, really hard to find. Should you watch it? Probably not. There's more enjoyable things with the word toxic in them out there.
Oh, Laura. Sounds really attractive.
Here's another with a release date that might be unknown, although some sources do say June 15th, although others say it was never released in theaters, and it's The Dark Room. It opens up in the location of our title and introduces us to young Mike, who is an amateur photographer. But he also discovers that his dad is having an affair, and starts to follow his mistress around. He takes photos of her and has these constant battles with his dad about growing up and what type of man that his father expects him to be. But Mike also manages to meet Nikki and form a bond with her by offering to take photos, and they develop a relationship of their own. Things escalate when Ray is planning to leave his wife for Nikki, and Mike starts sending photos of the affair to him for blackmail. And so far, it's mostly like a tense sort of family drama with a droning score to keep things moody. But when the pictures don't elicit the desired response, Mike has to ratchet things up a bit, complete with kidnapping. And this one is from Australia and was directed by Paul Harmon, and he was the son of the noted Australian producer Bill Harmon, and this was Paul's directorial debut. He also co-wrote it, but his career didn't really take off after this, and in fact, it was more than 10 years before he'd be involved in anything else in the industry. And even then, he did 2 episodes of a TV show, and then 1 more film, and that's it. It was apparently a very contentious shoot since the actors didn't like the script and ended up changing a lot of the dialogue during rehearsals. And then, while reviewing the dailies, the money men were very unhappy with the footage that they were seeing and asked for Harmon to be replaced. The producer refused to do so, and the director remained on the project. It was made on a pretty low budget of just over 1 million Australia bucks, but it was never able to get a theatrical run. Instead, it was just released direct-to-video and only got a smattering of play on television, but in 1989, 7 years later. One little claim to fame that it has is at the very beginning of the film, there's a couple of Mike's fellow students that are going to a party, but he chooses not to go with them. Well, one of the students is played by young Boz Lerman, a good 10 years before he'd make a splash as a director and end up nominated for a couple of Oscars. The other weird thing about this one is it's never been released on either DVD or Blu-ray, and only exists in the world on VHS or digital format. And I'm a 2.5 on this one as well, and yeah, this block's a drag so far. Nothing's gotten more than 2.5, but this is just a little too slow and doesn't know what it wants to be. I do like the mood it's laying down though. Its significance is another one though, since no one knows about this and it is never talked about. Should you watch it? I'd say you could likely leave this one in the dark.
Why? Giving you a hard time, huh? Jesus.
Okay, let's get back to October and see if we can turn this block around. And we're back at October 1st, and we're looking at The Slayer. 1 year before Show No Mercy. And wrong Slayer. This one starts with Kay here, who's been plagued by some bad dreams lately, and her and her husband, plus her brother and his wife, all go on vacation together. They go to this remote island with no communications, which is clearly a horror movie setup. If someone said to me, we're going to this place, but we have no way to contact literally anyone, I'm taking that to immediately mean that slashing is about to begin. Well, when they get there, weird things start to happen as Kay recognizes their building from her surreal dreams, and the creepy pilot tells them that there's a storm coming in. And apparently, something is on the island doing some light killing. Before long, they're all stuck in the building because of the big storm, and something comes a-callin', although it soon becomes hard to tell what is reality and what's all in Kay's head. And this one's got a lot of attention, and it was both directed and co-written by J.S. Cardone, and it was his first gig as a director. He'd go on to helm a number of lower-budgeted genre numbers like Shadow Zone, The Forsaken, and 8mm 2, the very unseen sequel to that Nick Cage flick. He would also produce a number of things, although he often didn't produce the movies he directed. Instead, that role would frequently be filled by Carol Cottonbrook, who plays Brooke in this one, and she's Cardone's wife, although it's not clear if they were married at the time that this film was being made. It's said that he was inspired by the works of H.P. Lovecraft, although there's not a ton of that in the movie, although there's hints here and there. But he managed to get funding for this film while working as a clerk at a Los Angeles liquor store, and they landed a budget of around $750,000. The place that they filmed at was mostly abandoned and run down when they were filming, but it's since become revamped and is now a minor tourist location. When it was released, it drew the ire of the UK censors who seized it, banned it, and put it on the video nasty list, and couldn't be released there until all of the gore was removed. Weirdly, when it was put on video, it was released as a sort of double feature that cut out 5 minutes of content in order to fit both movies on one cassette, but they left that gore in and just cut out the story elements. It gets pretty wild by the end of it all, and I have to say that if you go to this one because of the cool creature that they had featured on the box art, you're gonna be upset to know that it is literally in about 3 seconds of footage. And I'm going with a 3 on this one, and it's a step in the right direction, but it's still a bit slower than I'd like, and if it weren't for the whole dreams aspect, it plays out like a regular slasher flick that you've seen before. Its significance is a 2, since it's still fairly obscure and not spoken of too much, but it gets that extra point for being on the nasty list. Should you watch it? Yeah, I mean, it's worth a shot.
Merry Christmas, Kay.
We're still on October 1st, and we're getting to a movie that I'm ridiculously happy to talk about, and it's Jekyll and Hyde Together Again. And in case you weren't sure what kind of movie this was going to be, someone snorts the opening title. We start by knowing that Dr. Jekyll here is the top surgeon out there, and he works for Judah Zachary. And his nurse here, even though you never see her actual face in this movie, is Elvira, right around the time that the character premiered on TV. Jekyll is actually Naven Johnson, and yes, Mark Blankfeld played Naven in the TV movie sequel called The Jerk 2 with a T-O-O, and was coincidentally in another TV movie sequel called Splash 2, also with a T-O-O. And I love this man, and if I could have one guest on this show, it would be him. Jekyll is retiring from surgery in order to develop drugs to allow humans to tap into their survival instincts within. His so-called fiancée is Angela Chase's mom, and he's friends with the resident plastic surgeon, Jack Death, and one day has to help out a young woman named Ivy. And also, for like 1 second, Norm! That night, while working in his lab, he falls asleep and accidentally snorts some of his own formula, and is transformed into a party animal, complete with chest hair, fancy rings, and, a boner. He then goes out into town and encounters Ivy.
That's my name, Hyde. Mr. Hyde.
Don't you have a first name?
No, my parents lacked imagination.
And then has to lead the double life of nervous, frazzled Jekyll and wild, coke-addled Hyde. And you're also getting little appearances by Noelle North, who we just saw in Bloodsong, Seinfeld's mom, the Sandlot babe, Tony freaking Cox, Bastian, and even Lin Shaye. And obviously, this is a comedic take on the Jekyll and Hyde tale, and it follows the original story fairly close, down to the father figure interfering in a doc's wedding plans. And it was directed by Jerry Belson, who was mostly known for his writing, and was the creator of The Odd Couple and The Tracy Ullman Show. He didn't do a great deal of directing, and in fact, he only did one more movie after this, but continued to write up until his death in 2006. It was a rushed production since there was the writer's strike in 1981, and Paramount decided to rush a few films out in order to have product ready to go if one happened. And they figured that they could make this one quickly and cheaply. It seems that at one point, the studio was afraid that viewers would confuse this one with the actual horror films and demanded that the title be changed to not include the words Jekyll or Hyde, and Belson suggested Nosedive, Split Personality, and A Tale of Two Nostrils. But ultimately, they went ahead with the original name. The initial test screenings were so positive, and people liked Hyde so much that they went back to shoot more scenes with him, including the whole arcade bit and the car stunt. It cost around $5 million to make, and even though it was a pretty modest budget, it bombed at the box office and only made a little less than $4 million. It would go on to be a cult favorite on cable and VHS though, because, let's face it, who can resist that ending musical number? And call me crazy, but this is a 4 from me. It's all nostalgia, because it's probably not that good, but I've seen this movie more times than I can count, and I am probably watching it as you're viewing this video. Its significance is only a 2.5 though, since it can only be referred to as a cult classic, but is a take on a massive character and has a laundry list of recognizable faces. Should you watch it? Yes, you should, because Hyde's got nothing to hide. We're still on October 1st because that day was just chock full of horror and horror-related releases, but this next one dips into the darker side of humor, and it's Eating Raoul. We're set in Hollywood and told that crime is out of control, and I agree because they show someone putting ketchup on ice cream, and that dude should be arrested. Paul Bartel is here, as is Mary Woronov, and they play a married couple, and they actually appeared together so frequently during this era that it was often misconstrued that they were an actual husband and wife in real life, although Bartel was openly gay. Here, they live in an apartment complex and thinking about opening a restaurant together, but Paul has just been fired, and they're worried about money. When a drunk partygoer makes his way into their apartment and tries to attack Mary, Paul kills him. They decide to hide the body and try to get a loan from Buck Henry, and they keep getting screwed over, and when yet another man tries to molest her, he also gets the pan. They come up with a plan to lure in rich perverts and kill them to take their money, and advertise Mary as a dominatrix. And encounter Commander Chakotay as a shady locksmith, and his name is Raoul, so I'm guessing he's gonna get it. He breaks into their place and discovers their scheme, and oh look, it's Christie's pet peeve. Mary's pajamas have this crease going down the side, which means that it was just bought and likely never worn. Costume designer bought those as new, and they didn't steam out the new product creases that would be there if they were PJs that someone had for a while and had slept in. They make a deal with Raoul to discard of the bodies, and Stan Sitwell pops in, and this guy is Jambi the Genie. And when Raoul and Mary start a torrid affair, it kicks off a silent battle between the boys. And this one was directed by Bartel himself and was done on a pretty low budget of $500,000. As a money-saving option, it was shot using short ends, which I've talked about here before, but it's basically the remainders of reels of film that were unused from other productions. It was often defective and would lead to some unpredictable results. If a lot of the side performers look familiar, it's because a number of them were members of the Groundlings, a popular LA comedy troupe at the time that is still going, and was the starting point for an onslaught of great comics. One Groundling member that was meant to be in this was Paul Reubens. He turned it down for one reason or another, but got his friend John Paragon the role. It ended up being a mild success and pulled in $1 million at the box office, and the reviews were pretty decent, but it would end up becoming very popular on cable and VHS, and soon claimed a spot as a bona fide cult classic. The Blands would later appear in Chopping Mall, and a sequel was planned called Bland Ambition, which was meant to feature Chevy Chase, and there's conflicting information about it. One source says that there was a script ready to go in 1989 and was about 10 days away from the start of filming. Vestron, the distributor, suddenly pulled the money. But there's other information out there that says that the script wasn't finished until much later, and Paul told Mary that he had completed it and found funding and then passed away 1 day later. It's unclear if it's meant that it's two different scripts being discussed or if one source of the information is mistaken. And holy cow, is this fun. I love this and I give it a 4. It's just wickedly dark, very funny, and a real treat. Its significance is a 3 since it's very cult, and I think it's been seen quite a bit, but never really made it into the mainstream and didn't really impact the genre. Should you watch it? Yes, make your reservation now.
What is your scene anyway?
We invite swingers to our place and then murder them for their money.
This next film came out just 1 day later on October 2nd, and it's breaking the rules that I set up for the project, but I figured that its inclusion was merited since we're talking about the Boogeyman. It gives you this guy, Lester, and if he looks a little familiar, it's because you're used to seeing him say, "My sword is by your side." His daughter dies, but it turns out that just a few months ago, another of Lester's children had died under mysterious circumstances as well, so the police are obviously suspicious. He goes to see a psychiatrist and seems very afraid of the closet and says that the boogeyman killed his kids emerging from the closet. He then begins to tell the story of his kids being afraid of the dark and the events that followed, and this one breaks my rules because it's a short film. Instead of a feature, this runs at just under half an hour, and I decided long ago that the project would only be 4 features, but this one deserves to be talked about. It's an adaptation of the short film also called The Boogeyman by Stephen King that originally ran in Cavalier magazine back in 1973 and was collected in a 1978 collection, Night Shift. It was adapted by Jeff Shiro and was part of what was known as the Dollar Baby program. King would allow students or amateur filmmakers the rights to one of his short stories for only $1. Since most of the films made under the program were student films and the like, it's not known exactly how many of them are out there, but this is the first really known one. It made such an impact that it was actually granted commercial distribution. It was packaged with the Frank Darabont short of The Woman in the Room and released as Stephen King's Night Shift collection. It didn't do a whole lot to launch Shiro's career though, since he basically only directed an episode of Tales from the Dark Side and then co-directed a TV movie 20 years later. It looks like he did get into editing though, and had a bigger career there, handling a lot of what appears to be history-oriented documentaries. It's a fairly faithful and accurate interpretation of the short story, and is nicely effective. Of course, the short will be adapted again in 2023 in a full-length feature that is, less faithful, less accurate, and considerably less effective. And I give this one a 3. It's a nice little short that does a great job with building dread and mood. The pacing is a little iffy though, even at 28 minutes. Its HCS is a 3 as well, since it's the first King short to get out there and was seen quite a bit, but has still not reached the level that other adaptations did. Should you watch it? Sure, just check your closets first.
It is only a game, Mr. Billings.
Okay, the earlier part of this list may have been a touch on the bland side, but it ends in a wild way, because on October 8th in Italy, there was the premiere of Pieces, which wouldn't get a US run until September of 1983. It begins back in 1942 with little Timmy putting together a jigsaw puzzle of a naked lady, and his mother catches him and goes to throw it all away, and he hacks her up with an axe. When the police arrive, he pretends like he didn't do it and that the killer escaped. It then jumps ahead 40 years and Timmy's all grown up and still has a box of mommy's bloody clothes and an old jigsaw puzzle. The young girl is then attacked and decapped by a masked man with a chainsaw, so Christopher George is on the case, the man responsible for the single greatest death scene in all of cinema. Professor Brown is here looking like a suspect, but probably not as much as this guy here, because he's mean. He's mean. He's mean. You know what I mean? Another girl is sawed at the indoor pool, and it soon becomes apparent that the killer is making a sort of jigsaw puzzle of his own. And this one was a dual production between America and Spain, and although it's meant to take place in Boston, it was shot overseas. The director was also Spanish, and it was Juan Piquer Simon, and this is his first appearance on the project. And we'll see him later on with one of my favorite silly creature flicks, Slugs. This movie's script began as a treatment for a TV movie called Jigsaw, but Simon took it and developed it further, clearly adding some of the more gruesome elements. Shooting was fairly tricky since it features a group of women who are meant to be a tennis team, and none of the actresses hired knew how to play tennis, so a coach had to be brought in to make it look like they had some ability. Simon caused a ruckus as well when he wanted a group of women doing aerobics to be naked in the scene, and when the film's instructor, who was an actual aerobics instructor in real life, refused and said that the concept was very unrealistic and aerobics classes were not really done in the nude, and Simone was irritated but relented. The cast would include Linda Day George, who had already appeared on the project in the 1980s Beyond Evil, and she was married to Christopher George, although they're not playing a couple here. This one was very controversial on release since first up, the reviews were fairly harsh, and it was essentially just called an overly violent misogynistic mess of a movie. It very easily landed itself on the UK Video Nasty list and was seized and confiscated, although it wasn't one of the films that was prosecuted. It ended up performing pretty well, though, since it had a budget of around $300K and managed to earn about $2 million in ticket sales, which prompted them to want to do a sequel, but Juan had already moved on to another project. But after a little while, he tried to get one going, although by then it seemed as if the interest had passed. It said that a copyright for Pieces 2 was filed around 1988 or 9, but nothing ever became of it. Oddly, not only has there been no sequel, but no remake either. And I give this one a 3.5. This one is quite a bit of fun, but it's not really that great. Some of it feels pretty standard slasher stuff, but the things that are pretty distinct to itself are quite a bit of fun, and that gets it to 3.5. Its HCS is the same, since this is another one that I feel is very cult and very niche, and definitely a lot of hardcore horror fans have seen this, but it's never really reached that more mainstream status and become much more of the cultural zeitgeist. Should you watch it? Oh yeah, you should definitely put this puzzle together.
The lousy bastard was in there killing her! Bastard! Bastard!
We'll start this one off on October 8th, even though it did screen in Colombia back in May, for a little something that is called Murder by Phone. It begins with a woman in a subway, and she picks up a random ringing payphone to very deadly results. And like, who answers payphones anyway? It's not gonna be for you. Alan Quatermain is here as a science teacher, and the woman killed in the intro was one of his neighbor's daughters, so he promises to try to find out what happened to her. And another person is phone blasted. The great John Houseman is on hand, and I don't know why this struck me as insane, but Nat is told that the young girl's death was witnessed by a homeless woman, and he goes back to the scene of the telephone, and it's a completely empty station, but there's one person there at the exact time that he is, and it just so happens to be that same exact homeless woman. Like, whenever someone is killed by the phone, there's a man's voice beforehand, and it's very clear that they're targeting specific people. And Nat teams up with an employee of the telephone company, and they have to try to push through red tape and cover-ups to figure out what's going on. And for a film that's under the radar, as this one is, it has a prestigious director. This is by Michael Anderson, who had been directing since the 50s, and did the classic Around the World in 80 Days, and also made Logan's Run, and one of my favorites, Orca. It was based on a novel called Phone Call, written by Michael Butler and Dennis Shriak, and they also did the script for the film. There's not a credit saying it's based on a novel in the film, although reprints of the book would play up the link. One of its minor claims to fame is that the music is by John Barry, the 5-time Oscar-winning composer who would go on to do a large number of prestigious films, including Dances with Wolves, Chaplin, and his most important credit, the conductor for the music for Howard the Duck. His reputation was built around orchestrated scores and being a conductor, which is why this film is unusual, since it's a fully electronic, synthesized score, and is one of the very few that he did that way. There's also apparently a version of this that ran in the UK under the title Bells that was a full 20 minutes longer. And this was surprisingly fun. I give it 3 out of 5 tapes here. There's hints of a much better story going on, so I think it could have been higher up, but what is here is still a good time. Its significance is just a 1.5 though, since it's really obscure and not spoken of, but did have some names attached. Should you watch it? Yeah, give it a ring.
I'll call you.
We're staying on the 8th, but traveling all the way to Australia for the next one, although it did premiere in Cannes in May. But the 8th is when it got the general release, and it's Crosstalk. This has Bill and his wife here, and they're off on a cabin retreat when he tries to develop a new form of artificial intelligence called the I-500. And his wife is a bit resentful of the amount of time that he's spending with it. It's hooked up to a number of his household appliances, but seems to be pretty glitchy. And it's even in his car. And one day, he's in a wreck. He's then wheelchair bound and given a time limit on how much longer he has to finish the project. He's put up in a penthouse and given a nurse to watch over him, and a number of video cameras to survey the property. Right away, he notices one of the other couples that live there seem to be having issues, and the machines there seem to be trying to kill him. The weird glitches keep happening, and when Bill starts to think that his neighbor killed his wife, he's on the case. And hey, that sounds a bit familiar, doesn't it? A man in a wheelchair, confined to an apartment, thinks his neighbor killed his wife and enlists a younger woman to help him investigate. And yes, this is a deliberate take on Rear Window. And the story behind this one is possibly more full of twists than the film itself. A filmmaker named Keith Salvat wrote a script called High Rise that was his take on the Hitchcock classic, and he received funding to develop the concept further from producer Ross Matthews. He brought on a co-producer named Errol Sullivan, since he himself was wrapped up with another project, and Sullivan and Salvat didn't get along at all. After a tense 19 days on set, Salvat was eventually fired and replaced by the first AD, Mark Edgerton. Most of his career before this was as a first AD, and he worked on some pretty big pictures, including Picnic at Hanging Rock. Although after this, he would direct only one more picture before going back into the AD role, landing in Hollywood and doing things like Species, Underworld, and The Saint. Anyway, when he got promoted here, they did a full rewrite on the script, and only 1 or 2 of the scenes that Salva shot ended up in the picture, so he requested his name be taken off the film and that they change the title. His version was called Wall to Wall, so they replaced that with Crosstalk. It didn't really get much attention, and the behind-the-scenes drama was talked about more than the film itself, and it didn't really make a splash at the box office either, only 26,000 in Australia. And this was decent, but just not that great, so it's a 2 from me. It's dull at times, and the best bits are the stuff that feels like Rear Window, but to be honest, I'd rather just watch Rear Window. Its HCS is just a 1, since no one has heard of this and it's remarkably obscure. Should you watch it? Stick with Jimmy Stewart instead, or even Christopher Reeve. This next one is one of those that doesn't have a confirmed release date, but we do know that it had a run in '82, and it's The Icebox Murders, otherwise known as El Cepo. We begin with a young woman being chased and then strangled, and it seems as if there's a string of disappearances of young women in France. There's Chantal here, and she's a prostitute, and one of her clients is an older blind man that wants her to quit the job and just be with him. He pays her and her friend to come away with him for 2 weeks if they load up on a train and head out to his stately manor out in the middle of the countryside. The doc is played by Jack Taylor, who we just saw an episode or so back in Pieces, and in this same year also showed up in Conan. He gives him a tour of the grounds and tells them that it's surrounded by boar traps, so they have to watch their step. And Jean is the creepy caretaker there. And then it's just this sort of slow burn, and the women try to sneak out and live their lives while the doc tries to control them. And all the while, everyone is really curious about what's in that big old icebox in the basement. And this one is from Spain, even though it's primarily shot in France, and it's from Francisco Rodriguez Gordillo, and it was only one of 2 films that he would direct. The other one didn't arrive for 15 years and was 1997's Lycanthropus, The Moonlight Murders, one of the final Paul Naschy werewolf films. Contrary to the insinuation of the title and the surreal poster art, this isn't really a standard slasher, and instead it's a low-key drama with these women in the villa and their tense relationship with their client and his servant. The Spanish title of El Cepo actually translates to The Stalks, which refers instead to the bear trap, or in this case, boar trap that they show on the box art, although it's a pretty minor aspect of the film and is never actually seen in use. Mogul, the video company that released it in the US, changed the title to The Icebox Murders, and even that isn't even a major plot point. It's possible that they were intending to tie it into an actual murder case from Texas in 1965 that was referred to as the Icebox Murders, although the aspects of the case were very different, except for the instance of storing bodies in a big freezer. It doesn't appear to have received an American theatrical run, although it did get a VHS release. And this one's not great. I'm just going to go with a 2 here. It's like dreadfully slow, and I think it's meant to be a mystery, but it's painfully obvious what's going on the whole time. Its significance is another 1, since it again is extremely obscure and doesn't really feature much in the way of known faces. Should you watch it? Nah, just leave this one on ice. Moving further into October now, and our next entry came out on the 12th, but did have a premiere previously in March. And it's Deadly Games. We have what appears to be a sort of a horror-geared Candyland, which I kind of want to play, and then a young woman named Linda is attacked by a masked man in her house, and he pushes her out a window to her death. Her sister is informed of her passing, and Sam Groom is here, and coincidentally, we'll see him a little later this year in yet another movie with Deadly in the title. There's a little local diner that's run by Dick Butkus, who I most know for playing the character of Dick Butkus, where Keegan runs into a bunch of people she used to know from back in high school. And Steve Railsback is here as well. And how the hell is this his first appearance on the project? I know that this is still kind of early in his career and all, but I really thought he'd be in like every other movie. Billy and Roger work together, and they're playing that board game from the intro, and there's a short appearance by Maureen Robinson, and Yvette the French maid is here as well. Billy was in Nam and was pretty messed up there, and Keegan low-key gets the scoop on everyone around in order to try to figure out what happened to her sister. Meanwhile, that mysterious guy is still playing that game. And look, find harlot at pub, gain 1 victim. I really want this game. That night, Randy is killed by the masked man, and Keegan tries to navigate a flirtation with Roger while surviving, and they go see a scary movie. And hey, look, it's The Monster Walks, which I just covered not that long ago in the 30s Project. And hey, speaking of movie theaters, here's a weird little tidbit. Remember back in the 1980 Project episodes when I covered a movie called The Attic? That was about a woman struggling to break free from her tyrannical father, and at one point goes to a movie theater and meets a man. Well, the movie that they're watching in that one, in 1980, is this film. And that's because this one was shot in 1980 and then for whatever reason sat on a shelf for a couple of years before being released. And this was the directorial debut of Scott Mansfield. He wrote this as well, but it's his only horror feature. And in fact, his filmography after this is pretty scattered with large gaps in between projects. And it looks like it may have actually premiered on Showtime first in the spring, and it looks like most of its run were smaller theaters and drive-ins and didn't really do solid business. And I'm going to give this one a 2.5. There's some interesting stuff going on, but it's really hard to peg down what their plan is with this movie. It seems to wander around and not know what it wants to be for a rather large portion of it. I'm going to go ahead and give it a 1.5 for significance though, since it's pretty unheard of. This is not a very well-known movie and doesn't really feature much in the way of known stars, although I'll give it the 0.5 for the appearance of Railsback. Should you watch it? I mean, it's worth a watch. It's okay. I would not call this one a great movie, but it's a game that's kind of worth playing. We're headed back to Australia, and we're now just ahead 2 days, since on October 14th there was the release of Turkey Shoot. We get some news footage of riots and chaos in the opening, and it's in a sort of dystopian future. And Bill Denborough's wife is here, and she's being sent off to a prison camp for objecting to police brutality. And then there's, hey, look, it's Steve Railsback. Maybe he will be in every other movie, or every movie from here on. Their group, including Rita, who they accuse of being a prostitute, are taken to the camp, where Fifi is one of the guards. They're extremely abusive there, and I guess I should point out that several of these people are hugely popular in Australian TV. Take Linda Stoner, who plays Rita, for example, and she hasn't been in many films or shows that we know, but she's a major player in TV down under. Our main baddie is played by Michael Craig, another long-running Aussie actor, but oddly enough was nominated for an Oscar back in 1961, but for writing. It turns out that the camp is big on games, although they're just basically cruelty. And oh yeah, they also have this werewolf guy that they say that they found at a circus. They pull together our main group and make them an offer. They'll let them out with a head start, but they're going to be hunted down in what they call the Turkey Shoot. They have 12 hours to survive as they're hunted by people with weaponry, and if they survive, they will be set free. And yep, this is a take on The Most Dangerous Game, the story from 1924. And this was an early film from director Brian Trenchard Smith. Smith would go on to do a large number of awesome flicks, and right after this one would also do BMX Bandits, but then also Dead End Drive-In, and much later on, Leprechaun 3 and 4. He seems to be retired now though, as his last film was back in 2014. It was said to be a rather troubled shoot all around, like the budget was meant to be more than 3 million Australian, but an investor backed out at the last minute, reducing their funds by around 700,000, forcing them to reduce the schedule from 44 days down to 28, causing them to rush. There was also cast issues, as Linda Stoner took great offense to a scene in which she was meant to cut open a fish, causing the effects crew to slap together a fake one, although in the finished cut, you can't even really see anything. Then she refused to do a nude scene in the showers, and her and Smith came to a compromise of a butt shot, which she later regretted. Olivia Hussey also didn't want to do a nude moment and requested a body double, and they agreed to that, although the actress later stated that she wished that she had done the nudity, as she felt that the double's body wasn't as nice as hers. The reviews were horrible, with critics calling it unfit for human consumption and saying it was trash, and it ended up being a bomb in Australia. And when it was released in the US, it was in a drastically chopped down version that was titled Escape 2000 and fared just as poorly. Thankfully, when it was given a UK release, it did extremely well and recouped most of its budget, and has since gone on to a minor cult notoriety. It also got a remake in 2014, also called Turkey Shoot, that eliminated the campier aspects of the movie and went with a more serious tone. And this is a 3 from me. It's pretty cool, like a bit underdeveloped, but it's still a nice watch. Its HCS is a 2 since it's lesser known, although has a bit of a cult notice and has Railsback and Hussey and Smith's involvement. Should you watch it? Sure, gobble this one up. Just one day later, back in the States, on October 15th, there was another entry in the slasher genre with Unhinged. We meet a trio of young women, and they're on their way to a music festival and on a road trip, of course. Unfortunately, there's a big rainstorm, and they get into a car crash. And when Terry wakes up, she's in the house of Marion and Norman here. They tell her that her friends are pretty banged up, but they don't have a phone, and the storm washed out the roads, so they're stuck here for a bit. They have an older woman who is wheelchair bound and is their mother, and they all have dinner. And Mom is pretty cranky. Later on, someone is peeking in the window. Things get weirder when they find a tooth in their bed, so they decide to get out of there. But first, a shower. Turns out that there's a killer on the loose out there with Psy in hand, but is the danger outside or in the house? And this was all shot in the Portland area, directed by Don Gronquist, who had a pretty limited run in the film world. This was his first film as a director, but he had previously written and produced a crime drama called Stark Raven Mad, and it wouldn't be until 1995 that he would direct another film, a war thriller called The Devil's Keep, which would be his final work. He also wrote the script for this one, which has been described as 1 part Texas Chainsaw and several parts Psychos, maybe a touch of Sleepaway Camp. One minor note is that the entire cast and crew were native to the Portland area, and one of them was Gus Van Sant, who was living there at the time. He served as the location scout for a portion of the shooting. It was shot on a pretty low budget of $100,000 and mostly done at the historic Pittock Mansion during the evening hours when it was closed to tourists. It seems like there's some dispute about the release date, since IMDb shows its release in October of 1982, but Wikipedia claims that it first screened at Cannes in May of '83, and then was released in the UK shortly afterwards. It didn't screen in the US until August of '83. Its UK release was controversial since they popped it on the Video Nasty list, and it was seized and confiscated. It did eventually get released there on video in late '83, though with an 18 certificate. The write-ups were not strong, and most criticized the acting and the pace, but it did get some accolades for the atmosphere and look of the film, as well as the score and themes, and has since developed a minor cult following. In fact, there was a remake in England in 2017, and a second remake has been announced, this one from the director of Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. And I'm with 2.5 on this one. It's got a good mood going, and I like some of what they're doing, but just not enough happens here, and it winds up being a little too slow. Its significance is a 1.5 since it's not really that known or spoken of, and doesn't have too much in the way of horror actors, but it was on the nasty list. Should you watch it? Maybe. Not a bad watch, but maybe just a little too much of things you've seen elsewhere.
Terry.
One day later, on October 16th, we're taking a trip onto the small screen for a TV movie called Hotline. We start at what I think may be the Point Doom in Malibu, where the ending of Planet of the Apes take place, although I may be wrong, because it looks the same, but also kind of different. So I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. A man disposes of a body here, and then Diana Prince is here. She's a bartender, and one of her customers gets pretty belligerent with her. And holy crap, she's a bartender in a dive bar and yet has this pimp-ass car? That night, someone is lurking in her house, and another man shows up and says he's scared him off, but he's a bit creepy himself. He invites her to do volunteer work for his company that runs a hotline for helping people with their domestic problems. She takes him up on it and also still works at the bar, still fending off advances of the clients, and she works with this guy. And I have to say, he's not familiar to me, but I looked him up and he's from Days of Our Lives. And when I say that he's from Days of Our Lives, I mean that he's been on 2,773 episodes of it, from 1981 to 2024. That's 65 episodes a year. She gets a call from someone admitting to some recent murders and calls himself the Barber, claims to be responsible for several murders from London to New York. And he keeps giving her these big, elaborate rhyming clues to his previous killings. And I'm sorry, did these guys not realize that this is Wonder Woman and the Riddler is not in her rogues gallery? And this one was aired in CBS and was shot under the title Reach Out and was directed by Jerry Jameson, another guy whose entire film list has the words TV movie next to the names, although he did a few theatrical features, including Airport 77. He'd been in the industry since the 60s and worked extensively in the editing department before making the change to directing. And he's still around, although at 90 years old, he's now retired. It's pretty low in the actual killing since it's made for TV, although there is a death by harpoon gun. And even though it was obvious that they were evoking that slasher vibe, they didn't really have the room to live up to it. And I give this one a 3. It's better than your average TV movie, but it manages some good mood and an actual mystery that keeps you guessing, but it's still a bit sluggish and restrained by the limitations of TV. Its significance is a 1.5 since it's another that's relatively unknown, but features a couple of recognizable faces. Should you watch it? I'd say yeah. I mean, you get to watch Linda Carter, so why not?
For what it is, this is a beautiful piece of equipment.
We're now heading into the ending of October as we go now to the 22nd for a film that was from the UK, and it's The Sender. We have this young man waking up on the side of the road and then wandering to a nearby beach where he puts rocks in his coat and walks into the lake. He survives and is taken to a nearby institution where he's assigned to Dr. Farmer, and he claims that he has never had a father and suffers from amnesia. He meets some of the other inmates, including Apone, who warns him of the assholes and the elbows, and a man known only as the Messiah. They take to calling the kid John Doe, and that night Gail sees John break into her house and take a small necklace, except that her windows aren't broken, and John is still back at the Institute asleep, and the necklace is still there. Farmer butts heads with fellow Dr. Belloc, who is a proponent of shock treatment, and she continues to be plagued with odd dreamlike images and hallucinations that seem to be pointing her towards John Doe's past. She realizes that John is telepathic but has no control over it, and it's how his subconscious communicates and tries to get through to him. And pretty soon, his powers are leaking out and affecting everyone around with some pretty dark consequences. And this one is from Roger Christian, who handled directing, and this man has an Oscar for art direction on Star Wars. And he was also nominated for another for the same gig on Alien. This would mark his feature debut, although his directing career would never quite reach the levels that his art direction did. But he is pretty notorious in one sense. He's the director of what is considered one of the worst films of all time, Battlefield Earth. This one had started at 20th Century Fox, and they wanted to sort of piggyback off the success of De Palma's The Fury, but some pre-production issues caused them to drop it. But Paramount picked the script up. It seemed that they were looking to expand their horror horizons after their Friday the 13th success, and this seemed like a different direction. Christian was then chosen to direct, although he wanted to make something less like a slasher film and more of a psychological horror. There were some battles with the studio after they thought the initial cuts were too slow, and they wanted to put the ending of the film onto the beginning in order to get to the action faster, and then have the story be told in flashback. But Paramount wasn't impressed, and after a test screen went poorly, they pushed the film into a limited release, where it only pulled in a little over $1 million, far less than its $8 million budget. It did better internationally, though, and its reputation increased over time, and has been called an inspiration to the Nightmare on Elm Street series. And this is another one that I'm giving a 3 to, and this is pretty good. I can see where it's getting the modern love from, but I just think it's way too long and spends too much time figuring out what it wants to do. Its significance is a 2.5 since it's a little more known, but is still on the lesser seen side of things and has some names, but none of that really set it apart. Should you watch it? Yes, definitely. Send it to your screen.
Boy, phony, phony, phony!
This block ends on that same day, October 22nd, with perhaps the most famous and also infamous movie here, and it's Halloween 3, Season of the Witch. Instead of being in Haddonfield, Illinois, we're in Northern California the week before the holiday, and this guy is attacked by guys in suits. And a news report tells us that a piece of Stonehenge is missing, and then we hear it.
It's 4 days to Halloween, Halloween, Halloween. It's 4 days to Halloween, Silver Shamrock.
Yep, one of the most memorable bits of this movie, and good luck getting that song out of your head now. Anyway, that guy from the beginning is holding some sort of mask and taken to a hospital. Meanwhile, the coolest man in the goddamn world is here, and he's divorced, has 2 kids, and is a doctor. He's called in to check out our mystery man, who is then horribly murdered by yet another guy in a suit, who then kills himself. The man's daughter shows up, and it's Ellie here, and the two pair up to solve the mystery of what happened. Their quest sends them to the town of Santa Mira, home of Silver Shamrock, a Halloween mask company out in the countryside. And there's a voice cameo by Laurie Strode.
It's 6 o'clock. Curfew. Curfew. All residents of Santa Mira, please clear the street.
And while checking things out, Chalice and Ellie have a fling.
How old are you?
Doc, you're supposed to ask that before you have sex with someone. When one of the masks laser blasts someone, bugs crawl out of them, and we meet the head of Silver Shamrock, who is also the head of OCP, and the doc and his new gal pal have to get to the bottom of what's going on. Now, most people who don't have a ton of knowledge of the Halloween series might be confused by this point and say, but where's Michael Myers? And the answer is that he's dead. Or, well, he was meant to be. You see, after the character was fairly definitively killed off at the ending of Halloween 2, John Carpenter considered him well and truly gone. The idea then was to continue the Halloween franchise by making it an anthology series, and that every film would simply share the link of taking place on Halloween. The producers liked this concept since it meant that they could have a new film each year, although Carpenter himself wouldn't direct or be involved at all, outside of taking a producing role. The original concept was pretty low-key and more psychological, but Dino De Laurentiis, who was the distributor, demanded more violence and gore. Originally, Joe Dante was slated to direct, but he quit a mere couple of weeks before they started shooting, as he wanted to do a segment of the Twilight Zone movie instead. Carpenter then gave the gig to Tommy Lee Wallace, who had been the art director for the first film, and even though he said no to directing Halloween 2, he came on board here. It had a budget of $4.6 million, a rather big increase from Halloween 2's $2.5 million, showing that there was a good deal of hope put into this concept paying off. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. It got mostly negative reviews from mainstream critics to horror magazines alike. Most criticized the plot and the nihilism, but for a lot of the more Halloween-oriented viewers, the main critique was always the same. Where was Michael Myers? It still managed to scare up $14 million at the box office, which was a nice profit, but it was nowhere near the first film's $70 million, or even Part 2's $25. It was generally viewed as a disappointment and derailed the entire plan to continue the anthology concept, and the series took a long break before finally bringing old Ghost Shatner back in 1988 with Halloween 4: The Return of Michael Myers. One quick note is there was a novelization of the film that was released at the same time, and it contained a few mild variations. For one, Conal Cochran is hinted to survive the ending through the magic of the Stonehenge rock, and for the other, the ending is far more decisive. In the film, things are left up in the air, with a cliffhanger-style ending that could either end with everyone safe or thousands upon thousands of children dying. In the novel, however, it is made perfectly clear that things go sour, and Silver Shamrock completes their joke. Their joke on the children. And yeah, I don't care what anyone says. I love this one. It's a 4 from me, and it's a great film. But sure, it's a bit unfocused at times. I almost wish that the anthology idea had taken off, and we had all these different sorts of Halloween tales from each year. Its significance is also a 4 since it's an entry in one of the biggest IPs in horror, even though it's a frequently derided one. But it also has Atkins, which gets any film some extra points, and was the start of Wallace's directing career. Should you watch it? 100%. Just don't expect to see a certain jumpsuit slasher.
And happy Halloween.
We're starting off in Canada, and up there, on October 23rd, Deadly Eyes was released, although it would get an American run in April of '83. And this sometimes went by the title of Night Eyes. And I don't know if you remember an episode or two back when I mentioned Sam Groom in Deadly Games and said that he'd appear in another film this year with Deadly in the title. Well, this is it. He's a teacher, and one of the Felix Leiters is here, and one of Paul's students has a crush on him, and she's Lisa Long-Lois, who we just saw on the Sci-Fi Project in class of 1984. But she's been here as well, back in 1980 with Phobia, and '81 with Happy Birthday to Me. There's also this company with all of this feed grain that's been injected with steroids, and a health inspector orders it all to be destroyed. And Dick Halloran works for that company, and they burn it all. Leslie Donaldson is here too, and we've also seen her in a few films, including Funeral Home in '80, and oh, look, Happy Birthday to Me as well. But it turns out that there were a bunch of rats there chowing on the superfood, so they've grown to massive size. And they're put out of their home by the fire and have to go elsewhere, attacking. And oh my god, look at these little guys. Who can be mad at them when they're this cute? Well, they proceed to eat an entire little kid, which is pretty ballsy. And after a string of further rat appearances, it's up to Paul to figure out what's going on, while starting up a new relationship with Kelly. And this one is from Robert Klaus, and he's not the sort of guy that normally shows up here, since most of his works are action-oriented. I mean, this is the guy who did Enter the Dragon, and Game of Death with Bruce Lee, and then later Battle Creek Brawl with Jackie Chan, and then most importantly, Gymkata. There's even a tribute to that here, as the characters go see Game of Death. This was very loosely adapted from an old James Herbert novel called The Rats, and the rat stuff is mainly done two ways. In close-ups, it's pretty easy to tell that they're hand puppets, but for the full body shots, they dressed up dachshunds in little costumes, which is why they're so damned adorable. Reviews weren't great, with the biggest hater being Herbert himself, who called it absolute rubbish, but it ended up getting a nice-sized cult following, and even got a remake in 2002 with a film called The Rats. And I really enjoy this. I give this a 3.5. There's some nice character stuff happening, and oh my god, do I love seeing those puppers and jackets running around. Its significance is just a 2 though, since it's got a small cult following, but it's still fairly unknown and doesn't have a lot of horror names attached. Should you watch it? Yes, indeed. Go look at some dog rats. This is another one that didn't get an American release until 1983, but on October 24th in 82, in France, The Clairvoyant was released, although it was also known as The Killing Hour. It begins with pulling a body out of the Hudson River with handcuffs on, and then right after a guy is cuffed to a ladder in a swimming pool and drowns, and then another man is cuffed and electrocuted. The police are on the case, and it's an all-star lineup with Baron Harkonnen, Miles Dyson, and a super thin and nearly recognizable guy who keeps getting the high hat. Detective Weeks, who is also a stand-up comic and also on the job, and he meets up with a TV show host named Mac, played by Perry King, who we just saw in Class of 1984. But if that's not enough characters, then we also have Verna, an aspiring artist, who keeps drawing the murders before they happen. The killer sends notes taunting that he'll never be caught, and they start to try to work it out and find their man before he kills again. Verna ends up going to the police to tell them about her drawings and says the first time something like this happened was when she helped recover a little lost girl when she was much younger. The plot thickens when it turns out that the little girl she helped was in fact that first victim, hinting that Verna's ties to the case run even deeper than she thinks. And this is another entry from Armand Mastroianni, and it was only his second film, with the first one being 1980's He Knows You're Alone, and he'll appear again a few times in future years. His previous film got a lot of comparisons to Halloween, although you won't get that here, but it did get tagged as a giallo throwback in a way, and it vaguely plays down the slasher stuff in favor of the police investigation and Verna's abilities. The killings were based on the Son of Sam murders, and this one wasn't given a US run. 20th Century Fox bought the rights to it, but then decided against putting it in theaters, only releasing it in France, and then Sweden. It did have a screening in Texas in '83, but then went to video in 1984. However, when put out on video, they chose to change the title to The Killing Hour, as they didn't think that the typical American video renter knew what a clairvoyant was. It also got the attention of the UK Video Nasty List, and although they didn't prosecute it, they did seize and confiscate it. And I like this, but it's a little all over the place. I give it a 3. It just tends to wander around a little much and introduce different elements without following up on them much. Its significance is a 2, since it's fairly obscure and not talked about, but it got the nasty attention and had the rare horror film from Mastroianni. Should you watch it? It's worth a watch, yeah.
It wasn't funny. She used to emit prodigious amounts of gas, and well, kids are merciless. They used to call her Earth, Wind, and Fire.
We're headed to Italy now, and this one came out on October 28th there, and it was released in the US in 1984, and it's Tenebrae. It has a famous author named Peter Neal, and he's in Rome to promote his new book. Anya Pironi, the third mother from Inferno, shows up as a shoplifter, and we just saw her in the house by the cemetery, and she's murdered by a man who shoves pages of Peter's book in her mouth. Nancy's dad is on hand, as is Christian Borromeo, who we haven't seen since 1980 with Estigma and The House on the Edge of the Park. Peter's assistant Anne is played by Daria Nicolodi, and we've already seen her before in 1980's Inferno, so we've got a pretty full cast here. The killer calls him, and someone is having dreams about being beaten by a woman on a beach. The murders continue, and Peter teams up with a police detective, Detective Germani, to figure out his connection to the deaths and solve the case. And this is the second appearance on the project for the great Dario Argento, with Inferno being the previous one, that, as I said, featured several of the performers here. After his run of films that feature a more supernatural element as well as a more stylistic approach, this one was a more back-to-basics feature, as he went back to the giallo format that he had been known for previously. It was partially inspired by real life, as the director had received a number of threatening phone calls about how his movies were damaging. Many thought this was a bit strange, since his two previous films were the first two parts of what was called the Three Mothers trilogy, so people were looking for the third part of that, only to have this released instead. But after Inferno wasn't well received, and Argento had a hard time making it, he decided to move into something that he was more comfortable with. Plus, he felt that so many other directors had started making films that were derivative of his that he wanted to do a giallo-style film again to show how it should be done. There was tension on the set, as it seemed as if Argento and Anthony Franciosa didn't quite get along, and there was also some issues with Daria Nicolodi. Her and Argento were a couple, but after he didn't give her a story credit for Suspiria, which she stated she contributed to, they were on shaky ground. Because of this, she asked for a smaller role in this one, but when the actress that was meant to play Anne dropped out, Argento convinced her to take on the bigger part. It did okay, but didn't do as much business as his previous works, and of course was criticized for the amount of violence. In fact, it was declared a video nasty in the UK and was prosecuted and banned from sale there. It's considered to not have had the same impact as some of his earlier films, but has still proven to be influential, with many referring to it as the director's last great film. And I like it a lot. I give it a 4. And I think this is the first of Argento's giallo-style films that I saw, so I may have a certain nostalgia for it. But I like the mood, like the mystery, and think that there's some great moments happening. Its HCS is a 3.5 since it's from Argento and has been seen quite a bit, but definitely didn't have the reach that some of his others did and didn't impact the genre as much. Should you watch it? Absolutely, this is a good one. Back in the US on the 29th, just a couple of days before Halloween, it's Trick or Treats. And note that S on the end, because it's not Trick or Treat or Trick or Treat. It's Trick or Treats. We have a married couple, and it's Carrie Snodgrass, who we last saw in 1980's The Attic, and John Carpenter's good buddy, Peter Jason. Joan has her husband Malcolm institutionalized, and one of his captors is the mustache man from Looker. It then jumps ahead a couple of years, and we meet Linda here, and her boyfriend is, oh, hey, Steve Rail's back. I just said in the last episode that we'd be seeing him more, and what do you know? Here he is. Although he's not in this much, and was the husband of Jacqueline Giroux here in real life at the time. So, Joan has gotten remarried to Kung Fu Kane, and they're off to a party, leaving little Christopher with Linda as his babysitter. He's a pretty devious little brat though, and plays pranks on her to make it look like he's hurt, and also wears this jacket.
Hey, I'm cool.
Well, yeah, in that jacket, I mean, who wouldn't be? Meanwhile, Malcolm decides to bust out of the sanitarium and heads home, where that damn kid keeps on playing pranks, and Linda keeps on falling for them, like one after another. She just keeps on believing whatever silly thing he's pulling. Like, you would think that after the 5th one, that she would be like, hey, yeah, kid, whatever. And what's hilarious is that Malcolm escapes the hospital by dressing as a nurse, and every single person that he encounters just thinks he's a woman and can't tell that it's simply Peter Jason in a wig. There's a quick appearance by Paul Bartel, and between him, Railsback, and Carradine, there's a good number of name stars here that just don't factor into the main action, like, at all. So this was both written and directed by Gary Graver, and he's mostly known by his alter ego, Robert McCallum, the name that he uses for X-rated films, of which he has directed over 100 of, going back to the 70s. He did work on a handful of mainstream films as well, and one of them was The Attic from 1980, which he directed a portion of, uncredited, and it was on that film that he met Snodgrass and they formed a friendship, leading her to appear here, even using her house as the location for most of the film. This had a tiny budget of a mere $55,000, most of which was Graver's own money, and only got a limited release in a handful of cities, but then took on a new life on VHS. And I just have this one as at a 2. I do like its vibe, and it has some fun Halloween stuff, but way too much time is spent with Christopher's pranks, and it doesn't become a horror movie until well after an hour in. Its significance is a 2 as well, because it's got a bit of notoriety and does have some names in it, but it didn't really leave much of a mark and isn't frequently talked about. Should you watch it? I mean, it's an okay watch, but it's also pretty skippable.
Quit playing with yourself.
If you have a thing about bugs, you're probably gonna want to skip this next one, because in Hong Kong, also on October 29th, there was Centipede Horror. And yeah, I feel like this is gonna live up to its name here. And a voiceover tells us all about them. There's then a couple of girls on vacation, and one has been given a necklace to ward off bad spirits, but she says it's too heavy and won't wear it. They're then both attacked by a bunch of centipedes and put into the hospital. Kay's brother wants to find out what happened to her to see if he can find out the cause of her new sickness, but it gets worse and she dies, with centipedes coming out of her wounds. He continues his investigation and is soon apparent that he's being watched, and discovers that his family holds a deep, dark secret. He soon learns about a terrible centipede curse, and yep, before long, the peds are after him. And the man behind this one is Keith Lee, and he was involved in a lot of Hong Kong films, but only directed 3. This was his first one, but he had previously done second unit work and assistant directing before this. And this movie had a reputation. For quite a while, it was very hard to track down, and often referred to as one of the most disgusting films of all time, mainly due to the large amount of squirming bugs on hand. It never got any sort of American release until recently, but was passed around on the bootleg circuit, with even those being hard to find and in poor quality. Recently though, in 2020, it was restored from a 35mm print and then giving a further 2K restoration and made available. As this one goes on, it gets crazier and crazier with weird nude spells and voodoo dolls, some animal cruelty, and bugs, but not as many as you would think. There's a long gap between centipede action, but when they do come back, they're all over the place. But there's also chicken skeletons. And I'm giving this one a 2.5. There's some wild and crazy fun moments here, but there's just not enough interesting tying it together. Its significance is just a 1, as it's very obscure and hardly ever spoken of, and it may be more relevant in its native country, but not here. Should you watch it? Maybe, but not if you hate bugs. Back in the States, on that same exact day, we got a really great entry, and we just saw little bugs, but how about a much bigger creature with Q, the winged serpent? We're in New York City, and oh my god, this is the scariest thing in any movie on this block. I would never, ever, ever do this job. But when a high-rise window washer suddenly loses his head, John Shaft and, oh, hey, it's David Carradine for the second time in this block. Harry Potter Sr. is also here, but there's also someone loose in the city skinning people alive. We get little flashes of something big swooping down to eat people, causing blood to rain down from the sky. Jimmy Quinn is a low-level crook and ends up on the run, hiding out on the top of the Chrysler building, but a cop hears him up there.
Hey, I hear you. Come on out, you get a year for this.
A year? For like trespassing? I mean, this cop doesn't know he's a wanted criminal. He just knows he's in a part of the building he shouldn't be in, and that's a year in prison? Man, New York is tough. Jimmy discovers a giant nest up there, complete with a big-ass egg.
I'm almost afraid of everything, but I've never been afraid of heights.
Well, I am, man, so get away from that edge. You're making me nervous. Turns out that the sacrifices are being made in the name of Quetzalcoatl, the Aztec god, by a cult, and it's up to Shepard teaming up with Jimmy Quinn to reveal the big bird's hiding spot and put it down. And this is the second appearance on the project by a great director, Larry Cohen, with his first being Full Moon High, and he wrote this one as well. The entire movie stemmed from one moment. When he was in New York City, he looked up the Chrysler Building and said, "That'd be the coolest place to have a nest." And there you go, the whole thing came out of that thought. Later, he was working on a film called I, the Jury, but he was fired from that one before it started production. Since he was already working with producers on this concept and was already in New York, they rushed pre-production in less than 2 weeks, throwing together the script in 6 days and rushed into shooting, in several instances with no permits. They used stop motion for the majority of the monster effects, with those being done by Randall William Cook and David Allen, but there were a couple of full-size models made as well. Ultimately, it would end up screening at the same time as I, the Jury, and did quite well, getting a fair share of strong reviews. Cohen would talk about this one very favorably, calling it his favorite of his films, and claims that the 1998 Godzilla film essentially just stole their concepts from it. And I love this one. I give it a 4. It's just a nice mix of monster stuff, character bits, and that weird cult storyline, and Moriarty is absolutely stealing this show. Its significance is a 3 since it's a little more well known, but it's still very firmly a cult feature, but it's got some known faces and Cohen in the chair. Should you watch it? Why? For yes. On that same day, because October 29th was just stacked, another release of a more comedic variety showed up with National Lampoon's Class Reunion. It begins back in 1972 as a group of high school students that includes Bud the Chud play a prank on Geeky Walter. 10 years later, everyone is assembled for their class reunion because it's in the title. But there's a mysterious person in a paper bag watching over them. Bob is here, and Flounder is here because he knows something about National Lampoon movies.
Pleased to meet you, James. Ooh, you got nice big jugs.
And Nerdy Gary, and an assortment of oddball alumni. Ma Fratelli pops in, and Chuck Berry performs and manages to not pee on anyone, or tell them to smell his farts while saying, "I won't betray you." And I know that's an obscure reference, but what the hell. But then Mayor Ebert is on hand, and someone starts killing people, and they realize that they're all locked in. They discover that Walter has been in an asylum since the prank, but has now escaped, and this wacky group has to band together to survive Walter's fury. And this is from a director that we've already seen, but for a different type of project, since it's Michael Miller, the guy who directed Silent Rage, and most of his filmography was action stuff, not exactly very comedy-oriented. The writer of the film was, though, since it was a very early script from John Hughes, shortly before he would take Hollywood by storm with Mr. Mom and Vacation, and then being the man to define being a teenager in the 80s. Later on, he admitted to not being that proud of this one, though, and said that he was fired from the movie and that his screenplay was butchered. It was the last of a thread of slasher and horror spoofs, most of which had already been covered on the project. Because it carried the National Lampoon name, and was the movie that they did after Animal House, there was an assumption that it might have been a sequel, and people were disappointed when it clearly wasn't. There was also a story that the part of Hubert, played by Stephen Furst, was meant for John Belushi, as it seems very similar to the type of role that he would play, and he died not long before this movie started production. But there's no actual indication of that, and could very easily just be rumor, and Furst would have several other films where he plays a similar type of character. The reviews weren't great, and it ended up not making nearly as much money as they had hoped, and only pulled in $10 million at the box office. And I don't think it's awful, but it's not great either. I give it a 3. It's not as funny as you would hope. It has some weird plot points, and a couple of characters just straight up vanish. Its significance is a 2.5 since it's a little more known, part of the National Lampoon umbrella, and has a bunch of familiar faces, but never really took off in terms of recognition. Did you watch it? I'd say yeah, it's entertaining enough.
Hey man, have you ever thought of me as a woman? No, but I have thought of you as a farm animal.
This next one debuted in Germany at some point in November of 1982. And hey, we're finally out of October, go figure. But it's unknown what date this ran, but it wouldn't run in the US until late 83. And it's The Black Room. A couple of lovers are killed and then buried by a man and a woman. And then later, Larry here is looking to rent a room and ends up at this place in the Hollywood Hills that is renting for $200 a month. And do you have any idea what that would go for now? He's renting from the murderous couple from the intro, and Larry is married with kids, but also picks up women and takes them to his new rental for sex, where he's spied on. He's told that Jason, the young man, suffers from a rare blood disorder that means that he needs constant blood replenishment, and the woman he lives with is his sister. Larry starts an affair with her and also brings up prostitutes.
Just keep the clock running. Sit on it, baby. Keep it warm for me.
How on earth had I never heard that phrase before in my life? And then I do this channel, and I hear it all the time. But then things turn a corner, and it seems that the siblings are using women to transfuse fresh blood into Jason. And then Larry's wife finds out about his black room and discovers that even though he told her about it and claimed it was all a fantasy, that it's all real. And this is an interesting little number. It was co-directed by Ellie Kenner, but he doesn't have many credits in the film world outside of this. There's only one other film on his IMDb, and it's an Israeli film from 1996 called Who's the Father? But the other co-director, as well as the film's writer, is Norman Thaddeus Vane, and he's more involved in the industry and has been on the project before with Frightmare. It's said that Vane had wanted to direct the film himself, but had to bring in Kenner in order to appease the film's financial backer, an Israeli businessman. This particular film was a low-budget number made for around $40,000 and features an early appearance by Shooter McGavin, in the same year that he would show up in Grease 2 and then start working a lot more regularly. It also has a brief and also pretty early on cameo from Linnea Quigley. It's weird because in the UK it looks like that they allowed it for their theatrical run with the equivalent of an X rating, but its VHS version in 1983 was listed as one of the nasties and seized but not prosecuted. And this is a 3. I like a good chunk of what this was doing, and it's definitely a precursor to the whole 80s casual sex is bad thing, but it's also a bit too slowly paced and takes too long to make its point. Its significance is a 1.5 since it's super obscure, only recently gaining more attention, but it does have Linnea and McDonald in it. Should you watch it? Yes, it's a good, solid, slow burn, if not a great one. Here's one that has some opposing dates, but according to one source, it screened in America on November 5th, but it looks like it also ran in Italy in August. But it's the controversial Piranha 2, The Spawning. There's a couple of scuba divers, and they find this old shipwreck and immediately proceed to strip nude and engage in a little underwater dalliance because these people are adventurous. Like how do you even bring that up? I want to have sex with you, but only at the bottom of the ocean. Well, they're both chomped by a swarm of piranha, and we're on an island resort in the Caribbean. Chris here then enters his mother's bedroom where she's sleeping nude, and then essentially mounts her to drop a fish on her, and none of that is weird, right? And then Bradley Cooper is here, and what? That's not Bradley Cooper? Oh. Well, anyway, you may recognize young Chris from the Blob remake, but he's also apparently a big shot in the soap world. He did long runs on Another World, Guiding Light, and All My Children. There's also a police officer on hand that could be a droid, or possibly a vampire, or just might summon Pumpkinhead, I don't know. On the island, they celebrate the spawning, which is when a bunch of grunions spawn in the shallows. And they go scoop them up and cook them. Anne and Steve used to be a couple but are now divorced, and after they find a chomped up body in the water, Anne has to figure out what's going on, because the resort's manager won't close the beaches because, you guessed it, tourism! But there's an added problem here. These aren't just any piranhas. Nope! These ones have wings. And clearly this is a sequel to Joe Dante's Piranha, and it is connected, and they do reference the events of the first film, but it is mostly unconnected. The genesis of the project was wild since Dante wasn't available to do this as he was busy with The Howling, so they hired Miller Drake to do it. And he came up with a number of ideas, and it was him that came up with the concept of flying fish. They then found financing through a Greco-Italian guy named Ovidio Assanitis, who also directed the Jaws ripoff Tentacles and the Exorcist ripoff Beyond the Door. They then hired a young James Cameron to be the special effects director, but when Assanitis fired Drake, Cameron would be promoted to director. But then, during shooting, the producer hated what Cameron was doing and began to dictate what the shots would be, essentially taking over as director. This was apparently a habit of his, as it was something that he did with Beyond the Door and another movie, Madhouse. Cameron was on set for what is said to be 4 days, and on those days, he wasn't allowed to call his own shots, question Assanitis' decisions, or watch any of the dailies. Finally, on day 5, he was fired, with him claiming that Cameron's footage wouldn't cut together. Assanitis would then rewrite most of the film, add a bunch of random nudity, including the intro scene. Then, Cameron would break into the editing room every night for several weeks and recut the film, but Assanitis found out and restored it the way he wanted. Now, there are some that dispute the whole 5-day thing and say that Cameron was present for the entire shoot, but was simply not allowed to shoot things the way he wanted, but more seem to cite the first story, so that appears to be the most likely. The reviews were bad, and even though the budget was low at around $150K, it was a bomb upon release. After a while, Cameron was able to buy back the footage and recut the film to the original intention, and that version is available to view as well. And the best I can do here is a 2. This is just so dull and uninteresting and only had a handful of fun moments, not enough to call it so bad it's good. For significance though, I have to give it a 3, even though it's not one I think that has been seen a whole lot, and outside of Henriksen, doesn't feature much in the way of names. But it's the kickoff to James Cameron as a director, and has been talked about so much because of the controversy that it certainly gained some note. Should you watch it? I actually think not. It's pretty skippable.
Maybe we should get you to a doctor.
Aren't you a doctor?
No.
You're not a doctor?
No, but I'm a dentist.
You're a dentist?
Dr. Leo Bell, DDS, at your service.
Hi.
We're ending this one on a great note because on November 10th, we are blessed with the arrival of Creepshow. We meet an abusive dad who's looking to be thrilled, and this kid is Stephen King's son, and now is an amazing writer in his own right. Billy's dad threw away his comic book, and the Creep shows up outside of his window. A sort of Crypt Keeper character, I guess, even if he doesn't talk here. He does show us the comic book, and we go into the stories within it. The first tale is Father's Day, which has Jackson Pollock and a group of his family members gathering, and they mention that the family patriarch, Nathan, was killed by his daughter by this ashtray, and he comes back for some Father's Day revenge. The second story, The Lonely Death of Jordy Verrill, features none other than Stephen King himself, in his biggest role yet. He had a small appearance in Knight Riders the year before, but this was a much longer part. He finds a meteor and dreams about going to the Department of Meteors, where they have that same damn ashtray, but unfortunately, touching that thing seems to cause more trouble than he expected. The third tale is called Something to Tide You Over and has both Frank Drebin and Sam Malone, and involves Richard here getting revenge on his wife and her lover, and you hardly see her, but she's Dawn of the Dead's Fran. And his plot involves the ocean, the incoming tide, and once again, that ashtray. Next up is perhaps the most famous, called The Crate, and it has Father Malone, Stevie Wayne, George Romero's former wife, and Fritz Weaver, who, like Hal Holbrook, also played a priest in a horror movie with the Jaws of Satan. And when there's a mysterious crate found in the college that contains a vicious creature, Henry decides that maybe he can use it to his benefit. And oh yeah, ashtray. The last story is titled They're Creeping Up on You and has Upton Pratt in his fancy upscale apartment complete with a fancy ashtray, and he's a germaphobe and hates bugs. And it turns out that they hate him just as much. And this one was by the great George A. Romero and was written by Stephen King, his screenwriting debut. Most of them were original tales written exclusively for the film, with the exceptions of Jordy Verrill and The Crate, which were based on previously published short stories. It was mostly shot in Romero and my hometown of Pittsburgh, and Tom Savini was brought in for the effects. It was on this film that he made his first fully animatronic monster with Fluffy, the thing in the crate. He would also cameo in the film as a garbage man. And they took an unusual tactic with the release of the film because Warner Brothers were nervous about it and concerned that it was going up against Halloween 3. So, earlier in the year, in July, they did a quick test release in Boston to see how to market it. It was a huge success there, which gave the bros the confidence that they needed for a wider release. And after the Season of the Witch faded quickly, it became a big hit. In fact, it was Romero's only film in his history to hit #1 on his opening weekend. The reviews were pretty good as well, and it would go on to make $21 million against a budget of $8, and was Warner's top-grossing horror film of the year. Of course, it would also go on to be a big hit on home video and cable, and spun off into an actual comic book with art by Bernie Wrightson. Plus, there was a sequel in '87 with Creepshow 2, and then an unofficial one in 2007 called Creepshow 3. Also, the Tales from the Dark Side TV series was essentially the TV spin-off, even though they couldn't use the title of Creepshow because of the rights issues. There would also be a web series and then a new series for Shudder in 2018 that's still going on. New comics and theme park attractions, and before I forget, ashtray in the epilogue. And of course, I love Creepshow as well. I'm going to give it a 4.5. It's one of the best anthologies I have ever seen. It's still slightly uneven at times, but it's a wonderful movie and features a great mix of horror and comedy. Its significance is also a 4.5. I feel like this one has a ton of significance, is very well known, even more so nowadays, but never really became that big cultural boom that would have earned it the 5. Should you watch it? Yeah. End of story. Let's kick this block off in November, although with a movie that didn't have a set release date, although it was sometime in November, and it's Night Beast. We begin with an alien ship soaring through space and crashing into a meteor and landing on Earth. An alien creature emerges and whoa, look at this hair and stash combo! Did I mess up and start the 70s project instead? The alien, clad in what looks like a silver disco outfit, has a ray gun and kills some hunters and some randos, and man, I love this monster. The police become aware of it right away, and there's shootouts where they realize that the monster is bulletproof, but Herb Stash is still on the case. Thankfully, they destroy its ray gun and go to the mayor, and if these characters look familiar, as they do to me, it's because this is actually a sequel. These characters have faced extraterrestrials before in The Alien Factor, a pretty amazing low-budget sci-fi horror flick from 1978, and this was basically the Alien Factor 2, which is funny because there actually would be an Alien Factor 2 later on. It also has George Stover in it, who was also in Alien Factor, and he'd go on to a pretty wild career in a number of low-budget flicks, and showed up in several John Waters pictures as well. But Don Leaford here is too, and we saw him in the project back in 1980 with a movie called Fiend. That movie, this one, and the Alien Factor were all by a little indie film guy named Don Dohler. And he was sort of infamous in the era for making some cool little backyard films, although he only ended up making 7 films in total. And this little number was made for a mere $14,000, and in current money, that's still only around $45,000, so it's very, very low budget. And it actually had some high-profile talent behind the scenes. The opening credit sequence was by Ernest Farino. He'd go on to do effects and title sequences for movies like The Terminator and The Abyss, and won a couple of Emmys, and even directed a few things, including the Terminator's sort of ripoff, Steel and Lace. That awesome monster mask was by John Dodds, an absolute legend in monster effects. And sure, he worked on big things like Ghostbusters 2 and Poltergeist 3, but he also did that amazing creature in The Deadly Spawn, one of the coolest monsters of all time. But beyond that, this was the very first film and credit for a 16-year-old named J.J. Abrams. He had read about Dohler in a film magazine and sent him some letters, and Don eventually just asked if he would be interested in helping him score this film. And Abrams said yes, and is credited with music score and sound effects. It didn't get a ton of attention, but it's gained a nice cult following over the years, and this is my kind of fun, and I'll go with a 3. I wish that it had a little more to it, but you can't say it's boring. And there's some really great monster stuff going on. Its significance is at 1.5 since it's still pretty damn obscure, but had some bigger names behind the scenes for a little boost. Should you watch it? Sure, it's cheap and wild monster stuff, just what the 80s were about.
Just a little
Didn't
wild.
I make myself clear this morning?
Why don't you go write yourself some damn parking tickets or something? You're gonna screw this whole thing up for me.
I'm not gonna budge. I want these people out of here now.
1982 had a bunch of movies that had titles starting with the word blood, and add another one, I guess, because on November 10th, there was Blood Link. It had this fancy ball, and a mutant baby's daddy is here, and he stabs a woman and likely gets some blood on the dance floor. Shemong! But that's just a dream. He's haunted by these images and memories of that vision, and he's dating a woman named Julie. He confesses his dreams to her. And it seems that he's a doctor, and he's come up with a new process to try to deal with his patient's psychological trauma, and has been using himself as a subject. His dreams lead him to a Mrs. Thompson, who seems to recognize him, and he says that he was one half of a set of conjoined twins who were separated at birth, and believes that his brother died in a fire. Mrs. T says that his brother Keith is still alive, and Craig believes that his dreams are actually him, seeing through his brother's eyes, and wants to find him. His brother's the actual killer, and his MO is to prey on older women, and he runs into Cameron Mitchell. He's in Germany, and Craig's dreams lead him there. There they match wits with trying to get the other one into trouble, although Craig is trying to help his brother. And this was an odd production because it was an American picture. It was funded by a German company and mostly shot over there, but the entire crew was Italian. The director was Alberto Di Martino and was one of his last films, but we've seen him on the project so far, although in the sci-fi version, with Humongous. And this was also known as simply The Link when it was released in the UK. It is fairly interesting from a historical perspective to have the film in Germany and hear them talk about East and West Berlin as the wall was still up, and that's not something we hear about much in horror films. Moriarty does what Moriarty do and steals the show since he's in practically every scene in the movie, and plays the evil twin with a certain devious glee, whereas the good version has this blank and empty demeanor that's also very interesting. It's certainly a sleazy film, although not overly so, but it has that Italian flair to it and has a rather jarring ending that doesn't make much sense and was apparently mandated by the producer. One other quick thing to note is that it has a pretty great score by legendary composer Ennio Morricone. And I'm giving it a 3. It's a good watch, mainly for Moriarty, and it has its moments, but it's not one that I'll likely revisit. Its significance is just a 1.5 since it's pretty obscure and unknown, but did have a smattering of talent involved. Should you watch it? Sure, even if it's just to watch a great actor having a good time.
Okay. You sure you're okay?
Probably the biggest film on this block came on November 12th, and I hope you're ready for a pillow fight since it's the Slumber Party Massacre. It starts with the news telling us that a killer is on the loose, and we meet young Trish, and her parents are going away for the weekend, and you know, if the top news story was a mass murderer who got loose, and his original killings were in your neighborhood, I might be thinking twice about saying, oh, yeah, we're leaving our young daughter on her own for a few days. And he is local, and we see him kill a phone service technician with a drill. And then we hit a momentous occasion, the very first appearance on the project for Brink Stevens, one of the holy trinity of scream queens, and this was one of her earliest roles. So we've now had project spots for Brink and Linnea, so we only need Michelle Bauer and the 80s will be official. The girls are planning, what else? A slumber party, and you know what happens at slumber parties, right? Well, lots of nudity, and as you know, no boys are allowed, until they are. And I'm not sure because I didn't go back through and do a thorough perusing, but I'm pretty damn sure that this is the first film on the project that was directed by a woman, which is pretty wild. We're 3 years in, covering a couple hundred films, and this is the first female director? Well, she was Amy Holden Jones, and she didn't really direct much more after this, and in fact only handled 4 movies in total from 82 to 96. But she had a much bigger career as a writer. She wrote Mystic Pizza, and the original Beethoven, and even Indecent Proposal, and is still active in TV writing. It was actually originally intended to be a horror parody, written by a well-known feminist activist named Rita Mae Brown, and made fun of the current crop of slasher films. However, producers took that script and retooled it to strip away a lot of the satirical elements and shoot it as a straightforward slasher, turning it into the sort of thing it was created to ridicule, which the author was not very happy about. Originally, the film was meant to end in the house, and Roger Corman, the producer and financier, really liked the film and Holden Jones and decided to give her more money to punch it up and reshoot it, allowing her to make the finale more grandiose with the full sequence. The reviews were decent, but not great, and it was called a Halloween clone, even though some praised the pacing and addition of the more humorous moments. The budget was low at only $220,000, and it was a nice success, pulling in around $3.5 million. Of course, that meant a sequel was necessary, and it became a minor franchise with 2 sequels, and a sort of a spin-off series with both the Sorority House Massacre films and Cheerleader Massacre films. There was also a remake in 2021 that is pretty much in name only, although it does reuse the Russ Thorne name and drill weapon imagery, but that's about it. It's notable in that the Slumber Party franchise not only had this female director, but the other 2 sequels and remake also featured women at the helm as well. And I like it. I give it a 3.5. Sure, it feels like a lot of the other slashers from this time frame, but the tone is jauntier, and I dig it. I almost would really want to see it redone with the original satirical script, though. Its significance is a 3, since it was very well known and became a well-known horror hit, but it never really leaked out into the mainstream and didn't launch many careers. Should you watch it? Yep. Grab some friends, get into your jammies, prep your pillows, and enjoy.
Well, life goes on after all. And eating makes me feel best. When I feel bad, and boy, do I feel bad. Oh. I feel better already. Really, I do.
On the same day, November 12th, a very different type of horror was unleashed with White Dog. It begins with a pirate girl hitting a stark white dog with her car and taking it to the vet, where they said that if it's not claimed in 3 days, it'll be put to sleep. Julie decides to take it home with her while putting up flyers about it, and her boyfriend is one of the Simons. I don't know which one. He might be the first Simon, but he could very easily just be the second one. That night, a man enters Julie's house and attacks her, but the dog attacks and holds on to him until the police arrive. She decides to keep it, but it gets loose and then just randomly attacks and kills a man driving a street cleaning truck. Paul Bartel pops in, as does Marshall Thompson, most known for It, Terror from Beyond Space, and trouble is afoot when the puppers savagely attacks Julie's co-star on a commercial. She opts to take it to a trainer who sure does sound like he should be in stop motion, and he actually recommends putting it down, as he determines that it's what's known as a white dog, which is a dog that is trained to specifically attack and kill black people. A guy who should be on the hunt for a Terminator decides to take the job, and Mr. Futterman is on hand as well, and this is by the legendary Sam Fuller, and it's his first appearance on the project. And this guy directed some great films like Shark, Shock Corridor, and The Big Red One. It was written by Curtis Hanson well before he became a big shot Oscar-winning director, and it was based on a novel from 1970. This was the movie that Roman Polanski was slated to direct in 1975 before he had to flee the country for being a scumbag, and his leaving put it into production hell. Eventually, though, Fuller came on board, and since the writer's strike was looming, they had a limited amount of time and money to do it. It got heat from the get-go, since the NAACP and other civil rights groups became worried that the film would be seen as too much of a hot button and would cause instances of racial violence. It was also criticized for being a film dealing with racism that was written by white writers, a white director, and mostly white crew, particularly since the book was seen as a pretty shallow view on the subject matter. Fuller pushed on, though, confident in the film's message, and they were given a $7 million budget. Paramount got cold feet when it came to releasing it, though, and only gave it a handful of screenings in Detroit, and decided that it was too edgy and unreleasable, and shelved it. This upset Fuller immensely, and he grew disillusioned by the Hollywood system and moved off to France, and never made another film for a US company. The film was eventually aired on cable channels and still played art houses and film festivals, but never got the run it deserved. The complex themes of whether racism was an inborn condition that can't be reversed or something that can be, in a way, cured was praised by critics, and the reviews were strong, and over time, the reputation of the film has grown and has now received some high-quality releases. And damn, guys, this is some high-quality horror here, even if you want to nitpick that it's not horror, but it is, and I give it a 4. It's tackling interesting themes and gives you a vicious villain and a strong message. Its significance is a 2, though, since it's not very seen, even if it should be, but it does have a really strong cast list, and of course, Fuller behind the camera. Did you watch it? Yes. Good boy. It's looking like November 12th was a busy day for the genre, since there was another pretty notable release with Alone in the Dark, but not that Uwe Boll version. Instead, this one has Bela Lugosi at a diner that serves him a weird fish, and his chef is Doc Loomis. But that's just a dream. We then have Dr. Potter here, starting a new gig at a psychiatric hospital, even though he's a bit howling mad himself. And Magda is here, as is Michael Earl Reed, who we just saw in The Boogeyman. The head of the clinic is Leo Bain, and he's a little odd himself. And one of the other patients is Skeletor, and he's part of the infamous third floor patients, the more dangerous ones. Preacher is one of them, as is Dynamo, even though he looks different without the light bright helmet. They're angered by their previous doctor's departure and blame Potter, so they plan to kill him. And if you watched the Halloween movies and thought that Loomis was a lousy doctor and made really bad judgment calls, then how about this?
Excuse me, Leo, I need a match.
A match? Oh, sure. Keep the pack.
Known violent offender needs a match, so you give the man a whole match book?
Please, Marissa!
Oh, excuse me, ma'am.
Well, I'm not sure what you were expecting. Meanwhile, Dan's troubled little sister is coming to stay with his family, and they go to see a band that is quintessentially 80s. And there's a massive blackout, and the squad take advantage to escape and wreak a little havoc. One of them, a guy who hates his face being seen, shows up in a very familiar looking mask, and this was released a couple of months after Jason would don his Goldie gear for the first time. But this was in no way a response to that, as the films were being shot around the same time. And this was the first feature film for Jack Shoulder, a man we'll be hearing about a lot more coming up, but this was also put out by New Line and was one of their early films as well, and was their first horror release. Originally, it was pitched by Shoulder as a much bigger film that involved the killers on the streets of New York facing off against the Mafia, but it was scaled back to a home invasion story to accommodate a smaller budget. The reviews were alright, although not overwhelmingly positive, and it would eventually turn a small profit, but never really took off in terms of notoriety, although it did stand out as compared to the other slasher flicks. And I like it, so I'm going to give it a 3.5, but it's definitely a bit of a drag at parts and doesn't totally seem to know what it wants to do, although that cast list is top-notch. Its significance is a 2.5 since it has a bunch of people of note involved and has some influence, but not many people have seen this, and some horror fans still haven't even heard of it. Should you watch it? Yes, but if you start it up and see Christian Slater, run.
Happy trails.
Well, hey, it's another film from November 12th, and this one is another that toes the line of horror a bit, and it's Brimstone and Treacle, not to be confused with the film with the same name from 1976, which this is a remake of. And then this actor is in it, and I'm not sure of his name, but he's the guy who played Sting in Zoolander 2. He has a chance meeting with Marcus Brody, and he's a scam artist, and convinces him that they know each other. He tells him that his daughter was in a car accident and was severely injured, and manages to get his address. Patty was in a hit and run and unable to speak and is constantly making noises. And then Martin suddenly shows up at their house with Tom's wallet, but the cash is gone. Martin tells them that he and Patty were in love and said that he even proposed to her once, and she asked him to wait. He offers to stay there and help out and care for Patty, which Norma welcomes since she's swamped, although Tom is a bit wary. And clearly, Martin is not what he seems. But what are his intentions? How dark will this all get? Pretty dark. Well, how's this for dark? This was originally meant to be a televised play for the BBC in 1976 and was written by Dennis Potter, who wrote Pennies from Heaven and Gorky Park. That version featured several of the same actors, including Denholm Elliott and Patricia Lawrence, but shortly before that was meant to air, the director of TV watched it and because of a rape scene declared it to be nauseating and had it pulled. That version remained unseen until 1987, but later a theatrical film version was made, which is what this is. They had wanted David Bowie to play Martin, but when he was unavailable, Sting came on board, and he would contribute several songs to the soundtrack as well. There's quite a bit of subtle nods to the notion that his character may in fact be the devil, although that's never stated and is open to interpretation. However, in the end, it wasn't a financial success and only made money from soundtrack sales because it's the Police, duh. The title track of the film even won a Grammy, and I think that this is solid, but it also kills a lot of time, so I'm giving it a 3. It's interesting character stuff, but it's a 90-minute film and feels like it's paced for one that's over 2 hours. Its significance is a 1.5 since it's very unknown here in the States and only touches on horror elements, but has some famous faces in it. So it's of some note. Should you watch it? Sure, even if Sting doesn't show up in metal underpants.
Beautiful.
1 week later, on November 19th, there was an entry that had a limited release in Cincinnati, Ohio, before getting a wider run in late 1983, and it's Brainwaves. This begins with a woman taking a bath with a radio next to her, which of course leads to someone dropping it in and electrocuting her. We then meet the Bedford family and stop, Dave. What are you doing, Dave? And also Susanna Love, who we last saw in 1980 with The Boogeyman. One day, Kaylee is hit by a car and drastically injured, but in a coma, and they tell him that they developed a new computer program that will allow them to see how her brain is functioning and hopefully help her out, and he agrees to allow them to try the procedure. It's a success, and she starts to get her motor functions back, eventually fully recovering. Her doctor is one of the Bobs from Office Space, and another is Tony freaking Curtis. And she starts having some hallucinations after going home, and starts seeing those double X's in her head, and seeing that murder from the beginning. And they realize that she's seeing images from the impulses of the murdered woman, whose brainwaves were used in the process. So, they decide to try to figure out the mystery of what happened to the woman in the tub before her killer finds them. And this is another one by Uli Lommel, and it's his second appearance on the project, with the first being The Boogeyman, which Love was also in, as her and Lommel were married at the time. She'd be in several more of his films until they split in 1987. The cast list here is pretty impressive since it has Keanu Dulles, who worked with Kubrick, Tony Curtis, who also worked with Kubrick, and also Vera Miles, who worked with Alfred Hitchcock on freaking Psycho, and now they're working with Uli Lommel, a man whose films I have now featured on at least 2 worst horror movies of all time lists. It was a pretty big dud considering it cost $2.5 to make, and even though the release was limited, it still only pulled in around $3,000 in total. And I can see why. This is a dud, and I give it a 2.5 because it spends so damn much time with the setup that the interesting part, the exploration of the memories, doesn't occur until the final 20 minutes. That stuff is cool though, which is why it's the 2.5 instead of just a 2. Its significance is a 1.5 since it's never talked about, made no impact, but did have several recognizable faces. Should you watch it? Maybe. It's not awful, but it is pretty dull.
Look, I got it. I got all the whites.
Now you have to get all the other colors together. It's not very diplomatic, is it?
A boy like me needs time and encouragement.
November 19th was also pretty busy since there was another release there, although this one was a bit wider, and it's Time Walker. It begins with an earthquake on an archaeological dig in King Tut's tomb, and Professor Doug McCadden finds a sarcophagus that he has transported back to California at the university there. There's a mummy inside, and they x-ray it, but accidentally hit it with 10 times the normal dose. Later, Sharp here finds a hidden drawer with some stones inside and steals them, which awakens the mummy. The next day, one of the students touches a fungus on the box and his finger turns green. Hopefully, he just needs some medical supplies because Frank is there and might know where to score some. They want to keep the fact that the Mummers is missing under wraps, but Sharp sells those crystals to different people around the campus. Sherry Belafonte appears in one of her very first ever film appearances as they try to find the mummy so that no one else gets infected by its fungi, but it shows up to the house of a woman wearing a crystal as a necklace and kills her, retrieving it and placing it in this base thingy. And that mysterious thing should let you know that this mummy is not what it seems, even if the movie's poster kinda already showed you that. And this was directed by Tom Kennedy and was the only film that he did, although he was involved in the editorial department for several other films and edited the original Silent Night Bloody Night. It was co-written by Jason Williams, and what's interesting about that is that he's mostly known for acting and working in the adult industry and was Flesh in the movie Flesh Gordon. The editor was pretty well known as well, but mainly to Buffy fans, since it was Skip Skulnick. It was done in the hopes of being a sort of pilot for a TV series, and the film even ends with a to be continued so that they can add to the story. But even though it turned a nice profit, nothing ever came out of that. The reviews were not kind, with most criticizing the pacing and predictability. It got some notoriety when it was repackaged and released as Being from Another Planet, and that version was riffed on Mystery Science Theater 3000, with them referring to the picture as one of the worst that they'd seen. And just like Brainwaves, this one saves anything interesting for the very end, so I'll give it a 2.5. Sure, there's some fun bits here and there, but for the most part, this is as sluggish as its main villain. The HCS is quite low at a 1.5 since no one knows about this one outside of fans of Robot Shadows. Should you watch it? You could likely pass, but it's not a horrible watch. And yeah, November 19th is a rockin' day in horror history because we have yet another release with the more prestigious Still of the Night. Chief Brody is here and he's a psychiatrist, and one night he's visited by Miranda Priestley, and she was having an affair with one of his patients. He's been murdered recently. She doesn't want to reveal the affair, but wants to return one of his watches, and asks Doc Rice to say it was left there in a session. And meanwhile, the doc is getting over his own divorce with the help of his mother, Miss Daisy. The police tell Sam that he may actually be the target of whoever killed George because of what he told him in their sessions, and there's some creepy dream stuff. And the main police guy on the case is this guy. You know this guy. He's in a million movies, but he's never had that one standout part. And in fact, on IMDb, his most known role is from Batman Forever, where he plays the character of Bank Guard. Sam and Brooke start a fling of their own, but is she the killer or just another red herring in the still of the night? And this was a very big deal film because it was both co-written and directed by Robert Benton, a man who has 3 Oscars to his name and 7 nominations. This was the film that he did immediately after winning both the writing Oscar and director one for Kramer vs. Kramer. Right before he did Places in the Heart, which won for Best Writing and was nominated for Best Director. He wasn't nominated for any for this picture, though. You may not be able to tell from the short description and a handful of clips, but this movie is 100% a tribute to Alfred Hitchcock, and Benton claims that it was his homage to film noir, and was equally inspired by Hitch and Fritz Lang. People only seem to pick up on the Hitchcock stuff, though, and only talked about that, which irked Benton somewhat, but there's a number of direct references, including an attack by a bird and an actress that was in The Birds. It has a nice budget of around $10 million, but didn't really have the effect that they were hoping for, since it would only collect around $6 million at the box office, marking it as a dud. The reviews mostly picked on that whole Hitchcock thing, and they weren't all that bad, although the film apparently has one critic that's fairly sour on it. On Andy Cohen's show, See What Happens Live, when he asked her to name one bad film that she's been in, Meryl Streep responded with Still of the Night. When he then asked her what it's about, she simply said, never mind. And Meryl, come on, it's not all that bad, but I am just going to go with a 2.5 though, because it's also not that good. Maybe I expect more from such a cast and crew, but it feels very cliche, and the mystery is insanely easy to figure out. Its significance is a 2, since it's got a big pedigree and some star power, but never caught on, and is never really spoken of. Should you watch it? I mean, Meryl says no, so I would go with that.
On account of you, I'm an accessory to something, I don't know what. I'm withholding evidence, I'm obstructing justice. I'm going to get my license revoked if I'm not thrown into jail first. And on top of that, I've just spent $15,000 for a painting I don't even like.
This block ends on that same day, November 19th, and wow, what a day, I guess, with The House on Sorority Row. It starts back in 1962 with a woman losing her baby during childbirth, and then jumps ahead. We're on a college campus, and it's graduation time, so a bunch of girls are moving out of the sorority. Mrs. Slater here is still holding a grudge against that doctor from the intro, and she tells the girls that they can't have their grad party there, and then is super aggressive with them. They decide to play a prank on her, and it involves a gun and then tricking the others, but then it goes wrong, and she gets shot for real, and they attempt to hide her body in the pool. The party goes on with this band. But then an unseen figure kills someone outside using Slater's cane. Pretty soon, the girls are being picked off one by an unseen figure, and their numbers start to dwindle. And this one was from Mark Rosman, who co-wrote this and also directed, and it was his first film work. After this, he'd go on to some different kinds of things, but still some horror like Mutant and Evolver, but in the 2000s, switched to more Disney Channel stuff and family films. It has a couple of inspirations, with one being the French film Diabolique, but the plot is also fairly similar to a film from the 1930s called 13 Women. It had a budget of $125,000, but then ran out of funds part of the way through and had to secure additional funds, with the total cost reaching around $425K at the ending of it all. One problem they ran into was realizing that Lois Kelso Hunt's voice wasn't coming off as scary as they were hoping for their film's villain, with Rosman saying that she had the exact look that they wanted, but the sound was way off, so they ended up having a different actress dub over all of her lines. Critics weren't too fond of it, writing it off as yet another slasher film in an era of slasher films, but it was a surprise hit. All in all, it did around 11 million and reached number 1 at the box office. Over time, the film's notoriety has only grown, and a number of lists of greatest slasher films of all time have featured it. Even though it's never received any sort of sequel, it did have a remake in 2009, just called Sorority Row, which featured Carrie Fisher in the house mother role, but not a murderous one, and had Rosman come on board as an executive producer to oversee things. And I like this one. I give it a 3.5. It's all the slasher cliches, but they're done in an entertaining way, and it's never dull. Solid stuff, if not all that original. Its significance is a 3, since it's a more recognizable name, but doesn't really feature any horror legends and didn't really build itself as a brand, nor did it affect the industry much. Should you watch it? Yes! Pledge this sorority. Before we get to the end of the year, we have to rewind a touch and get to the couple that I missed earlier this year, and the first of these premiered back in January 22nd in New York, and it's A Stranger Is Watching. It has little Julie witnessing her mother being murdered in their living room, and the killer takes pictures and records the incident. She's still haunted by it later on, and she just lives with her dad now. His new girlfriend is Captain Janeway, and they're doing a report on the man who was imprisoned for the crime. He's slated for execution, and Steve objects to how she's covering it, but a mysterious man is watching Julie. One could say that he's a stranger, and he's watching. But that's not all he's doing, since he's actively kidnapping her as well, which, hey, movie title, that's a little more than you suggested. But then Sharon is taken too and leaves a note for them, and our villain is Zed, and he takes them down under the subways. He randomly kills Andre Toulon 1.0 and then tries to organize a ransom for the pair of them, or he'll kill them, leaving Steve to figure out how to get them home safely. Now, this one was adapted from a novel from 1977 with the same name. It was originally going to be made a few years earlier with a different director attached. However, as a couple of years passed, it would eventually end up in the hands of Sean Cunningham. After the success of Friday the 13th, he was offered the sequel to that one, but turned it down in favor of doing something more original, and went forward with this as an attempt to do a more studio film that was different from his low-budget past. Even with that, the budget for this was still pretty modest, at around $3.2 million, although there are some sources that say it could have run up to $5 million. The screenplay was partially handled by Cunningham's Friday partner, Victor Miller, and he teamed up with Earl Mac Roche, the guy who would eventually create Buckaroo Banzai. They made several changes to the book, including altering the gender of the kidnapped victim from a little boy to a little girl, and an ending in which the women were more proactive in their own rescue. Unfortunately, the film wasn't the hit that they were hoping for, and the reviews were mediocre. Critics stated that it was better than Friday the 13th, but it still felt like a standard tale, and it ended up only earning around $2.5 million at the box office. And I'm going with a 3 here. The vibe and grungy feel that this creates works really well, but there's just not enough to it to really engage you. Its significance is a 2, since it does have Cunningham involved and Torn is in there, but it didn't make a mark on the scene like the previous director's work did. Should you watch it? Yeah, be that stranger. Our second flashback title is going to roll us back to January 29th, so likely another one that should have been in the first episode of 82, and it's The Seduction. It has my girlfriend, Morgan Fairchild. Yeah, that's a ticket. And she's dating Brandon here, but being peeped on by her photographer neighbor, who also makes creepy calls to her. He's Andrew Stevens, and you may recognize him from a bunch of different acting roles, but he's actually had much greater success in producing with things like The Whole Nine Yards and The Boondock Saints, although he also produced Fear.com, so you win some and you lose some. Jamie is a newscaster, and Derek won't stop calling her and sending her messages, even at her neighbor's house, who just happens to be a French maid. He keeps getting more and more aggressive, and even though he breaks into her house and moves in on her, the police won't do anything about it.
There's not a hell of a lot I can do about it. I'm sorry.
Look, I know this is going to be difficult for you to understand, but as far as the law is concerned, the guy really hasn't committed a crime.
Breaking and entering? Trespassing? The guy was in her house. Way to help, Ben Casey. A doctor says that he likely suffers from something called erotomania, which is a delusion that makes him believe that his love for Jamie is actually reciprocated, no matter what she actually says. His obsession just increases, and honestly, who can blame him? Like look at Morgan. And eventually, things turn violent. And this one is written and directed by David Schmoller, and he's had an interesting career. And this movie kind of sticks out. He did Tourist Trap and the original Puppet Master, as well as the movie they turned into The Curse 4, Catacombs, and another full moon movie called Netherworld, and some other various stuff. A more subtle thriller like this one sticks out a bit, and was partially based on a real-life instance of a stalker harassing a newscaster in LA. It had a budget of $2 million and was actually the first lead role for Fairchild, who had mainly just done side characters and TV roles before this. The reviews were pretty rough, and it would go on to earn 3 Razzie nominations, 2 of which were just for Fairchild, and the other for Colleen Camp. It did well enough, though, pulling in a little over $11 million. And this is alright, I'm just gonna go with a 2.5. It's certainly not a bad watch, but I feel like I've already seen this same thing 3 times with things like The Fan and Der Fan. Its significance is a 2 since it was a small hit and had Schmoller behind it, but it never really hit it that big and didn't have any impact on the genre. Should you watch it? I suppose it's fine and all, but it's not really going to leave an impression.
It's him.
Okay, now that we've covered the ones we've missed, let's get back to December and check out the 3rd for a return to the slasher realm with Girls' Night Out. It kicks off with a psychiatric inmate killing himself and then a college basketball game. The home team wins and their mascot is a bear, and the guys are an assortment of oddball guys. But then, as Dickie Kavanaugh is about to be buried, a mysterious figure shows up and kills his gravediggers. They hang out at the local diner where Barney works, and she's played by Rutanya Alda, who we just saw in Amityville II. And one of the students is Betty Childs, who I hope gets some better treatment here from these frat boys. Turns out that Dickie went nuts a while back and was taken to Weston Hills, and hey, maybe Freddy got him. It's said that he killed his girlfriend, and they're having a big costume party, but soon someone kills a guy and steals the bear mascot suit. Father Malone shows up as a campus security guard talking to his kid here, and this is actually Hal Holbrook's real-life son as well. And you'll notice that they don't appear in the same shot together at any point, and I'll talk about that in a second. They announce that they're doing the annual scavenger hunt on campus, and that killer starts taking out the women while wearing the mascot suit, likely trying to sway the numbers with that whole choose the bear thing. And this one was by Robert Dubell, and was the only feature film he made, and the other things he directed were TV documentaries. It was shot on a very limited budget and was made in what they say was only 3 days, and almost every scene was done in 1 or 2 takes. They didn't have Hal Holbrook at that point though, and shot his scenes later, and did them all in 1 day, which is why he's never seen with any of the other main actors. They shot their footage separately, looking at where his character would be, and then shot his stuff later on, and then cut them together. When it was first released here, it was given the title The Scaremaker and had a limited run. And then later, in 1983, it was released under the title of Girls' Night Out, and that's the one that stuck with it. It basically came and went in the theaters, and the reviews mostly just called it a Friday the 13th ripoff and a pretty standard slasher. But it's since picked up a bit of a cult following, even if it never emerged as a lost hidden treasure. And I like it fine. I'll go with a 3. It's got a nice mood and all, and a fun, weird ending, but it is a bit been there, done that. Its significance is just a 1.5 since it's never really reached more than a minor cult reaction and isn't much talked about, but it's got Holbrook and was the first film for Julie Montgomery. Should you watch it? You should. It's bearable.
Lions and tigers and beaver! Lions and tigers and beaver! Lions and tigers and beaver!
Here's one that didn't have a set release date, and it's only known to have come out sometime in 1982, and it's a little number called Dark Sanity. It has a woman who is recovering from alcoholism and has the DTs. Her husband is pretty worried about her, and they move to Los Angeles together in the 80s. Perfect place to recover from substance abuse, right? Karen meets a neighbor and creepy local gardener, but then starts having these little visions. Of course, Al thinks that she's back on the sauce again, so she goes to a meeting, but while she's there, a man tries to attack her, saying that he needs to talk to her. She breaks down and ends up at a bar, and that man is there, and it's Aldo Ray, old school film star from We Are No Angels, and he says that he's a police officer and says that there was a murder in the house that they moved into. where a woman was beheaded, but he also had visions while investigating there. The woman's son was blamed for the murder, but Larry thinks that something else was up. But it's soon revealed that his obsession with the case got him fired from the force, and in fact, he was considered a suspect. Things start to ramp up as the visions continue, and the mystery of who committed the murder, and hey, where's that missing head? And this little obscure number was directed by Martin Green, and was his final credit in the industry. Before this, he had only done one other feature, and then an episode of a TV show, and then after this, nothing. In fact, it's said that most of the cast and crew were never paid for their work because after the film was completed, the producer and Green both disappeared and were unable to be contacted. But here's the real kicker. Apparently, this was shot back in 1978, and most of the actors had just written it off as this movie that they had never gotten paid for and was lost. But then, in 1982, it started showing up in video stores, sometimes as Dark Sanity, and other times as Straight Jacket. However, since no one had any contacts for filming, they couldn't pursue anyone to be paid. And this isn't great, but it's not awful. It's just mostly boring, so I give it a 2. There's some bits that are funny because of their awfulness, but not really enough. Its significance is a mere 1, because no one knows about this one or talks about it at all. Should you watch it? It's a pretty safe skip, but it's not a total waste of your time.
I've got a motto now. If you can't lick 'em, join 'em. And that's my motto from now on. Now drink it. Huh? Drink it, drink it. Huh? Drink it.
Here's another one that has a mystery release date, although, again, it's known to have shown up sometime in 1982, and it's I Was a Zombie for the FBI. This has a couple of criminals being transported via airplane to their executions, but they cross paths with a UFO, and then they crash. Some reporters investigating the crash see a bottling company nearby, and it seems like the people in there are experimenting on humans with mind control formulas, and the FBI are trying to find out what's going on. But those evil Brazo brothers are back on the loose and taking over Unicola headquarters. They catch them, and you'll notice that there's these interstitials that appear to use graphics that look more advanced than those from 1982, and the music is sort of techno-ish. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. Agents Ace and Rex notice that their higher-ups seem to not want them on this case, and then it becomes a game of intrigue between aliens, the Brazos, zombies, and a lizard creature that may look familiar to you if you're a ZZ Top fan. And there's a reason for that, and that's because this film is by Marius Penzner, who would actually direct that ZZ Top video and quite a few more of theirs and other classic rock bands. In fact, this is the only work that he did that was not a music video and was done for the low cost of only $27,000 using a crew of students from Memphis State University. It was clearly made as a love letter to classic 50s sci-fi flicks and ended up getting circulated around and playing little local theaters back in '82 with very small screenings. Later on, it would end up getting broadcast on the USA Network's show called Night Flight, where it was teamed up with Attack of the Killer Tomatoes and gained a little cult following. It didn't get a video release though and was widely unavailable, and it wasn't until 2005 that it would get a bigger release, getting a DVD in a drastically altered form, which is what we're seeing here. As the original film was around an hour and 45 minutes long and was considered to be overly long and dull. So the director went back in and chopped out 33 minutes from it and used those title cards to sort of explain some of the missing scenes and added some more modern effects and music to it. The original edit appears to be unavailable, and although some consider that one to be too long, others say that it's superior since it's more accurate to the films that it's inspired by. And this is fine. I give it a 2.5. I like what it's doing and the throwback vibes, but it's a little too convoluted, and that soundtrack really kills the mood for me. Its HCS is a 1. It's also really obscure and not spoken of much at all, and has no familiar faces to horror fans. Should you watch it? Maybe. It's a fun tribute, but it's not essential.
got him, Mace.
This next one is one that can technically be in the 1983 episodes since it ran in the US in January here, but it debuted first in the UK on December 6th of 1982, and it's Extro. This has this dad and his son playing in their backyard, and then this happened, and things get weird like immediately. Sam gets pulled away into a mystery light, and then 3 years later, little Toby is still haunted by it. But his mom has moved on and has a new boyfriend. But then, okay, there's a big light in the sky, and in the woods, a weird, like, thing comes out of the ground, and it... whoa! Ah! What the hell was that? It kills a guy by, I guess, slashing his cheeks. Then it attacks a woman and basically face hugs her. And meanwhile, little Tony wakes up covered in blood. The doctors think he's pulling some sort of prank, and his au pair sticks up for him, and she's Bond girl Miriam Diabo in her very first film. The woman who is attacked has a rapid pregnancy and gives birth to a full-grown man, who turns out to be Tony. He returns to his family, who of course have a mixed reaction to him, and he says that he doesn't remember anything about where he's been. Clearly has some conflict with Joe, who doesn't trust him, and for good reason, since he's freaking eating snake eggs. And then, sucks on Tony's neck and does whatever this is. Things get even stranger when the old woman downstairs kills his snake, and Tony, are you ready for this? Brings his toys to life, including a clown with a razor yo-yo and a full-size G.I. Joe doll. And if you can believe it, this one only gets weirder from here. And it was by a guy named Harry Bromley Davenport, and before this he had only made one other film. And this was his first horror. It's an English film, and the script was originally by Davenport and Michael Patty, but the producer brought in 2 additional writers and said that they went off on weird and wonderful tangents, so it's likely that a lot of the more bizarre elements came from their additions. But, I mean, who knows, really, since Davenport also says that he and the other writers were very high on drugs at the time, and just tossed in random ideas, and regrets the fact that so much of it doesn't feel connected. One aspect that changed was the ending, since there are 2 different ones. There's the original ending, which was slightly more upbeat, even if not exactly happy, and that one was changed by Robert Shea, the executive producer, because he thought that the effects weren't realistic enough. So, when the film premiered in America, it simply had the final scene edited out. Davenport didn't like this, so he went back and shot a new ending, which is the one that is on the film today. The budget was only around $60,000, and it did pretty well, earning around $1 million and making it a nice little hit. Because of this, sequels were made, with Davenport returning to direct them both. However, due to some sort of rights snafu, he only had the rights to the title, and not the story elements, so both Extro 2 and 3 have no connections at all to anything that happens in this one. And look, I don't know what it is, but I love this one. I'm going with a 4. It's actually really well crafted and has some genuine disturbing moments, even if it does all feel a little bit disjointed. But I'll watch this one anytime. Its significance is just a 2.5 though, since it did get a pretty nice cult following and some sequels, and is decently known, but not in a big way, and doesn't feature many names outside of Diabo. Should you watch it? That's an extra yes. We're heading over to Italy now for a little number that debuted there on December 7th and didn't really get a theatrical run in the US, but did play on TV here in 1984, and it's Panic, otherwise known as Bacterion. Looks like we have some rats here, part of an experiment, and somehow, I'm not sure how, a guy I guess ends up with green goop on him. And Jane here is Janet Agron, who you may recognize from City of the Living Dead or Eaten Alive, the cannibal one, not the alligator one. And she's one of the scientists, and they want to cover up the accident. Pretty soon, someone is attacking young lovers in the city, and they realize that it's Professor Adams, now mutated from the chemical spill and on the attack. They call in none other than David Warbeck, Italian standard, and he's playing a police officer yet again, This one is a captain. Captain Kirk. He wants to talk to the prof, but Jane covers up his absence, and when the killings continue, they send in the military to try to stop him. He continues his reign of terror, now transformed into this deformed mass of tumors with long, straggly hair, and attacks a movie theater, and then continues to rage around town, seemingly unstoppable. And this is from Tonino Ricci, and he mostly just did low-budget Italian exploitation flicks of a variety of genres, mostly under the assumed name of Anthony Richmond, which is how he's credited here. This one, as opposed to the Italian flicks that served as knockoffs of trends that were going on, like the slate of cannibal movies and slasher flicks, this feels like a vague throwback to 50s science gone wrong films. It's weird because there's constantly talk of a virus being unleashed and lent itself that name Bacterion, but no one seems all that worried about it, and the people that the creature kills don't seem infected or contagious or anything, or else the authorities aren't concerned that there's anything contagious happening. In some markets, including Australia and Greece, they tried to market this as a part of the Zombie series, tagging it as Zombie 4 Bacterion, although it never really got much notice. And I'm just giving this one a 2. I like the atmosphere it's laying down, but holy crap, there's not much happen here. It's confusing, poorly made, and just not a lot of fun. Its significance is just a 1.5 since it's pretty obscure and only has a few names attached. Should you watch it? Yeah, you can skip it. No need to panic. We're headed back to the US now, and we're going to the small screen for a film that aired on December 10th, and it's Don't Go to Sleep. We have a family of 4 that's moving because, once again, moving is the greatest terror. And with this guy driving, I hope there's no trucks around. His wife is Rhoda, and his son is Robbie Freeling. Their grandma is moving in with them, and hey, she's Maud, taking a break from Harold, and the family is mourning the loss of another daughter named Jennifer. Also, I should mention that the address of the house that they're moving into has a house number of 13666, so you just know that it's spooky. Like, just already know. Little Mary keeps having visions of her sister around, and her bed catches on fire. The family has decided to not have any pictures up of little Jennifer anywhere because they make them too sad, which is a bold choice to make about your dead kid. Her appearances start to increase, and she forms a bond with Mary, while Philip's drinking starts to get out of control. And pretty soon, the spirit is up to some devious stuff, like scaring Grandma to death. And let me just say, this movie has a really weird amount of close-ups of this lizard. Like, every 5 minutes, they're zooming the camera in on his adorable little mug. They send Mary to a doctor, and it's Robert Webber. And has anyone pointed out that his 2 most popular roles were in The Dirty Dozen and 12 Angry Men? And then little Jennifer ups the ante, and there's some surprising deaths for a TV movie. And our director on this one was Richard Lang, who was pretty active in television and did a number of genre shows in the 70s, like Charlie's Angels and Fantasy Island, but in this era did a solid run of TV films. And although he's been said to have been the son of legendary director Fritz Lang, he was not, since Fritz had no kids. Richard was actually the son of a different film director named Walter Lang, the man who directed The King and I. This aired on ABC and did pretty well, getting really solid reviews for the acting and tension that it manages to create, as well as the unexpected twists. Oddly, it was produced by Aaron Spelling's company, someone that you really wouldn't associate with a horror film. And this was a nice surprise. I give this a 3.5. It's more effective than I expected for a TV movie, and a lot meaner. I do wish it had a little bit better pacing though. Its HCS is just a 2 since it's not spoken of much, but it does get some sort of regard as in terms of being a cult classic and has a really impressive cast list. Should you watch it? Yeah, stay up and do it.
Kids shouldn't be smoking in bed.
This year ends in a very exciting way with a film that debuted on December 31st in San Francisco before getting a little larger release in 1983 in October, and it's Boarding House. We start with a text screen telling us about an occult expert couple found dead and their daughter, who witnessed it all, being committed. But then, this happens? The people who live in the house afterwards are then also killed, and then it changes hands once again, this time to Jim, who is the last owner's nephew. But then, at the sanitarium, there's a patient who can mentally command a doctor to remove her top and then kill herself, and then also another doc who he makes remove his own heart? Jim then does the not creepy at all thing by placing an ad in the paper for young women to come and stay in the house for very little money with the hopes of sleeping with them. Oh, and he also practices telekinesis while wearing tiny underwear and just generally makes faces that get as many close-ups as the lizard from Don't Go to Sleep. I should mention that he's also doing this in his office. A number of women do answer the ad and move in, and he just lounges around them while having his shirt open, but mysterious forces are also at work, causing this girl to stab her hand, while Jim reacts like this. But then there's also this weird gardener who limps around, and is very obviously the same actor as Jim in a wig and glasses. Weird stuff continues to happen, like blood in the shower, and that weird red thing that causes one of the women to repeatedly press her boob against the glass, like 20 times. But then she looks in the mirror and sees this. Oh, Jim has the woman massage him by the pool and hangs around in a marble sack, and of course, the women are super excited to jump into bed with him. And if you haven't guessed by now, this man is the writer-director. So, this is insane too. Jim sees a guy getting kicked out of his car by women, and he asks to use his phone, so he comes in. And for some reason, he's then instantly at the pool with no shirt on. And the girls toss him in the pool. But, plot twist, he's a private detective. He's there to find a girl, but he's then electrocuted. Someone hides his body. Jim continues his telekinesis with Valerie, who wants to be a singer, and then this happens. And by now you're saying, what the hell is going on? And the answer is, well, the answer is I don't know either. But it's a film by John Wintergate, who also plays Jim, and yes, the gardener, and he both wrote and directed this. And it was originally intended to be a comedy horror, and was shot on video. We'll talk about that in a second. Wintergate made the film for around 10 grand, and when he found a distributor, they insisted that it not be a comedy, and asked him to cut out all of the more humor-based scenes, and shoot a few additional bits to horror it up. Because of this, it's weird and seems like it's meant to be goofy, but it's not. And you're not sure if you should be laughing. But yeah, you should. It is considered the first horror film shot on video, kicking off an entire era of SOV films. The original version was 2 hours and 40 minutes long, but was cut down to an hour and a half. And recently, the full version was released on a 30th anniversary DVD. And let's face it, it's important to preserve important scenes like these. And don't forget this moment where things fly out of the fridge and you definitely can't see someone's hand throwing it. And yeah, in case you haven't guessed it by now, this is terrible, but in the best possible way. And this movie is hilarious. Of course, this wasn't appreciated at the time, and was called the end of horror by issuing in a lower quality format. But it's gained a pretty sizable cult following due to its so bad it's good nature. And I know I'm getting heat for this, but I'm giving this a 4. This movie is so inherently watchable and fun that it wins you over. I know it's terrible, and it makes absolutely no sense, but I enjoy every kooky minute of it. Its significance is just a 2 though, since it's still obscure and very cult, but it is also officially the first shot-on-video horror film, so it's of note. Should you watch it? Yes, but if you're not a fan of stuff like Troll 2 and The Room, you may not enjoy this as much as I did. So there you have it. That closes out the year of 1982. But let's check out all of the movies from my top ranked to the bottom. Okay, and just like we're doing with the previous years, we're going to end with doing a sort of best of for the movies. An idea that was originated in a series called Horror Movie Superlatives that was done by your friendly neighborhood Uncle Pete and Carlin Cook on their channels. And it's sort of a yearbook-style awards setup for the movie. For Best Gore, we're going to go ahead with Pieces. I mean, how can I not? This has some wonderful gore happening, beheadings and chainsaw stuff. And of course that ending. For Best So Bad It's Good, I mean, we just talked about it. It's clearly going to be Boarding House. This movie is awful, but in the best possible way. For Most WTF, we're going to go ahead with Ghost Nursing. This movie is weird and strange, and I still don't know what was going on in it, but man, was it fun. Our most unique movie is going to be Basket Case, in an era of slashers and werewolves and stuff. It's a movie about a disembodied conjoined twin getting revenge. For the most overrated, I'm going to go ahead and say The Entity. I don't think it's a bad movie, I just don't think it's as scary or interesting or good as its reputation lends it to. For the most underrated, I'm saying Halloween 3. Sure, it doesn't have Michael Myers in it, but it is a really fun film. It's really cool, and makes use of the holiday more than most of the Halloween sequels did. And finally, as the most amazing movie of 1981, no other movie was even considered for this, it's The Thing. John Carpenter pulled it off and made not only a great film, but a great remake and a special effects masterpiece. There it is. Let me know your picks for those superlatives down below. I want to know what you thought the most amazing movie of the year was, what the most gory one was. Let me know that down below. I'd like to hear it in the comments. Also, if you liked this video, hit the like button. If you enjoy the channel, hit the subscribe button and check out my Patreon page at patreon.com/movietimelines. And yes, after this, we're moving on to the year 1983 right here on the 80s Project.